He's silent long enough that I give his hand a squeeze. Hey, what happened?
I ran toward a sound like coyotes in a kill frenzy to find him trapped in a solid sphere of darkness in the middle of the clearing. But I made a noise and the darkness that had him turned on me. I couldn't see anything or hear anything over the screams of the shadows, but I bloody well felt the claws. Next thing I know, the dark exploded away from me. It launched me through the air and I hit a tree.
He raises a hand, feeling the back of his head with a grimace.
That's when I blacked out.
This is when I'd usually make some snarky remark, probably another whiny reference. It's a defense mechanism, and with the way my stomach is clenching, I could use it about now. I could have lost him. He went in there after Revan for me. For me. And I could have lost him. So, yeah, I've got nothing to say.
He wasn't in control, Marin.
Kane isn't being pushy. He's being soft now, which is harder to sweep aside.
Those things were attacking him.
I know. He told us.
Then you know you can't be with him.
I've fought his shadows before. Not an experience I want to repeat, but sending Revan away, exiling him or abandoning him isn't a choice I'm willing to make. It's the smart choice for our safety, but it's also the wrong one because we can't let Eidolon get to him. I know what I'm dealing with, I insist.
I don't think you do. I've seen it. Watched him for months.
He swallows, and maybe for the first time I see his fear. Fear for me and because of Revan. Because of what I'd face with Revan if I chose him instead. Suddenly, I have a picture of what life as Kane's heartmate would look like. Protected, cosseted, and loved. And probably stifled, and maybe even my voice ignored. Revan may be shutting me out, but beyond our relationship, what he doesn't do is ignore my voice. Hells, he's often the first or only person in my corner. I love my friend, but I think he has more of his father in him than he realizes. A sigh escapes me. Kane.
No. Let me say this so I can feel like I did my duty as your friend.
Is that all I am to him? A duty? Except he tugs my hand, the one he's still holding, and flattens my palm against his heart, the beat thumping against my skin.
I've been in love with you since I was 16.
My eyes go wide, and my heart takes off like a wanderer stallion set free. I shouldn't be shocked. He proposed, after all. But despite that, I didn't see this coming.
I was an idiot and didn't say anything, didn't do anything for the 1,000 different reasons my father and Pella and Magda and Ledanon told me I couldn't.
They all saw enough to warn him off? Goddess, no wonder they treated me the way they did. They were probably terrified he'd do exactly what he offered and make me his heartmate. And that was before they knew who and what I am.
I shouldn't have listened to them. I should have told you how I felt and claimed you as mine as soon as I knew.
My heart flips over a little. How could it not? I used to daydream about hearing Kane say words like this to me, even knowing it could never be because of who I am. The shadows inside me curl, like they're forming a fist to strike at him, or maybe at my feelings. Taking a breath, I shake my head. You couldn't. My situation, I couldn't.
I know.
He swallows.
That doesn't make it easier now. And I'm sorry I left you in the palace the day you faced Eidolon. I left you behind.
Don't. He wanted me to run off to the desert, abandon the politics to my sister, and live my life with him.
If I'd been there,
you'd probably be dead. He snorts a derisive sound that is so Kane I crack a smile. His hand sneaks into mine.
I made wrong choices. And now I see the way you look at him. You used to look at me that way. At least a little bit. Like I was your hero.
I lean closer, willing him to hear me. You still are. Always. Which is when my scar freezes so icy cold it burns and I have to hide a grunt of reaction. Kane's familiar smile holds no humor.
I may always be your hero, Mare. But you've never looked at me like you do at him. He's not just a hero to you. He is...
everything. Neither of us says it. I blow out a breath. I'm sorry if I hurt you. His hand tightens over mine.
You love me,
He insists.
He's come along and confused things, and yeah, you're queen and all.
Princess. I don't correct him.
But you love me. You always have.
Kane. He holds up a tiny glass rosebud. And any words I might have said die in my throat. I made that. Made it and dropped it one night in the desert. I knew he had it, but...
This is my reminder that we will always be important to each other.
Oh, Kane.
And even if you say no, I want you to have something from me.
Out of a pocket, he produces the golden bracelet. The golden cuff etched with the symbol of a sand fox, Kane's family sigil. The one he already tried to propose to me with, twice. He slips it on me before I can stop him. We both stare at it, and he runs his thumb over the smooth, surprisingly light metal.
Choose me.
His words are so soft I have to lean closer to catch them. Forget cold. The shadows that connect me to Revan go numb. Not like when I'm cut off. This is like how I felt just after our fight with Eidolon when I was alone. Like the pain of all that had happened was too much to take, and so the only way I could deal with it was to not feel it at all. I almost run from the room to go find Revan, but I can't leave Kane right now. I owe him this moment. He's searching my eyes with a desperate kind of hope that is cracking my heart into pieces.
I'll be good to you,
He insists.
I'll spend my life keeping you safe, making you happy. I'll fight at your side if I have to, take down Eidolon, and then we can live. Live, Marin. I know in time I can make you forget him.
Kane. His name is a weary sigh. When Revan kidnapped me, Kane was the only one who followed, who tried to save me. He went after Revan in the woods and faced those shadows also for me. I know that. Looking at him now, mangled because of me, 1,000 different memories bubble to the surface. Learning to make a shelter out of sand, playing the funny stone game that makes him so competitive, getting him to laugh after I won, watching with my heart in my throat the first time he competed in Share or Shine. It's a brutal competition wanderers play as soon as they reach the age of reason, wrestling on horseback. He has a hoof-shaped scar on his back from that first year he joined in the games. It would be so easy to love him, to build a life with him. I can see it. Our future together after Eidolon falls. Once upon a time, it was all I wanted. But what I felt for Kane was a young girl's need to escape her destiny, and his was the only friendly hand being extended. He must see what I can't say in my eyes, because he lets out a long, harsh breath.
Don't answer,
He says.
Don't.
I don't speak. Instead, I run a thumb over the sand fox on the bracelet before I go to take it off. But he stops me.
It's yours. It was always going to be yours.
I have no idea what to say, what to do. Thank you, I whisper. His face hardens.
I told you once that I would always keep you safe. And I meant it. I'm not going to let him hurt you.
It won't come to that. I swallow. The others know, and so should he. We're shadow bonded, Kane. He healed me, saved my life, but doing so meant putting his shadows inside me. I watch as the last remnants of hope drain from my friend's face, leaving him pale and shaky. I hate that I did that to him, hurt him like that. Jaw clenched, he stares at me.
That doesn't mean you're safe from him.
He knows that. Believe me, he knows.
Do you?
I grimace.
If he gets worse, if he loses control, promise me you won't try to help him.
I can't. He squeezes my hand again, bringing it up to place a kiss on my knuckles.
Please, give me this, at least.
The thing is, Raven would want the same thing. But promises should be kept. I can't. Chapter 45. The Past Collides. Leaving Kane to rest and heal, from his wounds and from me, I pause halfway down the hallway by a large window. Here, like in Olive Nova, glass is forbidden, so I'm grateful for the heavy velvet curtains that keep out the chill of the Devotion Mountains, where the Queen's Tower is situated. I draw one back, prop my elbows on the cool stone of the sill, and close my eyes, inhaling long and slow. Here, the air is crisp with snow and the underlying fresh scent of pine. It also feels thinner, like I can't quite catch my breath. I'm starting to realize why Grandmother and all the queens before her chose to do nothing but hide. I get the feeling going against Eidolon will cost me everything. With a sigh, I open my eyes and let my gaze sweep across the view. Beyond the window is a sheer drop to a stone terrace that seems to wrap around most of the tower. Mountains rise and fall all around us in jagged, majestic spurs, bathed in celestial light as far as I can see, blanketed in a forest of pine trees. I didn't exactly get to appreciate that the last time I was here, since I was being kidnapped at the time. It's beautiful. I don't know how long I stand here. Part of me needs a minute, though that frustrates me. I had enough minutes when I was with Eidolon. I shouldn't need more to get myself together. The other part of me is secretly hoping for Revan to come to me after what I felt in my scars, which is probably why I'm watching movement in any area beyond the tower a long time before it registers. It's difficult to tell in the dark, but there is definitely someone down in an area that I think might be a garden. With a frown, I lean forward, like that can actually help, staring hard. Is it a servant? The queen? I wouldn't think it's one of my group, except the way this person moves is familiar. Then they do something with their hands that's impossible to miss, and I jerk back from the window, the curtain dropping into place with a muted thud, shock spiking my heart rate. I know exactly who it is. Anger overtakes the shock, burning it away in an all-consuming rush. I take off through the tower, my fury building as I stomp my way down to the doors leading outside on the ground floor. No one sees me go, and no one stops me. I'm honestly not sure what I would have said if they'd tried. As soon as I'm outside, the chill of winter air hits my skin. Hells, I took my tintering coat off earlier. This is nothing like the Dominion we were just in, though. Shrugging it off, I'm out into the night and into the forest surrounding the tower. I take a path that I think leads in the direction of the place where I saw movement, until the dense brush parts, and I find myself at the edge of a night-kissed garden. A water garden. I stumble to a stop. Water is precious in Arid, and to use it only for beauty is unheard of. The dark pools edged in frost reflect the clear, starry skies. Within the water, or more like appearing to float on top of the water, a pathway of spring green grass swirls in spiraling loops, some with purple and white flowering plants at the centers. Winter flowers? I reach out and touch velvet soft petals that are also rigidly formed. My fingers come away smelling of their delicate, dreamy aroma. I drop my hand to my side. While this place is beautiful, I don't have time for the serenity it offers. I step onto the path. The grass is spongy but firm beneath my feet, not floating but I suspect built up on platforms from underneath. I don't see the sunken circular space at the center of the huge garden until I'm closer. The walled-in pit is lined in plush-looking pillows, with a crackling fire contained in an open stone hearth at the center. A tiny oasis of silk and fur and warmth surrounded by water, an open-air hideaway. All the opulent comfort does is stoke the ire in me. Because sitting right there, warming herself, her salt and pepper hair scraped back, giving her that perpetually shocked expression I'm so familiar with, is Oma. Did you know? I demand. I'm too furious to worry about lowering my voice. Before she can answer, I'm stalking down the stairs toward her, channeling Revan. I don't think I've ever been this seriously enraged at anyone. Like I can't contain it and might lash out if I don't. Did you know? My voice rises with each word. I manage to jerk to a stop, my hands fisted at my sides. The only alternative is throttling the woman who raised me. Answer me! Oma's face is a study of calm, giving Revan's emotionless blankness serious competition as she rises from her seat. She's only a little taller than I am. Why did I ever let her have the power over me that she did? Know what? She asks calmly. I want to hurl a pillow at her head, or a rock. A rock would be more satisfying. What Eidolon is, what he can do? Did you know about the curse he had placed on me as a baby? About what's inside this? I jerk the amulet out from under my clothes and dangle it in front of her nose. Her shoulders go back, her chin up at an imperious angle that usually comes right before I get punished for my insolence. I'm waiting for some Oma-like comeback, but as fast as she puffs up, spine going ramrod straight, she immediately deflates. Sinking down on the cushioned seat, she puts out a shaky hand to steady herself. Even her gaze skitters away from me. I have no idea what you're talking about, she says, sounding more tired than her years. But I have no doubt it's bad. Bad? I cross my arms and glare at her. The state of our people in Arid is bad. What I've learned, what I've been through it's a disaster I'm trying to stop. Like a lone tree trying to hold back a tempest. My jaw is clenched so tight it aches. Why did you and grandmother, or the twins before you, do nothing? I choke on the word. Breathing in through my nose, I try to find some source of calm. Nothing. Oma finally looks me in the eyes. You're angry. You think? I stare at her, swinging wildly between the urges to strangle her and laugh. Not an amused laugh, more like delirium. Before I can work out what to say to that, she sighs. I've been looking for you since the night of your sister's pre-coronation celebration, when you were taken from the palace. Her words knock me back a couple of steps. I don't believe you. Alma's pinched lips actually quirk in a half-smile I don't think I've ever seen from her. I can almost hear the rusty creak of her face trying to achieve the never-used expression. I've been sneaking in and out of that palace for 70 summers, girl. You think I don't have secrets and ways? You think I don't have my own spies in the palace? People I trust? My mouth hangs open like a fish on a hook. But you let me believe that my time was done. It is, she shrugs. That I abandoned you and your sister. Never that. What is she talking about? She hated me, resented her own life, was harder and colder to me than even grandmother. I sit beside her. I don't understand you at all. Her sharp eyes might soften and dull. But is that sadness real? I know. She raises a hand toward me as if she might pat my knee, but stops when I stiffen and lowers it to her lap. I raised you the same way I was raised, to do your duty to your sister and the crown,
but survive too, if you can. That means no attachments to distract you. Even me." She makes a face. "Believe me, I know how attachments to others end up hurting in the end."
I think I might see years of regrets and experience flicker over her face. I'm just not sure I believe it.
"I hoped that Eidolon would leave you and Tabra alone, the way he had me and my sister. That maybe he was done with whatever he wanted from our family. However, I couldn't be sure, so I did what I could to prepare you. But I loved you every single day."
My throat thickens. The little girl in me that only ever wanted her affection wants to believe those words, even as part of me can't absorb them. I think she must see that, because she sighs and sits back. Straighter this time.
"I can't change the past. I don't think I would anyway. It made you who you are, and that got you this far."
And just like that, we're back to normal. Now you want to take credit for me? I scoff. I'm not ready to forgive. There's 19 years of history here that tell me not to. She studies my face, the way I'm holding myself.
"It took me ages to track you here. I lost you in the desert completely and must have just missed you in Tindra. I assume that glass monstrosity of a portal was your doing."
Wait, she went to Tindra? She found... Oh, hell's in a handbasket. I left it there. The portal I made to get us to wilderness. I left it standing in the middle of an icy field. This is exactly why Tabor should be queen, not me. At least Oma isn't telling me off. How did you know to come here? An impatient hand waves my question away.
"No time for that. Tell me everything."
Why? She gives me a familiar end of her tether scowl.
"What do you mean, why? I'm not useless. I can help."
I stare at her. Oma wants to help. My first instinct is to laugh in her face and then walk away. The reason I don't, though, is she could be useful. She knows things. She clearly has skills or she wouldn't have found me, and she's essentially a ghost. Plus, we can use all the help we can get. Damn it. For the second time today, and the umpteenth time in general telling this story, I walk her through everything as quickly as I can. At least I don't have to explain the Iridian royal history or Eidolon's treachery to our family to her. That helps speed things up. She says nothing beyond a few clarifying questions, and when I'm done, she sits for the longest time in silence, staring off over the water garden. Then another sigh and a grimace.
"I wonder."
Wonder what? Another grimace.
"The hag showed me a vision once."
I jerk up a hand. Hold on. The hag?
Miriam.
Oma corrects. She knows her name? I didn't even know that. Everyone in Enora called her the hag. Oma sits up straighter, very proper, and bends a look on me that kicks up old habits like lowering my gaze. I fight the urge and win.
"She's not the Vex she allowed everyone to believe," she says.
Well, damn. I knew she was too good at catching me. That earns me an eye roll.
"She showed me her power only once. Some kind of seeing, not foresight. Hindsight, maybe. But a vision she could share, like watching it in my own mind."
What did she show you?
"A sand nymph, talking to someone I couldn't see who was locked in a dungeon. It made no sense at the time. I didn't even realize it was the same sand nymph who blessed you and Tabra at your birth. They all look alike to me."
Which is such an Oma thing to say. Sand nymphs are as varied in looks as humans. I'm afraid to ask. What did she say?
"She said that she bound his power to the second-born."
Bound his power? Instead of surprise or panic, everything in me goes numb. Because it makes sense if I put it together with the words of the curse itself that I heard an echo of the first time Eidolon and I locked eyes. Upon first glance, her soul shall be bound to his forever, so that good may balance evil as the goddesses will. The difference is the wording, soul versus power. Does that mean because our souls are bound, I can access his power? Or because his soul is bound to his power, which is now bound to me, that means I can... I cut my thoughts off before I go in circles with this all night long. Goddess, I am so tired of riddles. Oma holds up her hands.
I know I'm guessing, but it's better that we explore every option we know about.
Which sounds like something I would say. I shift on my cushion. No, it makes sense. We should talk to the others, see what they think. I'm done with secrets. After Revan was attacked in the Shadowwood, I promised myself no more, not with my friends and allies. Secrets are dangerous. I've learned this the hard way, but at least I've finally learned it. Is there anything else I should know that I don't? After a long searching pause, Oma shakes her head.
Turns out I didn't know all that much.
Then her gaze shifts to fall on the amulet back around my neck and still hanging outside my clothing.
What's your plan moving forward?
I lay it out for her quickly. After taking a second to mull it over, she gives a haughty sniff.
I'd say you should send me to one of the dominions to talk to a sovereign, but I think, given that the old Queen of Erid is well known to be dead, that wouldn't be wise.
Probably not. Now I'm picturing several sovereigns dying from shock. King Panqui of Tropicus is the oldest. I doubt his heart could take it. She ignores my sarcastic muttering.
My power can't help in any way.
She says more to herself than me. Then her mouth forms into a sly smile.
The Zeraphate.
What now? What about it?
Your sister is there, and I want to see for myself the state she's in. More to the point, it sounds as if this Zareth Canis needs someone formidable dealing with him.
And there's no one more formidable than Oma, both as herself and in full queen mode when she used to stand in for grandmother. The man won't stand a chance. I actually almost smile. I'll have to get Pella to take you. Or maybe Cain after he heals. He won't be able to come with us to approach Trisold anyway. Oma shakes her head as she gets to her feet.
I'll find them.
How exactly does she think she's going to do that? Even Cain had to have predetermined places to meet. I also stand up. She lifts a single imperious eyebrow.
What? You think I never bothered to learn about all of my people, including the Wanderers? I have ways to track them down.
I pause, then make a face. I really should stop being surprised about anything these days. She eyes me and can probably see right through to the scared little girl I still feel like around her. Actually, I feel like that most of the time.
I used to think that attitude of yours would get you discovered. Or worse, killed.
She huffs a laugh.
Now I think it probably saved your life.
She looks for a second like she wants to reach out to me, but doesn't.
Don't lose that.
Then she makes her way up the stairs where she pauses.
I'll take care of the Zareth, and your people, and your sister. You worry about the amulets.
She glances over her shoulder at me.
Use what I've taught you. Do your duty. Never trust Eidolon.
It's almost exactly the last thing she said to me the night grandmother died and Oma passed her torch to me. Only it sounds different this time, like she cares. Her gaze hardens.
Not even his shadow.
Revan. I cross my arms. That's my choice to make, Oma. Her lips pinch together, but then she huffs another laugh, this one unamused.
See? Attitude.
I watch her walk away. It turns out that I never knew the woman who raised me at all. Chapter 46. Come find me. When she's gone, I flop against the pillows lining the pit in the water, gazing up at the stars. What seems like forever ago, I used to lie in my room in our hovel and watch my star in the sky from my window. When I was really lucky, I could lie in the dunes in the desert at night and be enchanted by the blanket of starlight overhead. Who knew a small part of me would someday long to return to that time? Simpler days, when the balance of the dominions didn't rest on my shoulders. I pick up my amulet and look into it. I know you're stuck in there, and probably can't do anything about it, I say to the goddess slumbering inside. But if you could see your way to no more surprises or revelations for me, for at least 50 years, I would really appreciate it. No answer, of course. With a sigh, I drop it and return my gaze to the skies. Or maybe bring my shadow wraith to me? I whisper. I could use his face right now, even if seeing him hurts. I stare out into the darkness. I'm not in trouble, so I doubt he'll hear me. I talk to him anyway. It's all I have left. I miss you. So much. We may not be separated by distance, but we're apart all the same. It feels even worse than when I was trapped in the palace. And I get that we barely had time to form any feelings for each other. But I miss the stupidest things anyway. Like how you deal with my sarcasm, or the way you light up when you smile. But mostly, I just want to hold your hand and tell you things. Things like how afraid I am. I don't like to admit that to the others, but to him, a tendril of sensation suddenly unfurls across the scar in my side, and shadows rise and swirl around me, obscuring my sight. But these aren't mean shadows. These are warm and comforting. And when they fade away, I'm still in my water garden hideaway. But Revan is too, standing before me, his back to the fire. And, he's scowling.
I felt your anger, but I didn't know where you went.
He hurls the words at me like an accusation. My anger? Oh, probably because of Oma.
You shouldn't have left the tower alone.
I know, but...
Then I heard you whisper to me, the way I used to. Like the vanished.
I sit up straighter at that. He heard me? How much? The darkness is only supposed to carry desperate pleas for help, right? Am I so broken that I don't even know when I'm desperate?
You scared the shit out of me.
And when I scare him, the shadows get worse. I'm on my feet in a hurry. I want to wrap my arms around his middle, hold him tight, but he won't allow that. I'm sorry.
You're going to age me prematurely, Marinith Evangeline.
I didn't mean to this time.
So all those others were on purpose?
Not on purpose, exactly. I duck my head, suddenly sheepish. Oma was here. He takes a jerking step forward, the anger in his face transforming to something else. Something not directed at me, for a change.
What the hells did she want?
Pretty much my response, exactly. I shouldn't be so touched that he's this upset on my behalf. I've never seen her that way. I bite my lip. Should I tell him the next part? Implying she actually loved me? Wanted me? He stiffens, silent for a long moment.
What else did your Oma want?
Stick to the important stuff, I guess. I quickly tell him about the encounter, what she's doing now, and the vision about the sand nymph, which I'm already adjusting to knowing. I think maybe I've become desensitized to shock now. When Revan says nothing, I glance up to find him staring at me, like he's seeing me for the first time or something. What? I ask. He glances away, then back to me.
You know how I trapped all those soldiers' souls in the Shadowwood and the temple?
Yeah. And then started avoiding me even more after. Why is he bringing this up now? Are you trying to scare me or something?
It's
He shakes his head. I expect him to say dangerous.
terrible. I did that.
For a flash of a moment, I can feel the weight through my scars. The guilt. As if the entire world was on my shoulders, crushing me. What Revan feels. And he won't let me help. Let me comfort him. An ache blooms under my ribs, and I rub at the center of my chest. But you stopped them. He shakes his head.
I don't think I'm the one who stopped the shadow souls in the woods.
Dread joins the weight and the ache, like a heavy stone tied around my neck. I don't want to ask, but it's already coming together with the curse and Oma's story about the hag. Then what stopped them?
You.
My heart pounds against the bones of my ribs like a trapped bird trying to get out of a cage. I didn't do anything. How can you be sure? Revan's gaze softens, like he sees how that scares me and wishes he could take the blow for me. Even his voice gentles.
I heard your voice. I heard you yell, "Let him go." And then they stopped.
The blood drains from my face in a rush, and suddenly Revan is there, hands on my arms, helping me sit back down. Then he shoves my head between my knees.
Breathe.
By now, though, I've already come out of the shock.
Breathe, Marin.
He says again. I am breathing. I scowl at my shoes. He doesn't let me up, though, and I swat at his hands. I did say that. I yelled the words, "Let him go." Twice, I think. Silence. Then the pressure of his hand at my back disappears, and I sit up and we stare at each other. He's so close. Right there. I swallow. But that doesn't prove that
That you controlled those shadow souls somehow.
He grimaces.
I don't know. What your Oma told you about the Sand Nymph's curse could mean you have some way to use Eidolon's power, to use my power. But it's vague.
He glances at where my scar is.
Honestly, I have no idea. Did it feel like you made the shadow souls in the woods stop?
I think back. I was terrified for him and furious at the darkness for hurting him. But did I do anything? Or, in my opinion, a worse question, if I was the one commanding the darkness, did I do the attacking or the stopping or both? How could I do any of that and not know? I shake my head.
There's more, though. I got me and Kane out of the woods, and he was mumbling all those things about you needing to stay away from me, which riled them up good. After that, he accidentally hit you.
He scowls.
And Eidolon's shadows tried to...
He takes a choppy breath.
They went quiet when I touched you.
I stare at Revan. What? He shakes his head.
It felt like when I managed to lock them deeper inside me, but I didn't do that. Did you feel that?
No. I pause. Maybe I could see it because your face stopped doing that thing. But no, I didn't feel anything. Don't you think if I was doing any of these things, I would feel it? Like when I use my power? That is unmistakable. Except, I haven't always felt my own power at work. Not at the beginning, at least. And my power does come out more with emotions, uncontrollably in the earliest days, stronger lately. Everything piles up over me until I feel buried. 7 hells. I drop my head to his chest and lean into him. It's either that or quietly scream, so I go with that, even though he tenses against me. I expect him to immediately set me away, but he doesn't. I close my eyes and will him to give me this, just for a moment. After a pause, he rests his chin on the top of my head. Maybe because a new possibility pierces the darkness I've been living in since he told me we couldn't be together. Does this mean You don't have to stay away from me now. The question comes out small. If I can help you, I mean. He takes a breath, and his hands slide up into my hair, tipping my head back, and we stare at each other.
We don't know anything yet,
he says.
Not for sure. Definitely not enough to ignore my problems.
I can see he hates this too. For once, he's letting me see, though I'm guessing he's still hiding exactly how much. I swallow. I've made this all harder for you. He bends over me like he wants to shake me.
You're worth it.
I sigh. Is it awful that part of me wishes I could just let someone else figure this out? The Zareth or the other sovereigns? I was supposed to be the throwaway, not the one fixing the world. He sits quietly with that a moment, not judging, though.
After I was shed and ran.
Revan's clearly choosing his words carefully.
When I realized I couldn't kill what was inside me, or take my own life and end them.
I hate that you even thought about it. He must have felt so alone, something I am familiar with. I want to kiss him and burrow into him more and hug him all at once. His stubborn chin is right there. If I went up on tiptoe, I could press my lips.
Marin.
His fingers squeeze, tugging my hair. My name is both a warning and a sigh on his lips. He clears his throat.
After that, I thought there was only one thing I could do.
What?
Hide. Take myself far away from the world. Remove the threat until nature could take its course, and I'd die of old age. But then I heard you.
I lift my gaze to encounter blue eyes so bright, so intense that the air seems to be sucked out of the space between us. He smooths the hair back from my face.
Knowing you were out there, that you needed help, that gave me a reason to keep going. Your voice was the first. Then I heard Voss, and others called to me, and I found a purpose. Now it's your turn.
His hand stills on my cheek. I frown. Are you saying I found my purpose? He searches my face. Grave, and yet something else glints at me from his eyes. Something like pride, or encouragement, or even faith. His fingers trail from my cheek to my jaw.
I'm saying, I think you always had a purpose, Marin, and you just couldn't see it until now.
Is that true? I consider my life and Oma's life, which was the trajectory mine was headed toward, and I shake my head. I don't think so. My destiny was to either die pretending to be Tabra or raise another hidden princess like me and fade into obscurity when Tabra died.
Or become queen if she was the one killed.
True, but I never considered that likely. My biggest fear comes out of me in a whisper. I don't know if I can do this. Any of it? Especially not without you, I was going to say. Or am I being selfish again?
I know,
he says in a voice gone darkly soft, his gaze both tender and scorching. Holy fires of hotness. My breath stutters. Don't look at me that way, unless you can mean it. We're so close, our breathing mingling as we stare at each other. His fingers at my hip dig in, sending a surge of yearning through me, tightening in my belly, in my chest, everywhere. Kiss me. I want him to lean in so much. Just kiss me.
Hells,
he mutters, then brings his mouth down on mine hard. Elation sweeps through me in a starburst, and I'm kissing him back, drinking him in like someone who has been lost in the desert. Forget the hells. This is heaven.
Damn it, Marin.
He grinds the words out, then cups the back of my head the way I love and goes back to kissing me. I'm all things joyful relief and burning need. The taste of him, the feel of him is like coming home. He's been right there with me, and I've missed him so much. We break apart on a gasp. He tips my head to the side so he can feather his lips down my neck. His hands turn bold, sliding down my back, slipping under my cloak, spanning my waist as his mouth makes his way back to mine. I sigh into the kiss. Goddess, the way he kisses. His touch takes away every worry in my world and replaces it with both peace and such aching want that I turn restless in his arms. He's not losing it. He's with me. Is this working because of the curse? Can he touch me now? Can we be together because of whatever it is in me that calms the darkness in him? He nips my lower lip and soothes it with a kiss that is hard and hot and out of control. I whimper into him, swallowing his answering groan, his shudder against me raw and real. Sensations arc through my body like lightning waking my skin, waking my soul.
Take what you need, love.
He urges in a voice so deliciously dark I tremble at the sound.
We'll give you whatever you want.
Wait. His fingers dig into my flesh, but it's different now. Behind my closed eyes, the night around us changes. The darkness changes. So does his kiss, taking on an edge, almost angry. Even the air around me changes, chills, the warmth of the fire and the man against me gone. I pull back on a gasp to find his face a mask of blankness. Not entirely shadow, but not entirely Revan either. Those inky shadows flowing from his back like spidery arms. They curl around so they're cocooning not him, but me. No, not cocooning. Caging. Fear plunges my need into a snowbank. I try to wriggle out of his arms, but his hand flashes out, grabbing me by the wrist, which he lifts up. Kane's golden cuff gleams in the firelight. A muscle on the side of Revan's jaw ticks, his turquoise eyes going hard as diamonds.
Don't speak.
He squeezes his eyes shut, rolling his shoulders. He grabs me by the waist like he has to hold on to me to anchor himself. Then those spidery shadows suck back into him. Slowly, agonizingly. All of it a visible struggle punctuated by the way he's gripping my arm. Unconsciously, because he's focused only on his control, but he's going to leave bruises.
Go.
The word is guttural, punching from him, his eyes still closed. I have to peel his fingers away, but I manage to work carefully out of his grasp and slowly back up. He's shaking so hard I'm surprised his teeth aren't rattling loose. He looks sick, pale, sweat beading his forehead, fighting. My heart shrivels at the sight, at what this means. I'm his weakness. The walls he put up between us weren't him taking away my choice like I thought. Those walls are protecting him from me. He's isolating himself, denying himself to protect me. A lonely ache for him, for us both, wells up inside and threatens to take me to the ground. He meant what he said that night in the desert outside the Zarafate camp. He'd let the world burn as long as I'm okay. And that world includes him. The pain of what I have to do now, do for him in return, feels like that glass spike skewering me and my gut all over again. It's time to stop making this worse for him, to make it easier even. Like he said about me, he's worth it.
I said go, Marin.
He snaps. His eyes flash open, but behind the walls he's trying to brick back up, and underneath the anger, I see the desperation and the fear. It's almost frantic.
Please.
His voice breaks. Without another word, I turn and climb out of the pit. Every step feels like another piece of my cracked heart crumbles to dust inside me. And I'm trying my damnedest not to let him see the way my shoulders shake, or how I have to keep dashing away my tears. Part 4. Sham Sacrifice. Chapter 47. Remerel. I walk through the portal in the Queen's Tower, through a sister portal, and into a room in the temple in the city of Remerel. It's only been a few days, but it feels like eons. I'm the last of us to come through, with Revan at my side. At my side physically, but not in any other way. I'm trying to make myself believe that's okay. I've been trying to make myself believe that. Stick to the decision I made not to be the source of his pain and problems. For days. It blows. But this is what you do when you care about someone. He taught me that. I pull my shoulders back, assuming a regal posture, channeling Oma and grandmother and every other princess and queen of Ered who's had to put aside her own wants. Besides, I'm supposed to be queen now anyway. The others, Voss, Horus, Hakken, and Pella, came through earlier so as not to look like they're with us. Bene too, with Horus this time. He won't come into the castle, but he'll stay outside, just in case we need his help. Kane's too weak, so Saya stayed behind with him. I'm honestly not sure Voss should have come either. The pallor to his skin reminds me of when we first met, and he's coughing more. He has been ever since we went to the Shadowwood. But the others didn't say anything, so neither did I. The wilderness portal, like all the ones from other dominions I've seen, is unique to this place. The portal glass here is blue like the sky at twilight or Saya's skin. The room where it's housed is simple, but the frame holding the glass is quite ornate, edged in a carved wooden frieze depicting vines of flowers. In a magical illusion created by a wood hylarai ages ago, the carving winds around the glass as though the vines are growing and blooming as we watch. At the top, a dragon perches, its long tail wrapping around to form the base on which the glass sits, its maw open to guard the precious enchanted glass. I've heard that on certain wildernessian holidays, it even blows fire. I wish I could stay longer, take my time to look more closely. Not only here, but throughout the city, which Oma so diligently taught me about. I've always wanted to see the jugglers and acrobats in the squares, the markets where farmers, woodsmen, and hunters bring their goods, and the puppet shows, or even go to a simple tavern. But there's no time for that. We arrived in the earliest light of morning in order to avoid the priestesses in the temple and the crowds in the streets. Also, because I insisted sooner was better. After what happened with Revan, if I have to sit around the Queen's Tower with nothing to do but wait and think, I'm going to lose it. After I left him in the water garden, I went back to my room and didn't even bother to try to sleep. Not with my mind spinning in a dust demon made up of my feelings. I came out of that night with a numb heart and a decision. I'll stop wishing, hoping, or thinking we have a future. Because we don't. It's something I should have known, should have realized this entire time. So I'll focus on the only thing I can try to do something about. Stopping Eidolon. Only one acolyte, dressed showily in purple and silver vestments, goes wide-eyed as she takes in the finery of our clothing. We're dressed to impress a king, after all. It takes her a second to collect herself and nod at us as we make our way outside. The sunlight is intense outside in a different way than Ered, but almost more so. Maybe because the Dominion is closer to the sun way up here? Not that you can tell from Remerel that wilderness itself is soaring among the clouds. The air feels a little thinner, is all. From where we stand, the walls and spires of the castle rise well above the city, the banners of wilderness with Trisolde and Estrella's signias of a Kirin emblazoned in a field of deep purple, hanging from parapets and blowing in the breeze. In short order, Revan and I approached the castle together on horses that Horus stole for us in the city, from someone who could afford the loss, is the way he put it. Mine is a gorgeous creature, sleekly black and built on bigger lines than the Wanderer's horses. Revan is on an equally impressive roan. We're both dressed in finery borrowed from Estrella. The others are making their own ways into the castle separately, just in case.
If this goes sideways, and I lose control, you have to get out of here.
Revan says in a hushed voice for me alone.
Get back to the portal. Find Voss. Kane.
I thought I had the numb thing down, but my throat thickens at the sound of his voice, at how close he is, the way he leans over. That's the first time he's spoken to me alone since. Stop it, Marin. Why can't I make this easy on myself and on him and just not feel anymore? I force myself to take a deep breath, one I hope he can't sense, and focus on the words. What he's asking goes against every instinct I have, even with our current status. But I nod. At the gates, we're stopped by a guard, one who doesn't recognize me or Revan. When I give our names, or rather, Tebra and Eidolon's names, his eyes go wide while at the same time his brows lower, which makes him look like a startled ghoul. He glances behind us.
What are you doing here alone, Dominace?
I channel pure grandmother as I lift my chin and pin him with a glare that says both, it's none of his business, and I don't give a shit what he thinks. Do what you must to inform your king and queen, I say with a deliberately soft menace, or see what happens if you leave us here standing too long. Grandmother used to speak like that. As children, when we heard that tone directed at us, Tebra would immediately start crying. The guard actually pales. I swallow a smirk. What do you know? It works. Shadows pulse around us, dimming the brightness for a flash. Here, then gone. Oh, never mind. He wasn't afraid of me. I don't risk a glance at Revan. Goddess, I hope that was on purpose. A demonstration to get things moving. Immediately, the guard starts barking orders to bring us inside and inform the king of our presence. The king's chancellor is sent out to meet us and escort us inside. After dismounting, Revan prowls along at my side, a dark, silent king who doesn't deign to answer the questions of underlings. Goddess, the way he moves sometimes. Even in this treacherous moment, I have to not let myself get distracted. The chancellor keeps flicking him glances while directing his questions to me. I respond with curt non-answers, partly because I have no intention of giving away anything, and partly because I'm trying like hells to remember any details either Oma or Tebra shared with me about this particular castle. I'm supposed to be my sister right now, and as Estrella's goddess daughter, she's visited here. Several times, actually. I don't want to take a wrong turn. We round a corner and I jump, hand to my throat. There's no way the massive stuffed bear, standing on its hind legs with its paws raised and teeth bared in a menacing snarl, could be missed. Not because of its size, but because the enchanted decoration actually turns its head to pin us with a ferocious stare, a growl rumbling up from the inside out. It guards the entrance to the throne room and will only growl at those who are not direct family. A warning and an alarm. Tebra used to be terrified of visiting here because of this thing. Goddess, I've always hated that thing, I deliberately murmur. At that, the chancellor smiles and relaxes. Tebra must have jumped every time she saw it, too. He snaps his fingers, and the bear goes back to just being stuffed. Meanwhile, we're now standing before a set of wooden doors painted in glorious golds and silvers and covered in Wildernessian runes, particularly the symbols for loyalty, arts, and storm, their goddess's patronage. But I see within the paintings the scythe of a reaper as well. Death. Good thing I never was one for omens. It takes 4 strong men to force the doors open, but before I can pass inside, a man cloaked in purple and wearing the sigil of the King's Council comes forward. A gorgeous man in an overdone way, tall, broad shoulders, strong jaw, and sharp gray eyes that sweep insultingly over my person from head to toe. Revan moves in front of me, and the man's steps falter a bit before he gathers himself.
I am the warden of the castle,
he informs us in a deep, self-assured voice. He would be impressive if he wasn't still standing a decent distance away from Revan. My grandmother, who never trusted a pretty face, would have ground him under her heel. I stay silent. So does Revan. The man shifts his weight from one foot to the other. He's fidgeting. Good. He clears his throat and lifts his chin.
I must ask that you discard any weapons you may have.
Is he kidding? He thinks Revan is Eidolon. This man has to know who and what he is. Asking us to discard weapons is like asking the sand not to stick to anything. My knives are hidden in a few accessible spots, as always. Would he dare search a queen? I'm going to take the risk he wouldn't. We carry no weapons. I'm pretty sure that 4th circle of hell, where the liars go, is becoming more and more a future destination of mine. The warden glances at the Chancellor. I roll my eyes. Do you really think we need to? I wave at Revan. The Chancellor hesitates, then nods. Sometimes it is good to be queen and have a shadow wraith at my side. I stand perfectly still, waiting until the doors are opened completely, then follow the Chancellor inside.
Queen Tabra Eutheria the First of Arid and King Eidolon Calix the First of Tindra,
he announces with as much pomp as one can have in an echoing stone chamber the length of a cathedral. The diamond-shaped throne room of Wilderness is monumentally huge, rising several stories overhead to buttressed ceilings. Black and white checkered marble floors gleam in the light pouring through diamond-shaped glassless windows that are covered in purple silk that manages to keep out the cold, yet is so sheer it lets in the light, casting a pale lavender hue over everything. The large room is almost empty, maybe 6 men that I can see standing about. That's good. Fewer witnesses, the better. The king sits at the end of the long aisle that is lined in diamond-shaped archways. He looks tiny from way back here. Behind him rises an intricately carved stone frieze depicting the wonders of Wilderness. Among the mountains, I can make out various creatures, including a bassin and a death worm, both of which I've encountered up close and way too personal. All positioned above a Kirin whose massive, twisting rack of antlers holds the weight of the Dominion. At the tip-top, a raven takes wing, reminding me of Bene, who is waiting outside somewhere. But where is the bird in the carving's mate? A single raven by itself is another omen of death. There must always be 2. You're not here for omens. Ignoring the carving, and the way my heart squeezes with each step forward, I start a regal, stately walk down the long aisle. Revan keeps pace beside me. A sudden moment of déjà vu, this sense of having been here before, perhaps in a past life, washes over me. But the familiarity includes Revan walking at my side. Like once upon a time, we could have been here as king and queen for a friendly visit. Or like that could have been our future if things in this life had gone a different way.
Okay,
Revan whispers. Yeah, but I need to stop letting myself get distracted. Halfway down, those great doors behind us close with a clanking, ominous rattle. Trapped. Revan's arm tenses under mine, and I know he doesn't like that the same way I don't. Taking my courage by the throat, I focus on the king. The king who doesn't even bother to rise from his throne. I wonder what to expect as I near him. When I met him in Arid, I'd wondered if Estrella had married later in life to a much younger man. Not that Estrella is old by any means. My confusion came from the fact that Oma had taught me that they are both, by now, in their 50s. But Trizold still looks, as if he's in his 20s. Russet-colored hair untouched by silver gleams in the sunlight, and his ruddy skin glows with health. His muscles and toned body are obvious, even through his layers of kingly garb. A slim band of gold around his forehead is his only nod to a crown. His hands, gnarled and curled in on themselves, are the only part of him that show any sign of aging. He lounges in his throne with an utter disregard for me, arms resting on the ornately carved seat. Actually, that disregard includes Revan, who is supposed to be Eidolon in this play we are putting on, and Estrella seems to think Trizold has become Eidolon's friend? Puppet? Wouldn't he stand for the king? I stop at least 30 paces from the stairs that lead up to the dais where his throne sits, but I don't bow. Instead, I dip my head and place my fist over my chest. Revan mimics the action, an appropriate greeting for visiting royalty to the ruler of the Dominion. Honor to you, Trizold, son of Timberlane, king of Wilderness, we say in unison. The king does not rise, or welcome us in a similar manner, though. Eyes a clear, striking green take me in, then shift to Revan.
Eidolon, my friend, you didn't tell me you would be visiting so soon.
Trizold's voice does not match his outsides. This handsome, virile man speaks in a high-pitched scratch of sound that is uncomfortable to my ears. When we met in Arid, I wondered how Estrella listened to that all the time without wincing.
And with your missing bride in tow. Excellent. You were so concerned with her absence?
Just my damned luck. Eidolon had put out the rumor that I'd been taken by a shadow wraith, and Trizolde was with him in Arid at the time.
Unharmed, as you see,
Revan murmurs.
I overreacted.
So silly, I tack on. I was not taken, like my heartmate thought. I'm terribly sad to have worried you.
Where were you?
Trizolde asks. Goddess, that voice is like walking on broken glass. I take my time answering, keeping my features composed in what I hope is a pleasantly bored expression. I was in search of a special gift for him. Actually, it's why we've come to visit you here. After a long beat, during which I'm sure Trizolde is waiting for more, the king lifts his eyebrows, mouth flattening with irritation.
And why is that?
I heard you might have the item I've been looking for.
What do you seek? And why do you think I might be of assistance?
Deep breath. Here we go. When she was last in Arid, Queen Estrella mentioned a trinket. He taps a gnarled fingertip against the arm of his throne, considering us with a gaze edged in something I can't pin down. But his curiosity, and maybe the need to impress Eidolon, has him leaning forward slightly.
A trinket, you say?
I nod. One she believed you have. Trizolde's throat works under the taut skin there, and the look in his eyes darkens to more than suspicion. Instinct has me wanting to back away, but I hold my ground. At the same time, the room dims slightly.
And what trinket is that?
Trizolde asks in a voice that dares me to say it out loud. An amulet made of black glass. Chapter 48. Underneath it all. I don't know what I expected, but it isn't for the king to laugh. A humorless, penetrating bark of a sound, revealing teeth blackened as if lined in tar. The few people in the room move to circle us, as if we're the threat. Do they not see the state of their sovereign? Yes, at first glance he appears bursting with good health, almost too pretty to look directly at. But it's like evil is wearing a Trizolde skin suit. The daylight dims even more. I keep my focus on the king and hope really, really hard that Revan is the one doing that thing with the light, and it's not the shadows, or something else.
An amulet,
Trizolde says through his sour laughter. The king's gaze lingers on Revan a moment, then moves back to me. His eyes narrow suddenly as his shoulders hunch over.
You don't know what you're asking for.
All it takes is that one small gesture, the way he rounds his back, folding protectively over himself. And I know. He's wearing the amulet now. He lied to his queen about getting rid of it. His goddess is here, with him. My own goddess remains silent. I know more than you think. Trizolde scoffs.
So do I. For instance,
he points a gnarled finger.
I know he is not Eidolon, and you are not welcome here, young queen of Arid.
Every one of his men slowly straightens, and I know they are readying for a fight. Despite my pounding heart, I bend a haughty look of command, one I know grandmother would have clapped her hands to see over this pathetic, power-mad imitation of a king. I'm not leaving without it. His lips curl back.
Then you aren't leaving alive.
At his nod, the men circling us attack, but it's Voss's ice, not shadow, that shoots through the room, freezing at least 3 of them where they stand. A familiar whistle shoots by me as Horus emerges from a side chamber behind the throne and runs past, bow and arrow already knocked again and firing. But more of Trizolde's people emerge too. By the sounds of fighting behind me, I know the others made it inside and are taking care of them. In the midst of the fighting, I walk slowly toward the king, who is cowering in his throne now, face ravaged by hate and fear. Your queen wants her bondmate returned to her. I have to raise my voice over the sounds of fighting. And I will have the amulet hidden beneath your clothes. At the mention of Estrella, Trizolde's expression ripples. If I hadn't been around Revan so much, I don't know that I would have caught it. Caught the flash of the true face, the true heart of the king. This man is so altered that he's lost himself. But he still loves Estrella underneath it all. Revan is at my back as I move forward. The shadows remain undisturbed around me as I continue to approach the king, and I'm hoping that means he's holding them in reserve until we really need them. Out of the corner of my eye, Trizzold's warden comes at me, getting close, but Hakken takes him down, holding a wickedly curved dagger to the man's throat. The entire chamber goes quiet at that moment, and I have to assume my friends took care of their business. The way the king is watching me, like he'd slit my throat and drink the blood that spills, I know I shouldn't remove my gaze from him, even to ensure that all the threats have been neutralized. I hold out a hand. Give it to me.
If you want it, you'll have to pry it from my stiff corpse.
So fast, I don't expect it. Trizzold lunges at me, snapping up a staff I hadn't noticed propped against the throne. The metal staff reforms in an instant to a scythe, the razor-thin blade glinting at me with nasty intent. With a shout to rattle the stones of the chamber, he swings it above his head and hurls it at my chest. Time seems to slow as the weapon tumbles end over end. The whomp, whomp, whomp of it cutting through the air, pounding in my ears. I gasp and only have time to raise my hands in a pathetic defense. In that instant, a wall of shadow slams up between me and the scythe. The weapon hits with a muffled thump, then drops to the ground, clattering against the marble floors. I barely notice as I double over my belly, wrapping my arms around myself as a queasy sensation threatens to upend my breakfast all over the floor. Because it almost felt like those shadows came from me.
For that, you die.
An otherworldly voice has me jerking upright to find the wall of shadow still raised between me and the king. Revan stands in the center of the roiling darkness, as though the wall is a part of him and he is part of the wall. Whatever Revan is doing, Trizzold is so frozen in fear he looks like Voss hit him with ice. A stringent odor hits my nose, and I glance down to find a yellow puddle seeping out from under the wall. From the king. I scoot back. Mother Goddess, this is very, very bad. Chapter 49. One down. I reach out to touch the wall of shadow, hoping maybe it only blocks dangerous things like scythes, but nope. It's solid, enclosing the dais. Hellfires. I pound a fist against the wall. Revan! He doesn't react, not so much as a twitch. When I brush my hand over my scar, the sensation that feeds through me is rage. Pure, unadulterated rage. I'm pretty sure he's so far gone he can't hear me or feel me. I need to get around this wall. Fast. Edging to the side, I reach an angle where I can see more of the side of his face through the veil. Fear steals the breath right out of my lungs because he's doing that thing. The shadows inside him are cycling, taking over in rapid succession. Each face his and yet different. Cunning, furious, sneering, bored. Not Revan. I do the only thing I can think of to get their attention. Look at me, asshole. The shadow snaps his head to the side, staring at me. Face is still contorting and twisting and changing. Do you remember what happened last time you tried to take him over? I shout. I'll kill you all. Don't think I won't. The wall of darkness stutters, then starts to curl in on itself, unfurling in streamers that reach for me. I lurch back. Don't test me again. There's a wobble in my voice that gives away my fear. Goddesses above, or in the amulets or whatever. Please don't let them have heard that. Movement draws my attention back to Trizzold. The scythe is turned into a molten metal and is returning to him at his call, his hands glowing yellow at his sides. The mass slithers up the stairs. Revan jerks his attention back to the king, loosing a growl so sinister even my heart stutters. No! A feminine voice cries out. Before either man can attack the other, tree roots sprout up from the floor between them, growing and layering until a hedge of intertwining branches forms around and over the king. A forest of thorns. Estrella. Shadow pitches forward, hands on his knees. Revan? But no. The darkness he's wielding doesn't dissipate around him, still reaching for me. Revan thrusts out a hand behind him. Toward me? Confusion keeps me in place. Is he telling me to stay away or asking me to touch him? To try? I'm at his side on my knees before I even think to move. Please let this be what he wanted me to do. I reach out tentatively. Only when I take his hand, darkness shoves me away. The hell's with that? Back off, I growl and lunge for him, grasping his hand hard. The shadows want me off? They'll have to peel me away.
Marin.
That's all he says, a barked reflex of a word. But it's Revan's voice, not one of Eidolon's shadows. Is he back in control? Revan? He shoots his other hand up, chest heaving.
Don't let go.
Let go? If this is helping, I can do more than that. I wrap my arms around his middle, pressing my face to his back. Please let this make it easier for him. His muscles ripple under my cheek as he breathes. Then he pats my hand and forces himself upright, bringing us both to standing. He pulls me around to his side so I can see his face, determination hardening the sharp edges of his features. Lacing our fingers together, he bends a look on the barricade of foliage before us. The shadows, still wavering in the air like they don't know what to do, suddenly shoot out from him again, forming into a single thin band. Shadow punches through the queen's thorny tomb, and I think I hear the metallic tink of a chain on the other side. Is he trying to take the amulet? Revan wraps his hands around the line of shadow like a rope and pulls, but nothing moves. He digs in, leaning back, the muscles of his arms and back straining the seams of his clothes. Still no movement from the other side. A great yell punches from him, reverberating all around me. Something on the other side gives way and Revan flies backward. In a blink, he disappears, then reappears in a crouch. The rope of darkness dissipates, but whatever he pulled out, something still shadowy and shapeless, floats up to the buttressed rafters. I think maybe a menacing laugh goes with it, reminding me of the temple in Tindra. And then it's gone too. Revan stares up at it, chest heaving. What just happened? He doesn't look at me.
I'm not sure.
He's not sure, or he doesn't want to tell me. That's when I hear Estrella. A small gasp. Then, on the other side of her hedge, low murmurs. Loving murmurs. I can only make out a few words. Only the queen speaks. Time to let it go. Can't you see how this has ruined you? Ruined us? Return to me, my love. Then the soft, heart-wrenching sounds of sobbing. The king. With a creak like leather being twisted, the prickly hedge starts to move, branches unwinding and unbending until, through a gap, Estrella's handless wrist emerges. A black glass amulet, so like mine, dangling off her arm. I reach out to take it.
Stop.
I snatch my hand back at Revan's curt warning.
We don't know what the amulets can do.
Right. Visibly struggling, a small tongue of darkness retrieves the amulet from the queen. Then that pocket of shadow where I know Revan hides things appears, and the necklace is slipped inside, where Eidolon shadows can't find it. But also, I suspect, where it hopefully can't have any adverse effects on anyone. Smart. And maybe the most self-sacrificing, foolish move Revan could make, given the way he's already battling evil. Carrying around a potentially dangerous amulet is only going to make things harder for him. As the pocket closes, disappearing from sight, the darkness inside me tugs uncomfortably. There's movement from within the thorns and brambles. Branches pull back one by one, drawing back into the queen. She kneels before the king, who still sits on the throne, elbows propped on his knees, head in his hands. As we watch, the forced youth that had held him in thrall falls away. A groan of pain escapes his lips as he doubles over and rapidly ages before our eyes. It's like he's experiencing all of it at once, twitching and moaning as his body catches up with time in a process that is both fascinating and gruesome to watch. When he lifts his head, his eyes are no longer as bright, his hair not so red. There's silver at his temples and age spots on his cheeks. He's still a handsome man, but now he matches his queen. He stares at Estrella, searching her face, then crumples.
Estrella,
He whispers, then his breath hitches.
it wasn't me.
Tears welling in her eyes, the queen smiles and places her lips to his cheeks. I know. He reaches for her hands, but when he only encounters the blunt ends of her wrists, he drops his gaze to stare, stricken. His expression breaks.
The voice told me you were evil.
Voice? Is he talking about the goddess inside the amulet or something else?
What have I done to you?
He whispers. Estrella surges forward, wrapping her arms around him. You could never, my love. It wasn't you. Trisolde takes a shuddering breath, gathering her close against him, holding her so tightly, fingers digging into her flesh. I worry he might snap her, but she makes no protest. As they hold each other, she looks back towards us. Thank you. All I can do is nod. Horace is the one to break the moment, though his voice is low, respectful.
We have to go.
The king is no longer entranced. That's obvious to anyone with 2 eyes and a brain. His people won't try to stop us as we leave, but there's an urgency underlying Horace's voice. He's right. The plan was to get in and out as fast as possible. Trisolde and Estrella get to their feet, still wrapped in each other. Go, she says. We can't keep your presence a secret easily, but we won't be the ones to tell Eidolon either. That's the best they can do. We don't wait, making for the door.
Sorry, brother.
Voss tosses at a man on the floor who's nursing a bleeding nose.
Stay out of my way next time.
He gets a blood-soaked glare in return, which only makes him grin. Behind him, Håkon grins too. So does Pella. No one stops us as we burst out of the room. We did it. We actually did it. As long as we get out of the Dominion safely, we now have 2 of the 6 amulets. 4 to go. That moment of jubilant back-patting lasts all of 2 seconds before Revan wobbles, then leans heavily against the wall, skin going clammy pale.
Hells.
Voss mutters and moves to Revan's side, levering him up so he takes Revan's weight.
Let's get out of here. Is there a back way out of the castle?
Horace asks, glancing over his shoulder as we make our way through the empty halls. The people must have heard the ruckus of the fight and cleared out, because the place is almost as barren as the Tindran temple.
There are many ways out of the castle,
Revan says in a thready voice.
but only one way over the moat. Better check for blood then,
Horace says.
The guards won't know what happened and aren't likely to let us pass if we appear looking like we've been in a battle.
We all pull up short at that, because he's right. If we don't want to be stopped on our way out, not looking like we just busted a few heads together is a good start. Revan and I are fine, that much I know. The others, however, were in close quarters hand-to-hand combat. Pella, in particular, is covered. I didn't do anything all that violent, she insists, when Håkon lifts a single eyebrow at her, although I'm pretty sure he's amused rather than horrified. Pella doesn't see that, though, and grumbles. That soldier spit a mouthful of blood all over me.
You knocked out his teeth,
Håkon points out. I'm the only one with something on hand that can cover her up. Here. I whip the fur-trimmed cloak off my shoulders. She backs up like I'm offering her poison. I can't wear that. They'd know. I'm not wearing anything that nice, and it will look strange. Not if you keep it closed, I say. It's better than the blood. Without a word, Håkon takes it from me and wraps it around her. Pella goes as stiff as a bamboo reed as he ties the collar around her neck. Her gaze is trained on him like she's waiting for him to strike her. I thought you couldn't touch. His gaze flickers to her.
I can. if I'm very, very careful. Keep moving,
Voss says, hefting Revan along. We make our way out of the rest of the castle unhindered. When we hit the open courtyard, where everyone is going about their daily lives as though something huge hasn't just happened inside, Revan insists on walking on his own. Somehow he manages to do it without looking like he's about to fall over, and the guards allow us to pass through the portcullis without comment. I shouldn't yet, but I breathe a small sigh of relief glancing over my shoulder. We haven't been followed, and we haven't been stopped. All we need to do now is get to the temple and the portal within. We can all rest when we get back to the Queen's Tower.
Release the Queen and the Shadow Wraith to me, and no harm will come to you.
Chapter 50. Run. The people around where we stand at the end of the lower drawbridge scatter like sand rats abandoning a building on fire. Standing before us is a soldier in Tindran uniform, but black rather than white. The insignia on his distinctive armor is that of a general. I recognize his gleaming bald head. General Quinton. I don't dare glance at Voss or Revan. With the general stand at least 20 soldiers, and by their faces, I know these are well-trained fighters. No doubt a few Imperium are among their ranks. Quinton's gaze travels over our ragtag little group, pausing on me, then Voss, before narrowing on Revan. Voss doesn't hesitate. His power snaps out from him with an audible crack, encasing the soldiers in ice the same way he did in the throne room, only this time, rather than just their feet, he's trapped them in tombs of it. My stars. Pella grabs my arm, tugging me along as she backs us all up onto the bridge.
That will only hold them for a few minutes,
Voss says.
Revan?
Revan is barely standing. There's no way he should use his power now. He can't.
He has to.
Immediately, Shadow reaches for me, but I jerk back. Not like that should stop him, but it does. Can you do this? He glances at the frozen soldiers.
I have no choice.
7 hells. Take the others first. I can help here. I ignite the glow of my hands, pulling sand up from the bottom of the moat, sifting it through the loose mud and muck. Are you kidding me? Pella's protest is cut off mid-word when Revan grabs her and Horus, and they're gone in a puff of darkness. A terrible noise, rhythmic and pulsing, clangs against the insides of my ears. The frozen ice sheathing the Tindran starts to vibrate. That's the only warning we get before it explodes in a blast that sends shards everywhere, knocking us all to the ground. Horus throws himself over me, grunting with the impact of the ice, then comes up firing his bow. One of Quinton's soldiers goes down. Voss throws out a wall of ice, but this time that horrendous pulsing comes closer. General Quinton, hands raised and lit with a sickly yellow glow, smirks. That sound is coming from him. He's attacking Voss's frozen defense as fast as it forms. If he can do that, my glass and sand won't stand a chance. On a nerve-rending shout, the soldiers run at us. Like the lash of a whip, lightning almost blinds me as Hakan sends a bolt screaming past us across the bridge, hitting a soldier in the chest. It's too bright to see what happens to that guy, but through my stupor, the strangest taste of metal coats my mouth, along with a burning scent in the air. Revan reappears and immediately pitches forward and vomits.
Take her,
Voss snaps, though he doesn't look away from what he's doing. Shadow reaches for me, but just as fast it fades, like dark mist burning away in the sun. Dawning horror breaks over Revan's features a beat, before a new darkness descends, covering the city in night. Eidolon.
If you two would only cooperate, it wouldn't have to be this way.
The king's voice calls from across the bridge, but then he appears out of nothing, standing before us, utterly casual in his stance, like he's taking a walk in a park. Asshole. The king raises his hands. Revan moves in front of me, even as I brace. With no warning, the moat explodes, water erupting in a massive wave. No, not the water. The sand from under the water shoots into the air, and I'm not the one controlling it. It swirls in a violent tornado, the sound of which makes it impossible to hear the screaming of any people still nearby as they run. It happens so fast, I don't realize what it is until Bene, growing rapidly to full-size devourer, form before our eyes, down on top of where the king was standing. I catch Eidolon's look of shock before he disappears. The last thing I see is Bene roaring to the high heavens, a challenge loud enough to wake the dead, before darkness surrounds me in an instant, stealing my vision. I can feel Revan's hand wrapped around my arm. At least I hope it's him. Then my vision clears and I'm standing with Revan and Hakken beside the portal in the Remerel temple. Revan is gone before I can blink.
Halt!
A shout comes from behind me. I don't bother to look. Quentin is a smart man. So is Eidolon. I have no doubt he has soldiers positioned in this temple in case we tried to flee this way. But that bastard didn't see a goddess-damned devourer coming. Igniting my power, I push it into the portal in front of me. The carved dragon guarding the glass stares down as the image changes, and Hakken and I jump through to find Pella and Horus already waiting in the Queen's Tower, both with weapons trained directly on the portal. Cain and Saya are with them, also ready to fight. I cut off the portal. Eidolon showed up, I tell them. Bene surprised him, but how long could that surprise last, really? Revan, Voss, and Bene are still out there. I want to keep the portal open for them, but I can't. How in Nova did Eidolon know we were in Remerel? In the capital today, of all days. I don't think Estrella would have warned him, and we haven't been back to Arid. Is our spy problem closer than I thought? One of us? Except Oma. Oma went back to Arid, and I told her our plan. 7 burning hells. We watch the glass and wait. Our murky reflections stare back at us, serious and tight-lipped. I don't realize I'm fisting and unfisting my hands until the movement catches my eye in the distorted reflection. I'm not the only one. Horus is fidgeting with his bow. Pella takes to pacing behind us. They should be here by now. Nothing happens. Saya comes up beside me, slipping one hand into mine and squeezing tight. All I can do is squeeze back and wait. I hate this. I hate not knowing. I hate anyone being in danger. I did this. I put them in this situation. This was all my idea. Saya taps her heart, then holds her hand toward the portal, and I think I know what she's saying. They'll make it out. They have to. I would know, wouldn't I? If something happened to Revan, I'd feel it in my scars, right? Except he's been blocking me even harder since the night in the water garden. Still, I slide my free hand over the scar in my side, which flutters at my touch, but nothing else. I would know. The shadows would tell me. The words loop in my head. I can't lose him. Or Voss. Or Bene. Any of them. Losing these people, these true friends, would devastate me. Losing Revan, even when he can't be mine, I think that would end me. My muscles bunch with every passing second, winding tighter and tighter until I might snap. Then the glass changes.
Drop,
Voss shouts as he holds the portal open with one glowing hand on it, then starts coughing so hard it takes me a second to comprehend what he said. But Saya is faster and yanks me down by our joined hands right as arrows fly through the portal, barely missing us. Soldiers are right behind Revan, who sprints through the temple rooms toward us. Bene is dog-sized again, flying through the Remerel temple overhead, but behind where the soldiers are. He bellows that horrible, ground-shaking challenge of a devourer, and it's enough to stop the soldiers dead in their tracks. It buys us time. Revan and Voss tumble through to our side, just as Bene whizzes over the soldiers' heads and through the portal as well. Voss cuts off his power, and the glass changes in an instant, reflecting us now, all our faces a tumult of shock. We all lie on the cold stone floor, the sound of our harsh breathing filling the room.
Report,
Hakken demands.
Is anyone injured? Perfect as a pearl,
Voss says through more coughing. He sits up and wipes the back of his sleeve across his mouth, leaving a trail of blood. Pella points. He glances at the blood, then wipes it on his pants. Revan? I ask, rolling over to push to my hands and knees. No answer. I shove myself to my feet, whipping around to search for him, and choke. He's standing strong, shadows swirling around him like how I picture the waters of the great whirlpool that sits at the mouth of the Mariannan Inland Bay. His eyes are consumed with darkness as Eidolon's shadows play across his face. He's not fighting them off. He's embracing them. My heart drops to the ground. Heavens to hells, this will not end well. There's only one thought in my head, one that didn't work in the water garden but did in Trizolde's throne room, I think, which makes this a wild, stupid gambit. I lunge for him. Kane grabs my arm. Don't! I break his grip and get to Revan in a breath, hands on either side of his face, willing him to hold on. I'm here. I say the words softly and with hope. I'm speaking to him. I'm also speaking to the shadows I supposedly can control. Listen to me. The shadows flowing from him wind past me, but it's like I'm not even there, not even a whisper of a touch. Revan, look at me, damn you. He tips his chin down then, and a face, not his, settles over his features. His crooked mouth tilts.
Revan can't come home now, love. You'll have to deal with me.
I reach down and press a hand to my scar. No movement inside me either. It's not working. The last thing I want to do is kiss a shadow, but I crush my lips to his, willing him to find me through the things gripping his soul. Come back to me, I murmur against his mouth. I know you're in there. Come back. A shunk whistles past my ear, followed by a hollow grunt from Revan. He shoves me bodily behind him as he wheels on Kane. With a wave of his hand, the arrow protruding from Revan's shoulder disappears into a wisp of darkness. A minor display of what he could do to Kane himself. You shot him? I shout. Are you out of your mind? To my right, the glass of the portal suddenly changes to clear, revealing at least 20 soldiers standing in the portal room of wilderness. Hells, of course they could get here. Several saw where we went. On the heels of that realization, I see him. Eidolon. He stalks through the Remerel temple toward the portal, raising glowing purple hands. Like a moment out of time, Revan slowly looks at me, blinks those midnight black eyes, then turns back to Eidolon, face going hard. Oh no. Kane grabs my wrist and jerks me away before I have a chance to brace myself for what I know is coming. Shadow explodes from Revan. The familiarity of the silence, the nothingness that takes me over for several heartbeats, strikes a chord of horror, because I know what he's doing. This is the same as the night in the Shadowwood when he obliterated the soldiers and barbarians bearing down on us. The same night he trapped their souls there, turning that safe haven into something evil. I exist in that emptiness long enough to whisper his name, not that the sound penetrates the nothingness around me. Then my vision returns abruptly, the sensation like running into a wall. I barely have time to see that not a soul stands on the other side of the portal. Every soldier gone, as if they'd never existed. Only Eidolon stands there, untouched, his face etched in shock. Then his lips stretch into a wide, crooked smile, turquoise eyes glittering with unholy delight.
Look at what you did.
His gaze slides to me.
Even you can be corrupted, if it's for her.
Revan's eyes roll back in his head, and he collapses, hitting the ground with a heavy thud. Movement from the other side of the portal has me tearing my gaze from him as Eidolon raises his glowing hands. On a guttural cry, I throw my hands up with only one thought, and the glass of Estrella's magic portal shatters. Chapter 51. Letting Go. A breathless silence hangs over the room. Shards of glass are suspended in the air like raindrops that froze in time. On a shriek, I shut off the power and drop my hands, and all the glass falls to the stone floor with a tinkling hiss. Saya makes it to Revan's side first. She looks up, signing that he's okay, just out cold. Shock is starting to take over. I'm vaguely aware of the others talking as I'm staring at Revan and going back over what happened. Mother Goddess, what he did? How fast he went so dark. He's going to add that to his heaping plate of guilt. And I shattered a portal. Estrella's secret portal. And what if Revan can't come back? Eidolon's shadows are in charge, and I can't. Cain is in my face, giving my shoulders a tiny shake.
We have to get out of here, Marin.
Another shake.
Can you do it?
Do it? I blink at him.
Make a portal?
He says. His dark brown eyes are imploring and frustrated at the same time. A portal? Reality whips through me. Eidolon saw where we were. He can't make a portal, but the bastard can shadow. We can't stay here. I glance at the ground. The remnants of the other portal are scattered all around me. Please, Goddess, let this work again. I just need incentive, right? Not having Eidolon show up while Revan is unconscious should do the trick. Lifting shaking hands, I pull my power forward again in a tingling rush of warmth. It happens at the pace of a sand slug, but the glass forms little dunes that merge until I have one pile. When I will the mass to change form, it does, turning golden and glowing with the heat, melting and molding together until new glass begins to form into a solid piece. Relief is a stomach-clenching twist when on the first try I make something usable that doesn't shatter or fall over. Thank the Goddess. Black dots dance across my vision. I pushed myself too hard, too fast. I might pass out, but at least we'll be able to get away from here. As soon as it stops glowing, I put my hand to it and picture the portal I want to go through on the other side. I grab Cain's arm to steady myself. Go, I tell the others. Fast. We're through the portal to Yolen Zag, Revan dragged by Horus and Voss together. Cain practically carrying me despite his own injuries and trying not to draw attention to ourselves, which is pretty damn impossible given our various modes of dress, all for colder weather. The bloody state of some of us and the unconscious shadow wraith who looks like King Eidolon in our midst. Cain and Pella leave the rest of us hunkered down in the temple with Revan and return fairly quickly with clothes and horses for all of us. I don't bother asking how. They manage to throw Revan over one horse's back and disguise him as a sack of supplies. By some miracle, we make our way out through the city and beyond into the desert without incident. Which means Eidolon, Quintin, and their men haven't tracked us down. Or they have, but decided not to attack. Yet. I'm thinking Bene has the most to do with that. No way would they expect us to have a devourer on our side. It'll make them rethink their strategies, at least. And then there's the issue of Revan disappearing Goddess knows how many of Tindra's soldiers. The last time he did it in the Shadowwood, he managed to take out the soldiers in the tower 20 or more leagues away. I'm guessing none of the soldiers in Wilderness were safe. Quintin, if he survived, will need to regroup. And Eidolon, well, now he knows what he's up against. But do I? Eidolon's words circle over and over in my mind. Even you can be corrupted, if it's for her. It wasn't the words entirely, but the way he said it. Almost gleeful, like he was delighted to see exactly how dark Revan is willing to go. For me, though, he was protecting all of us and probably trying to kill Eidolon, right? By the time we meet up with the Zeraphate at sunset 2 days after getting to Arid, Revan is awake. And himself, thank the goddesses. He was shadow when he passed out, so we weren't sure. After a single groggy blink, I got a single surge of gut-curdling guilt down the line of our connection before he came to enough to shut me off again. Since then, he's been shaky, silent, and set apart from us, even more than before. I hate it. I hate that he's hurting. I hate that there's nothing I can do to help him. I hate that he can't let me try anyway. And that I understand why. Being understanding sucks. No wonder Pella is always so grumpy as an empath. Just for added fun for me, Revan also still has anger radiating off him like a mirage in the noon sun, all directed at me. And judging by the looks I've gotten from Cain, for once those two are on the same side. They're both mad at me for risking myself to help him. All of this to say that as we come into the camp, every single one of us is hot, sweaty, exhausted, and in a piss-poor mood. The Zeraphate camp is bustling when we reach it, having just settled after traveling through the heat of the day, still sticking to that pattern of evasive daytime traveling. As I dismount, I see Revan, under the cover of the chaos of greetings stirred up by our arrival, stalk off by himself. I try not to watch, but I do anyway, until he's out of sight. When I look away, it's to find Cain staring at me over the back of his horse. Not at me, at the cuff on my wrist. A flicker of happiness crosses his features, but then he glances up to catch me watching and schools it. I don't bother to hide a long sigh. All I want is to get a tent and be alone for a while. "You're here!" Vita's cry is a welcome distraction. She runs my way and throws her arms around me. I guess I'm getting used to how much she likes to hug because I don't even stiffen, just hug her back. "You okay?" she asks. I nod, then start digging through my saddlebags. "I have something for you." I produce her shears. On a sheer stroke of luck, I had given them to Saya, who had them in her pocket when we came through the portal. Vita gives a small squeal of delight. "You remembered?" Which makes me smile. At least someone is happy. She hugs them to her chest, and then her eyes light up as she looks over my shoulder. "Oh my goddess, Hawken!" She runs to him, though she's careful not to touch. A happy reunion, if the small crack of a smile he gives is any indication.
My son has returned.
The Zeref booms as he appears from around the side of a tent. None of us are in a talkative mood, and maybe Cain's father can see that, because after clasping hands with Cain and nodding at Pella, rather than demanding details, he takes one look at the rest of us and says,
Bathe, eat, rest. We'll leave in the morning after sunrise. We can talk before we break camp in the morning.
We should be going to the next Dominion in the morning, not continuing on with the Zeraphate. Eidolon could be closing in on another amulet as we sleep. Zareth Canis blocks my path before I can leave.
Your, Oma arrived.
It's probably the stress, but I can't stop from huffing a laugh, and then blink in surprise as the Zareth offers a genuine, if rueful, grin. I glance around. Is she making herself useful?
That's one way of putting it.
He harumps.
Your sister is now housed right beside my tent.
I'm pretty sure he wouldn't appreciate me laughing about that, which would probably come out as sarcastic anyway, so I nod. I'd better check on them both. Canis nods, and no one, not even Cain, stops me. Sure enough, they've set Tabra up right in the center of the camp, a lone tent with a wide moat of sand surrounding it. All the other tents, including the Zerefs, are a good distance away, but this is much better.
Marin,
a voice calls out before I go inside. Horus hurries toward me. Eyebrows raised, I wait for him. Do you need something? He hitches his chin at the tent.
You shouldn't go in there.
It's daylight. Tabor should be okay to visit for now. He looks at me in question. The Zarifa told me Tabra is more herself in the daylight. He still looks dubious, though, as I say. Oculus will probably be in there, and there are guards. I wave at the wanderers standing on either side of the opening. Horus doesn't even spare them a glance.
I'd feel better if you let me check first. You go clean up, and I'll come find you.
Does he think I'm reckless, too, after helping Revan? I'm doing the best I can. I can't ask you to.
You didn't ask. I offered.
He must catch my hesitation because he shuffles his feet.
I couldn't protect my own sister, my only family, and I lost my honor and my place in my Zeraphate, and in this world all the same. Let me serve you. Let me regain my honor at your side.
I know what he's asking. Picturing the rips in his coat after he protected me from the blood bear in Tindra, part of me doesn't want to accept the offer because it means he is tying his life to mine, the same way mine is tied to Tabra's, as a sacrifice. A flash of a horse-sized sandy form tells me Bene is overhead, watching, reminding me I already have a devourer as a protector. Except Bene's not here for me. He's here for his goddess. Besides, Horus has been a true friend. This is his choice, which I will respect. For that reason alone, I give a small, jerking nod and use words Oma taught me. It would esteem me greatly. Horus's chin lifts, eyes crinkling and a pride radiating from him I haven't seen before.
I'll come get you. Want to know it's safe.
He flicks a glance toward the camp. I turn away from the tent and head to my room inside the Zeref's tent, only to stop cold, still holding the door open. Revan is here. He's standing alone in the center of the space. When did he circle around this way? We stare at each other. For once, I have no idea what to say.
You shouldn't have.
I cut him off. I know. I thought because you reached for me in wilderness and it seemed to help, I grimace. I know now. He settles back into an uncompromising stance, feet planted wide, arms crossed. The shadows inside me feel like nothing.
Ed.
He cuts off.
He was right.
I slash a hand through the air. No, he's trying to get into your head, into all of our heads. Don't believe.
It was so easy.
It feels like everything around me, inside me, goes dead still. I don't want to know, do I? I swallow. Easy?
To let his shadows do that.
Wait. You weren't fighting them? His expression is torn.
I didn't want to stop them.
My gasp fills the whole of silence.
The soldiers were coming.
Revan continues.
Eidolon was coming. And you were there.
For her. Eidolon's words echo in my mind. But what the king doesn't know is that I'd also burned down the world for Revan. Corrupted. That's what Eidolon said. Because of me. If he hadn't passed out, would he even have regained control? I reach out a hand, but he leans back, so I drop it. So, we need to figure out if I can actually do anything. You need help.
I don't deserve it.
Stop! It comes out harsh and frustrated and scared. Just stop it. You showed me your heart the day you showed me the vanished. You save people. That is the core of who you are, no matter the evil you come from or that you contain. You deserve to be helped. His jaw works. He holds up a hand, ticking off on his fingers the words he's now throwing at me like weapons.
I could kill the vanished as easily as I saved them. I'm not sure what I did to Trizold. I wiped out those soldiers at the temple. Again. Even knowing what that means. Fuck, Marin. Those souls are trapped now because of me. Their deaths are on my hands. That temple will be...
He cuts himself off, and I can see the guilt working under his features, and it's killing me.
Marin?
A voice calls into my room. Horus. I almost forgot that he was going to come for me. Chapter 52. Oclus's Story. Horus is waiting outside my door. Is he paler, or is it a trick of the sun that is starting to lower in the skies? Oh, goddess. Is Tabra...
There is no change.
I balance somewhere between relief she isn't dead and disappointment that she isn't improved. I'd hoped, with both Oclus and now Oma tending to her, that maybe... I follow Horus across the open expanse of sand between the tents, the vanished, who have been moved too, sleep in, and Tabra's at the center. Revan comes with us, sending surprise rippling through me. Horus draws back the flap, and we duck inside. Oclus is there, kneeling beside my sister, who lies still on the ground. She wipes at her face with a cool cloth. Her expression is controlled, but I can see the love in every single touch. Oma is standing off to the side. My last thought about her was that she might have been the one who betrayed our location in Wilderness. But as soon as I see her face, I know that she can't be the traitor. Her information must have made it to the traitor when she arrived in the Zeraphate. As soon as she sees my face, she scowls. An expression so familiar, I actually relax. Now I'm nostalgic for her scowls? That's messed up. She also puts herself between us and Tabra. No, not us. Between Revan and Tabra. She eyes him up and down at her imperious best.
So you're the shadow wraith Marin told me of.
I have no idea what Revan does, because he's standing behind me, but I do see the way Oma takes a tiny step back.
So, you're the woman who raised her.
He replies softly. I know that tone. I'm not surprised when Oma actually swallows.
I did the best I could. Uh-huh.
Every doubt and accusation lives in that one sound. Leaving them to square off, I check on Tabra, who seems to be sleeping peacefully. She's still chained to the ground, but Oculus has made her comfortable with soft cloth around the shackles to protect her skin, extra pillows, and a thicker pallet to sleep on. I want to believe that Tabra looks a little better, but I would be fooling myself. I won't wake her. Not when she's sleeping so soundly. I know we can't stay long. It'll be dark soon and not as safe, but I can take a moment to just be with her. I look up at Oculus and pat the floor at my side. After a small hesitation, she joins me and we both watch my sister sleep. Will you tell me about the two of you? I ask. Given the way she stills, she probably thinks the question came out of nowhere, but I've wondered for a long time. Oculus draws a pattern in the sand with her fingertip. I knew I loved Tabra when I was 12. Blinking, I stare at her. Tabra hasn't even admitted the true status of their relationship to me yet. Oculus has never openly acknowledged it either. 12? She nods, not looking at me. When I was 10, I was brought to the palace by my mother, who served the queen until her death. Why arid? Mother had a disease in her chest, like she was drowning, and the dry air here was supposed to help. Though I grew up in a small village my entire life, my mother had served the queen in Tropicus. We rarely saw her in those days. When she got sick, that Domina sent her here. Mother brought me because I was finally old enough to learn her skills. I remember that much. Oculus was given to Tabra, and therefore me at the time. Grandmother felt that she'd grow with us. I even remember her mother, also a redhead, who would often come show Oculus how to do things. It's hard to imagine, but Oculus was even quieter then, with big, fear-filled eyes and freckles that stood out in stark relief against her pale skin. You reminded me of a timid ghost. She huffs a small laugh. I was scared of everyone and everything. This place and the palace were so different from my village, and because I was assigned to the princess my first day, the other servants resented me. I remember Tabra hating that. She was worried for you. She blinks at me. She knew? We both did. I grimace. She tried to fix it once, talked to the woman who headed the servants at the time, but it only seemed to make it worse for you. Oculus nods. So what happened with you and Tabra? I was doing Tabra's makeup. By then, I'd started to figure out there were two of you. I smile, laying my cheek against my knees. She goes back to tracing the sand. I dropped an expensive tin of gold dust, and it broke on the marble floor. One of the other girls got so angry she tried to hit me. I straighten. Who? I'll kick them out of the palace as soon as this is over. It doesn't matter. Oculus's smile is the closest to self-satisfied I think she's ever shown in my presence. She's gone now. Tabra jumped between us so that she was the one who took the hit. I whip a startled gaze to my sister. She's still sleeping, though, and Oculus chuckles. I've never seen your sister, even when it was you pretending to be her, so angry. She was only 12, and the other girl was 15 and quite tall. But Tabra backed her into a corner using the softest, scariest voice. Oculus smiles to herself, gaze going hazy, clearly lost in the memory. I didn't know she could sound like that, like a little angry buzzing bee. I haven't heard it since. I can't even picture it. She shrugs. That girl was dismissed from the palace. None of the other servants ever bothered me again, but the fact that Tabra would put herself between me and harm, for a servant, a nobody, I knew I'd love her the rest of my life. I give a hum of contentment. That's how love should be. At the same time, a deep sadness wells up that I didn't know this before. My sister and my friend have had this secret life that I only flitted in and out of, oblivious most of the time. I wish... No, it's too late for wishing, which changes nothing. I can only change how I go forward. Did Tabra feel the same? Oculus hesitates. I don't know when she fell in love with me. I didn't let myself show her my feelings for years, or ever believe she could feel the same. But on your 16th birthday, I was getting her ready for the name day celebration. The other servants had left the room on her order as I finished her hair. When I was done, she placed her hands on my face. Oculus reaches up to touch her cheeks, which flush deep red. She said, "Someday, I hope you'll let me kiss you, because I really want to." My heart stutters in my chest. My sister being so bold and so... Phew! If Revan did that to me right now... Wow. Yeah, Oculus whispers. Wow. I look across at Tabra, or what's left of her. Even hollowed out and sallow, her face is so peaceful in sleep. A desperate wish to wake her and get her side of the story, learn when she fell in love with Oculus and how she dared to approach her, all of it washes over me. But I don't. Maybe another time. I'll take care of her. Oculus reaches over and takes my hand. I'll put myself between her and harm. Always. I squeeze her hand. I wouldn't trust her with anyone else. The words aren't even out of my mouth when a subtle movement crosses Tabra's face. A familiar ripple. One I've seen cross the face of someone I love more times than I care to count. Which is when the thing inside my sister smiles. Mother Goddess! I scramble back in a flailing of arms, trying to drag Oculus with me. I don't stop until I hit Revan's feet. It can't be. I reach behind me to grip Revan's ankle. Did you see that? I catch the stricken expression tightening Revan's features. See what? Oma demands, peering down at my sister from where she's standing on Tabra's other side, like she's expecting a saw-scaled basilisk to slither out from under Tabra's palate. But I'm already on my feet, grabbing Revan's arms. Did you see it? His eyes go flat like dark pools of moonless midnight as he stares at Tabra.
I wasn't sure what I pulled out of Trizold.
I frown. What is he talking about? That thing that floated away? He doesn't answer. I picture that moment in Wilderness, Revan struggling so hard with that rope before it finally gave way, followed by the shapeless form of darkness that floated to the top of the room before dissipating, right before Estrella gave us Trizold's amulet. Was that? I glance at Revan, the question on my tongue, but his expression is so dark I know whatever answer he gives me will be bad.
I know what Eidolon poisoned her with.
Chapter 53. Draw the poison out. What poison? Oculus demands when neither of us speaks. Can you fix it? The blood leaves my head so fast I think I'm going to faint. I train my gaze on Tabra, who is still sleeping. I know what I saw. I know it. A face. His face. That can only mean one thing. I take a shuddering breath. Is it?
Yes.
Son of a viper. I can't fix this, but Revan might be able to. Except we were just talking about how his control is hanging on by a rapidly unwinding thread. What I'd be asking him to do is huge. Do we even have a choice, though? Revan, can you... I trail off. I can't even get it out. A muscle ticks at the side of his eye. Kenny, what? What aren't you telling me? Oculus demands, climbing to her feet. What's wrong with her?
A shadow,
Revan says, his voice dangerously low.
Eidolon poisoned her with a shadow. And he did the same thing to King Trizold.
I frown. I'm not so sure it's a shadow. Not if Revan took them all. Eidolon wouldn't be after him if there were spare shadows hanging around.
Leave the room,
Revan growls.
all of you.
Oma reacts at the same time as me. The hells you say? We both snap. Revan slashes me a glittering look.
Goddess damn it, Marin.
I tip my chin up. This is non-negotiable. She's my sister, and you're my... I pause, swallowing hard. I'm not leaving. He glares at me, and I glare right back.
Horus.
Revan takes me by the shoulders, backing me up across the room. He positions me beside the Wanderer as close to the door as he can put me, without backing me out of the tent completely.
Be ready to get her out of here. Knock her out, if you have to. The others are on their own, but watch them.
Horus nods once.
You have my word.
Hey, I say to him. As my guard, he should only be obeying my orders now.
My duty is to your safety, Domina,
He replies.
His order aligns with that duty.
Revan stalks back over to Tabra, ignoring Oma, who shakes her head but doesn't dare try to stop him. Back turned to me, he sucks in a breath and brings his power forward, purple light filling the tent. I wrap a hand around my amulet. Please don't let this end in disaster. He holds out one hand toward Tabra, then nothing. Absolutely nothing. I shift on my feet. What's happening? He hunches over her.
7 hells. I feel it. It moved at the sound of your voice, Marin.
He drops to his knees, peering closer.
It's buried inside her, like a tick dug under the skin.
Oma makes the sign of the sun over her heart. I've never once seen her pray or show any kind of faith until this moment. He puts his hands on either side of Tabra's face, and she opens her eyes, staring back at him, utterly trusting. Revan leans in and whispers something in her ear. Tabra's peaceful expression flickers. No, the face inside her flickers. And I'm pretty sure it smiles at Revan like it did at me. Taunting. Revan's posture changes, morphing to something of pure, determined concentration. Leaning back slightly, he holds his hand above her heart and wraps it in a fist around something I can't see, then yanks hard. Without warning, Tabra's head flings back, chest arched into the air, and her eyes and mouth open on a silent scream, agony visibly gripping her body. Tabra! Oculus surges toward her. Oma snags her by the arm, keeping her back.
Don't. Let him do this.
Revan jerks forward, the thing inside her fighting him. He places one hand on the ground beside her and stares into eyes gone soulless as he continues to pull with the other hand. Darkness pulses in the tent. The flames in the brazier flicker before going out, leaving only the light from his hands. Revan growls and yanks again, and suddenly I can see it. The thing in his grasp writhes and fights, which is when I realize that this isn't like a snake he can pull out of a hole. This thing is like a poison, like roots of a tree spreading throughout her. I can't look away. He pulls harder, shaking with the effort of it like he did with Trizold, and there's a shift of movement under his own clothes, then another, and another, and my scars buzz with awareness. The shadows inside Revan. Sandrat opportunists. He doesn't stop. An eerie wail pours from Tabra's lips, and her body starts to convulse, the thrashing of her arms and legs pulling at the chains with metallic clanks. "He's killing her!" Aklis cries out, straining against Oma's hold, and my great aunt drags her over to us. "Horus!" I point without taking my eyes from what Revan is doing. Horus wraps his arms around Aklis, not letting her loose as Revan fights the thing inside Tabra, and she screams and screams and screams. Aklis claps her hands over her ears. My blood runs cold despite the desert heat. What if he is killing her? What if he loses himself in the process? But she's dead if we don't try. I tell myself that over and over as sweat breaks out over Revan's exposed skin and soaks the back of his shirt. The shadow inside her is too dug in, too strong. No, I'm not losing either of them tonight. We've dealt with too many blows, and I'm not doing this. Not another blow. The burn of anger flares inside me. "Get out of her!" I shout, willing the darkness to weaken. Revan suddenly gains ground, and for a painfully hopeful moment, I think he's got it by the tail. Then, with an abruptness that grates at me, Tabra goes silent, leaving the room still, all of us holding our breath. Her eyes snap open, and she smiles at Revan. A foul expression crosses her face, an exact copy of my face, and twists it into something unrecognizable. "I'm no shadow. I'm the dead." I should have known. A ghost. Another one of Eidolon's? Like the one who told me about the king taking souls out of the burning lands. Is this what the king is doing with them? Possessing people? The ghost sneers. "Your maker pulled me from the depths of the hells. You, young shadow wraith, are not strong enough to do the same." That's not Tabra speaking. That's Eidolon, or rather an old layer of him, and not a shadow that Revan missed. This is another ghost, like the one I talked to. The thing inside Tabra chuckles at our stunned expressions. "He promised me he'd give me another lifetime in another body if I did his bidding inside this one." My skin goes tight everywhere. The shock like bugs crawling all over me. Eidolon did that? Holy terror. Did Revan know that was possible? "I know you can't put me back where you found me." The ghost taunts Revan with a sneer. "And you can't let me go. You don't want one of us walking the lands, loosed from the hells, even in the form of darkness." Revan rears back like the thing hit him, but then centers. "You can't have her." "Even if you could get me out, you have nowhere to put me." Revan glances at me, and my heart drops to the soles of my feet because I know what he's thinking. He says nothing as he faces my sister. The shadows inside me pull in tight, as though readying themselves for something big. Then Revan smiles.
"You're wrong."
Then he puts his mouth over Tabra's, not touching, just hovering, and draws in sharply. The thing inside her sets to screaming again, and Tabra's eyes go wide, bulging from her skull before they roll back, her body going limp. But the screaming goes on and on and on as Revan tries to swallow the evil from inside her into himself. I drop to my knees, my hand over my mouth as I watch in horror. Tabra gives one final wail, and Revan snarls, pressing his mouth to hers hard. Darkness bleeds into the room, tendrils stretching up the tent walls and across the floor all around us. Then with jarring abruptness, the darkness dissolves, and everything stops. Revan drops to the ground and rolls to his back, chest heaving. Chapter 54. Revulsion. Revan swallowed that thing. Another form of Eidolon. A ghost that has already lived life as a man is inside Revan now, joining all the shadows. I can't move. can't speak. It's like I'm one with Tindra's icebergs right here in the desert. Like every bit of warmth just got sucked out of me the way that ghost was sucked out of Tabra. Horus releases Oclus and strides over to me. I'm vaguely aware of the way he's watching me closely. I swallow, staring at Revan, unable to look away. I'd thought he'd pull the shadow out like he did with Trezold. But of course it makes sense that he'd swallow it since he's already a vessel for evil. What's one more? I know that's what he was thinking. What a self-sacrificing, really bloody stupid thing to do. Revan, I whisper.
Don't worry, Princess. I'm okay.
Breath punches from me at the stupid nickname. Thank the goddesses. Every one of them. Well, maybe not Wilderness or Tindra. Marin? Tabra's voice is barely audible. She's cradled in Oclus's arms, too weak to even lift her head. But her amber eyes, like mine, seem to hold more color already. Horus lights the brazier, and in the glow I can see how the color of her skin seems healthier too. Pinker. But unlike with Trezold, she doesn't change beyond that. She is still pale, the bruises under her eyes still shocking, her frame still skeletal. But she's herself. I drop to my knees in front of her. A sob wells up from within me and I can't hold it back. Surging forward, I wrap my arms around her, though I'm still careful to be gentle. It's like holding a broken baby bird. Thank the goddess, I whisper into her hair. My sister isn't going to die. I haven't lost her. I look at Revan, who I'm still mad at for swallowing that thing, but thank you. After a second, his gaze softens, and he gives a small nod before standing. What happened? Tabra's voice is still thready. I sit back, brushing the limp strands of hair out of her face. You were possessed, sissy, by a ghost, but you'll be okay now. Tabra stares at me, then slides her gaze slowly to Oclus. Tears silently streak down her friend's face. Don't cry, Tabra whispers. If Marin says I will be okay, then I will. To hold back another sob, I bite down on the inside of my cheek so hard I draw blood, the taste of it metallic in my mouth. Together, after we unchain her, Oclus and I explain everything. Then we sit, the three of us, for the longest time, quietly. Eventually, Revan moves to stand behind me. I think maybe he even touches my hair, though he doesn't say a word. He doesn't have to. Closing my eyes, I gather the strength to move out from under that touch, from the silent support that is all he can allow himself to offer, and do what has to happen next. I would stay here with Tabra for the rest of the night, but I meant what I said. She'll be okay. I'll have plenty of time with her. My sister is going to live. We have 2 amulets, we have Eidolon's shadows, and now one of his ghosts. And we know more than we ever have, thanks in part to another of his ghosts and a devourer. What is my life? Chaos aside, we're not moving fast enough. Given the way Eidolon showed up in Remoral, it's time for something more drastic. And the king's ghosts have given me an idea. Chapter 55. Unexpected Allies. Oma and Horus follow Revan and me out, leaving Oclus with Tabra. After all that, Oma doesn't look like the woman I've known all my life. She looks small and scared. Welcome to my world. What Revan is, what he does, is terrifying. What we just witnessed was terrifying. If Eidolon can possess people with his ghosts, that's terrifying too. We need to get ahead of the king, and without meaning to, Trezold's story and the ghosts of Eidolon showed me a possible way to do it. I take Revan and Oma to the Zaref's tent and send Horus to gather the others. I hate doing this to them when we've already been through so much and need rest, but it can't wait. What happened? Pella demands as she enters the space. The thing inside Tabra happened? Voss sighs.
Just one night of peace would have been nice, Marin.
But even as he says it, he claps a hand on Revan's shoulder.
You okay?
He asks in a low aside. Revan nods.
Are we all going to stand around staring, or is someone going to explain?
Canis snaps. He wasn't thrilled by my insisting we wait for everyone else. We fill them in. When we're done, no one speaks.
Well, that explains a lot,
Oma murmurs. Explains what? I ask.
That explains what I was seeing.
Oma shakes her head, every single one of her 70-some-odd years etched in her face.
I only used my power on your sister once, and that was all I needed.
I stare at her. Oma is a soul in Fernai. Tabor is too, though the specifics are still in question, but Oma's version is the ability to see what afterlife a person's soul will be sent to. She's never told me what she sees, not even my own future. Oma clasps her hands in front of her.
Tabor's soul was destined for the Illusian heavens, but...
Her expression darkens, and she becomes the hard woman I've known all my life.
When I arrived here, I saw a different fate. I saw a soul meant to be in the 7th circle of the hells. That can't be good,
Canis mutters, voice as dire as I've heard from him. The breath gets trapped in my chest. The 7th circle is for the worst of all humanity. Rapists, murderers, child abusers, committers of genocide, people with souls so foul they can never be redeemed. The 7th hell, that's where some of Eidolon's incarnations have gone? That's what he put in my sister? Is the one I talked to in the desert, the one still on the loose somewhere, also one of those? I'm guessing not, but what about the ghost inside Trizolde? Oh, holy hells and damnation. Was there a soul trying to get inside me all those months with Eidolon? Am I carrying it already without knowing? Is that why the shadows are doing weird things around me? We need answers, and we need them now. There's only one thing I can think to try, a place I can go for those answers, and it's probably the worst idea I've had yet. I need to go to the land of eternal death. If Oma's words filled the room with thick dread, mine sent a crackle of anger through it.
No,
Revan snaps.
Have you lost your goddess-loving mind?
Cain shouts at the same time.
You can't go there.
There. The land of eternal death is the burning land of souls in Arid. I'm well aware no one in their right mind would want to go. I take a deep breath. Eidolon knows too much that we don't yet. Why the goddesses were trapped, where the other amulets are, why he's doing what he's doing, how to stop people from being possessed by his souls, how to stop him. Voss crosses his arms.
That doesn't mean we send anyone off to get possessed like Trizolde and Tabra.
Tabra wasn't possessed there, I point out. And for all we know, Eidolon put the soul in Trizolde a long time ago.
You don't know that,
Horus says.
You weren't there when either happened.
Fair point. I grit my teeth. We need to stop reacting and guessing, or we'll never get ahead of this. We need to know everything. Cain's face is a storm cloud.
No, we stick to the plan and get the other amulets.
I throw my hands in the air. We don't even know where they are. What happens if we manage to get to the remaining sovereigns and they have no idea what we're talking about? Or if Eidolon already got to them and they're possessed too? Revan says nothing, but he doesn't have to. Whether he believes I'm right or not, his stark rejection of this idea beats through my scar.
That doesn't mean we risk you going there.
Cain argues. We don't have time to debate this, I say. He's escalating. He's never tried to marry an Iridian queen. Revan took his immortality. We took Tabra and the last chance he has to do whatever it is he's trying to do with the goddesses. He's putting ghosts into people for goddesses' sake. And he's desperate. He also keeps finding us. We need to get ahead of him. Cain snaps his mouth shut. Marin is right. I startle at the words because they come from Pella. By the set of her lips, she's not thrilled to be speaking up for me. We need more answers than we've got, and faster. We might be able to find them there.
I agree.
Oma chimes in. Well, hells. If she and Pella are the only ones taking my side, Maybe I need to reconsider the plan. Even as I think that, though, I reject it. Oma and Pella agreeing with me just tells me how horribly right I am. Chapter 56. The Sleeper Among Us. I'm still with the Zeraphate 3 days later. We've moved every single day, trying to stay out of Eidolon's net, and Tabra isn't getting visibly better. 3 days and nights of quietly worrying over my sister. She's still herself, but I would have expected more progress. Any progress, really? Part of me, a part I haven't shared with anyone else yet, worries that Revan didn't get it all out. Is it possible to leave part of a ghost behind? This is why, even after a long, face-meltingly hot ride under the brutal sun, instead of dragging, I'm practically bouncing in my saddle. Pent-up frustration and impatience will do that. I've been avoiding my friends since we stopped for the night because I knew if I didn't, I'd start arguing with them again. We've spent 3 days in a standoff. Half of us agree, and half are trying to come up with a different plan. Tonight, we need to make a decision. Do something, damn it. Needing to bleed off some of my irritation as I go over and over my arguments in my head, I grab a satchel and head out to one of the wells Cain made earlier when we stopped. It's the first thing he does at each new camp. The horses are always watered first. Always. Without them, a Zeraphate faces almost certain death. I went out after him and built up sand walls around the holes to make it easier to draw the water out. I don't actually need more water, but sitting in my room stewing is only making me crankier. The fading heat of the day rises from the sand even as the cool of the night air caresses my sweat-caked skin. The ground gives way with a soft hiss as I plod along. But tonight, not even the familiar scents of sand and the Zeraphate are all that comforting. I reach the well out in the dunes designated for the vanished when I hear Vita's voice. "Marin?" I glance over my shoulder as she tops the rise nearest me, a sealable leather satchel in her hands. I'm not exactly in a mood to deal with anyone, so I turn my back on her. "I'm not the best company right now, Vita." "You shouldn't be alone out here." I sigh. I guess coming up with an idea that could get me killed makes everyone else believe that I've also lost every instinct for self-preservation. Besides, Bene is circling overhead, as if the devourer would let his goddess wander off while she's around my neck. After that encounter with Eidolon, he's gotten as bad as Revan and Horus about keeping tabs on me. I'm fine. Vita leans a hip against my wall around the well anyway and watches, satchel clutched to her stomach, as I lower mine on the rope someone provided. The silence drags on, scraping along my nerves like brushing against a mammillaria cactus. I hate being at odds with friends. To break the awkwardness, I ask, "With all this moving around, have you been able to be in contact with your family?" She doesn't answer. I glance at her. "I'm sorry. Is it hard to be so far from them?" Her answering smile looks like her usual brand of cheerful, but something feels off about it. I can't pin down what. "I'm used to it now," she says slowly, almost carefully. "I don't mind not seeing my mother so much. I'm one of 10, so she was always busy. As the oldest, I was mostly seen as an extra pair of hands more than a child. My father, though..." Her lips tilt as her gaze drifts clearly visiting memories. "I was his little girl. His angel." "That's cute." Another smile, then a huff of a chuckle. "He had the greatest laugh. Big and loud, and his belly would jiggle with it. I miss that sound. And the sound of my youngest sister singing. She is the angel with a voice like that. Although hearing her over my brother's constant bickering was a challenge." She shakes her head. "I swear they can fight over the silliest things. The last time I saw them, Lefwin was angry because Torkel smiled crooked at him." I chuckle. Brothers are something I'll never have. Cain comes closest, or he did when we were kids. Now with very adult feelings on his side, things change, I guess. "That's not even the worst example." Her own amusement fades slowly. "But to answer your question, no. I haven't talked to them in a while." I glance over her shoulder. off into the dunes. I used to hate it when I went too long without seeing Tabra. Kane, too. He's also family, just as strong, but in a different way. She nods. I miss them every day, and I worry about them. But everything I do is to keep them safe. So I have that to hold on to. I'm sorry you have to be apart at all. She gives a little sigh. I knew that if anyone could understand, it would be you. Heat surges in my cheeks. I'm not used to being the sister with the compassion. That's Tabra's strength. We fall back into silence as I hoist my water up from the well. You know, we love you and are just worried about you, don't you? My hands pause on the rope, the weight of the full satchel dragging at me. Until recently, declarations of love have been far and few between for me. I know. I mumble, then keep hauling. You don't have to do everything yourself. Or alone. I hitch the satchel over the side of the well and let the weight pull me down to drop it on the ground where I tie it off. I'm the queen. No, you're not, she says. Tabra is. Which makes me expendable again. Yet another reason for me to be the one to go do this. I know you're worried that she's not improving much. Isn't that even more reason not to go to the Burning Lands yourself? The arguments have changed recently from not going at all to sending someone else. I repeat the same point I've told to every other person. Only royalty can enter and be able to find their way out. That's just a legend. We don't know for sure. Yes, but since we have a royal to do the deed, let's not test the theory. Revan can't go. The shadows in that land, that's the last place he should be. The Zareth, I shake my head. He's a high-ranked leader, the ruler of his people, but not royal. I close my eyes. I'm so tired of fighting this. Fighting my friends. I understand a little better now why Oma was as harsh as she was with me. This existence, as a decoy and bodyguard and sometimes ruler, the decisions I'm being forced to make are all impossible. What I'm not showing any of them is that I am terrified by this entire prospect. So much that I've been shaking a little every time I think about it, driving my horse to twitching by gripping my reins tight to stop my hands from visibly trembling. If the others knew that, it would just add to their arguments against my going. For the first time, I'm happy Revan has cut off our connection. Oma could go, Vita points out. She's lived a long life. I've already thought of that. So has Oma. I breathe out, breathe in, and open my eyes to find Vita's face a study of concern. She's coming with me. Not only that, but Oma wants to take Tabra. Something about asking about what that ghost did to her. Her eyebrows shoot up and she blinks. Oh, okay. I thought I was going to have to push harder. Yeah. I haven't told Revan or the others yet either, mostly because I haven't had a chance. Oma decided today and talked to me about it while we rode here. She's been hesitant because apparently the one and only time my grandmother tried it, it didn't go so well. Beyond saying grandmother got lost, she didn't give me details. She clearly made it out, though. Oma will go in first, but if she doesn't come out, I'm going in after her. We're taking Tabra with us. I will Vita to agree with me. One more person on my side would be nice. Wow, you really are determined to do this. An odd note rings in Vita's voice, and I frown. If you're not taking Tabra, why not send her in if Oma fails? Frustration makes me breathe through my nose. This is why I avoided everyone today. Because Tabra is queen, while I am and always have been the sister to be sacrificed. Her chin juts forward. Not to us, you aren't? Oh. I look at my feet. My frustration bleeding away as I try to contain the sudden wellspring of burning at the back of my eyes. That's the second time today she's made me feel valued, loved. Dearest. Vita wraps her arms around me. She's such a hugger. I let my chin rest on her shoulder. I guess I'm not used to mattering, I say, trying to huff out a laugh, make it a joke. It sounds more pathetic than anything, though. Poor, pitiful princess. You matter more than you think, she murmurs. Then, softer yet, something that sounds like, Goddess, forgive me for this. I frown. What? I catch a distinctive scrape of metal on leather, the sound of a blade being unsheathed. On a gasp, I go to yank away, but her arm around me tightens like a vice. Her face spasms. I'm sorry. Chapter 57. Out of my hands. Cain and I used to wrestle when we were kids. It wasn't just play, it was training to fight. The Wanderers are skilled at hand-to-hand combat and learn from a young age. Cain taught me some moves. Which is why, despite the shock that this is happening, when Vita goes to plunge the weapon into my body, I block her with both my hands. Then I grab her wrist. In a twisting move that breaks her hold on my neck, I spin so my back is to her, her arm yanked above my head. Then I roll, careful to avoid the pointy end of the blade. No, not a blade. I recognize on an extra step of shock. The sewing shears I brought her. Only Vita is quick, too. In a flash, she's on her feet and facing me. As if she has been trained. She's a seamstress. How is this possible? Rather than go at me with the shears again, she snatches at the amulet swinging from my neck, wrapping her fist around it and whipping me violently by the chain, which by some miracle doesn't snap. I trip and end up on my back on the ground, the breath leaving my body in a painful oomph. Vita straddles my chest, her knees on my wrists pinning me to the ground. I kick and thrash and buck, but I can't dislodge her. I'm sorry. She keeps saying that. She's sorry, but she raises her weapon anyway. Why are you doing this? This isn't her. Maybe she's possessed like Tabra was. Her hand wobbles, so does her chin. I have no choice. He has my family. Her family. Oh, Goddess. Her family who we were just talking about. Her father with his jiggling belly, and her sister who sings, and her bickering brothers. My mind splinters with 1,000 questions. There's only one he that she could be talking about. Eidolon. When did he take them? How long has she been under his thumb? Why does he want me dead now? I'm so sorry. She sobs the words, then yanks on the amulet and at the same time strikes. Thinking I can knock her away with sand, I pull my power forward so hard, the telltale whistle of sound doesn't register until there's an arrow protruding from Vita's shoulder. On a grunt of stunned pain, she drops her shears. I have to lurch to the side to avoid them hitting my face, and my movement finally tumbles her to the ground. Before I can begin to absorb what just happened, Horus is pushing her legs off me and trying to drag me away. In the same instant, Bene lands on a dune nearby beside Oma and Tabra. When did they get here? I only let Horus take me so far away before I'm struggling to get up. Vita, I say, stumbling back to her. Tell me what you know. She blinks as if trying to wake herself from a nightmare. She pushes herself to kneeling and stares at the arrow protruding from her body. Where Horus shot her shouldn't kill her. All he did was stop her. I had orders, she whispers. Kill you. Get Ered's amulet. Eidolon knows I have Ered's amulet. How? Well, he'd know that the rulers of the dominions were given them. He'd also know that Trezold's ancestors buried the Wildernessian one. I don't think he'd assume any of the current rulers are lugging them around. He didn't seem to be aware of mine when I left the palace. I can't be sure of that, of course, but wouldn't he have taken it from me if he'd known? Dread makes my stomach plummet. He didn't know when I was in the palace, but he knows now because she told him. Silent tears make tracks through a fine dusting of sand covering her face. She doesn't look up, doesn't look at me. Even from here, I can see the way her entire body starts to quiver. I had no choice. My heart is breaking, cracking like the walls around my dominion. Why didn't you come to me? To Revan or Voss, anyone? We would have helped you. Finally, she lifts her head. It's not me she looks at, but Horus, who has another arrow nocked and trained on her. "Help my family," she whispers to him, pleads. Then she snatches the shears from the sand and runs straight at me. Horus doesn't hesitate. I barely register the sound of the loosed arrow before it's sticking out of her chest. A kill shot this time. "No!" I think I scream. Everything inside me goes blank at the sight of blood gurgling out of her mouth as she drops to her knees. "I'm sorry," she whispers, then flops forward, the life draining from her body. I scramble over to her, but somehow Horus beats me. With almost frantic hands, he pulls her onto his lap and wraps his arms around her. Head bowed, he murmurs prayers I've only heard at a distance growing up around the Wanderers. I fall back onto my ass in the sand and slip my hand into her limp one. My heart waits for her to squeeze it back, but she doesn't. Of course she doesn't. She's gone already. Mercury eyes glassy now and staring up at me.
"Damn it, Vita."
Horus's whisper is a scrape of sound.
"What did you make me do?"
He dashes away a tear before it has a chance to fall. Wanderers don't cry. That's not how they grieve. Which makes every silent sob, every heave of his shoulders that much harder to bear. A gavel of my own pain and guilt. He's known her for years. Years together in the Shadowwood. Years with that cheerful smile and her insistent friendship that can win over even the most guarded person. I would know. But he still killed her. For me. To protect me. And now it's killing him. This is what the ageless king of Tindra does to people. What he turns them into, forces them to become.
"We need to go."
I jerk my head up at the sound of Oma's voice to find her standing close by holding Tabra up. My sister's sunken eyes slide from Vita to Horus, silent tears streaking down her cheeks. Oma, though, she's looking at me with the uncompromising hardness I'm all too familiar with.
"Don't cry over someone who tried to kill you, girl,"
Oma says in a voice that matches her face. I didn't realize that I'd started crying, and I swipe at my cheeks, hating that she can see my tears. She was my friend.
"She was just desperate."
Horus breathes deeply.
"Desperation is as close to depravity as a pure soul like hers can get. Trust me, I know."
I drop my gaze to Vita's face and brush her hair out of her eyes. Eyes that look shocked by her death. I would have helped her. Of course you would have. Tabra's voice is thready but sure. She's always believed I could do anything. I always thought she was silly for that kind of faith in me. Horus lays Vita gently on the ground, then whispers a final well-used prayer over her, asking the goddesses to look kindly on her soul. Oma waits for him to finish, at least, before stating what I'd already realized.
"Vita knew all of our plans."
Her words yank me unforgivably into what happens next. I don't have the luxury of mourning. Because she's right. After staying behind to take care of everyone while we went to Tindra, the Vanished voted Vita to be the representative for those from Wilderness. She's been on all the discussions since we got back. Hells. Memories pile up, the poison of suspicion leaking into each one. Vita has to be how Eidolon knew where we'd be when we went to Trizolde. I told Oma, who brought the information back to the Zeref and the Vanished, and Vita. Did her spying start before that? The soldiers who came to the Shadowwood and killed so many of the Vanished? Was she their source of information? I'm staring at her face, her dark silvery hair spread out over the sand, and suddenly I don't know it at all. Don't know her at all. And I never did. I was lulled into some sense of friendship because I craved it. And maybe she could see that, took advantage. I don't want to believe that about her. I want to believe she was my friend.
"It's likely the king is aware of our plans now, too,"
Oma points out. Her eyes are still hard and cold. She always was one to point out the ugly facts. Horace pushes to his feet.
We should assume Eidolon knows that we're going after the amulets, but he can't have heard about the burning lands yet. The Xeraphate has been on the move too much. She hasn't had time to get that message to him.
I shake my head. With ghosts of Eidolon wandering around, we can't be sure of that.
Which is why we need to leave now, Oma says. The time for debate is over. I can fly you there,
Bene says. Me in midair, with nothing but a fall to my death if I slip off? Hell's no to that. I'm in a desert full of sand. I'll make a portal. What I don't say is now, thanks to Vita, I'm questioning the Devourer's motives too. He didn't stop Vita's attack. Is that because he wants his goddess released? Eidolon would do that for him. Or try to. Doubts pummel me. What if Eidolon is waiting in the burning lands for me? What if it's a trap? Should I tell Revan? No, definitely not. He'll either stop us or insist on going too. And Revan with his tenuous control in a land of death and souls would be a disaster. Especially with goddess knows how many of Eidolon's ghosts wandering around in there.
I'll go with you,
Horace says.
No, you will not,
Oma says with all the authority of a former false queen. She hefts Tebra against her side, which tells me how much she's holding my sister up.
We are going with Marin.
Tebra's eyes snap wide open. We haven't had a chance to talk to her about Oma's idea. Me? Oh, good. Maybe she won't want to go. I glance at Oma, hopeful.
We could leave her with Horace.
Tebra's face suddenly takes on a mulish cast, chin jutting out. Is that what I look like when I get stubborn? What if it's not just royal bloodlines, but only the sovereign who is allowed to enter? There goes that hope. She's still as frail as a new bamboo reed. It's even more shocking when she's up and walking because it makes me wonder how her bones aren't snapping under the strain of staying upright. I can be helpful too, Marin. Not just some burden to be dragged around. Hells. So I'm going. This is happening. I twitch my signet ring, taking in each of them. What about everyone else?
We'll continue to move the camp, and I'll keep the peace as best I can.
Horace assures me, but there's no hiding his grimace at the last part. There will be no peace once Revan and Cain find out what I've done. They'll probably make Voss freeze me in a brick of ice the second they find me.
Oma is right,
he continues.
You don't have time to argue this with the others. Eidolon may have more spies. If he doesn't know about this plan yet, this is your only window to try.
He speaks with an urgency that I can feel like a rush under the skin.
Go. Bene will protect you.
Just up and leave? No word, no warning? What would Revan do in this situation? Actually, I don't have to ask myself that. Because if it meant protecting me, he'd go and deal with the consequences later. We may have dealt with our spy problem, but the celestial alignment is still drawing closer, which means Eidolon is too. Okay, I say. The other three look at me, then each other, and Horace nods.
I won't tell the others about this until you've had time to get away. If you make it out of the burning lands, meet us in Tropicus on the night Morta is full.
The third moon. The death moon. How fitting. Already Bene is gathering more sand into himself, his body growing larger, reforming. At the same time he shapeshifts, taking the form of a huge horse, wings outstretched to either side. Head that of a lion, his tail a serpent's slashing back and forth. No, I'm not flying on your back. I can make a portal. Oma arches a brow.
Right here, next to camp. It's dark. They'll see the glow and be here before you cobble together anything of use.
Before I can protest, she adds,
I saw what you built in Tindra.
As much as I want to bristle at the insult, she's right. Someone shoot me. Looks like flying is in my immediate future, no matter what I do. I try not to think too hard about that. After you move the Xeraphate again, split up. Revan, Cain, Voss, Saya, Pella, and Hakon. I I say to Horace. Some of you go to Savannah, and the others to Mariana, just in case I fail or in case we get lucky and they know where their amulets are. We'll all meet in Tropicus. If Eidolon is trying to lay a trap for our next move, splitting up means he'll have to pick one place to go himself. Tropicus, Mariana, or the Burning Lands. At least 2 of our groups will make it, hopefully.
You may ascend,
Bene says with a flap of his wings. He's not full size, barely big enough to fit the 3 of us. It takes effort to get Tabra on. Then Horace cups his hands to give Oma and me a boost. I'm at the front with Tabra behind me and Oma at the back. The 2 of us keeping her upright between us. Her head rests on my back like the effort to climb on left her unable to hold it up any longer. Maybe we shouldn't take her. Before I can say so, Horace backs away and bows in the traditional wanderer gesture of protection.
May the goddesses watch over you and return you to us.
I can see in the hardness of his jaw, in the way he holds his shoulders, that he's hating this even though he told me to go. He promised to protect me. Time is against us now, spilling through a broken hourglass. Goddess, guide your steps, I offer him in return. Bene must take that as a signal. He doesn't jump into the air immediately. Smart, because a devourer carrying 3 women would definitely be spotted by the Xeraphate. Instead, he runs off over the dunes. I glance over my shoulder to find Horace staring after me. With every pound of Bene's hooves, I expect Revan to appear in a swirl of shadow and stop us. But he doesn't. Not even a hint of him. I'm beyond tempted to touch my scars, to offer words of... what? What could I say that wouldn't make this harder? I'm sorry, I whisper. To him, to all our friends, and hope the shadows bring him my words eventually. Words that echo Vida's when she tried to take my life. Horace was right. Desperation is the road to depravity. Chapter 58. The One Who is Missing. The sacred tree of Arid is a few leagues away when we get our first glimpse of it from Bene's back. Not that I can see much around all his bulk. We stopped once we felt it was safe enough for Bene to grow in size, and he's huge. I didn't bother to try a portal. There'd be no point because where we're going has no sister portal waiting on the other end, unlike the temples and the Queen's Towers I've tried to get us to before. So after Bene grew to full size, we flew here. The entire goddess-forsaken distance. In the skies, high up. His large, lion-like head and mane block the wind for us, giving us the ability to talk. But they also block the view directly ahead, and I probably would have seen it sooner. Honestly, I think a view from the ground would be much more awe-inspiring. I wonder if we can see the Western Ocean from here, Tabra says. She's leaning into me, her chin propped on my shoulder. Maybe even the shores of Savannah across the channel separating our dominions? No thanks. I mean, she continues blithely, think about how high we are. I'd rather not. Are we above the walls? She asks next, raising her voice to direct the question to Bene. I've been trying to see them, but of course they don't reflect light. I groan. Tabra, can we not?
No,
Bene answers her.
I have never discovered how high they reach. Too high for me to fly over.
Which is why he had to wait for a crack in the glass to get through to try to find his heartmate. I couldn't even imagine. I tell her what he said and hope that stops her from talking about how high up stuff is anymore. In the distance, the flames of the sacred tree reach into the night, reminding me of the angry red streamers that fill the cities of Arid during Parethnia, the festival of female fertility. Golden embers drift even higher, turning into a glittering spray to compete with the blanket of stars, and yet no smoke. The huge desert willow never stops burning and is never consumed by its fire, a gift from our goddess, a miracle. We could use a few more of those. It's beautiful, I murmur. I saw it with grandmother on her 15th name day, Tabra says, but only in daylight. At night it's even more impressive. Oma clears her throat. I came with Atlas once, when we were girls. I startle a bit at the sound of grandmother's name. Oma rarely uses it. The three of us haven't talked about grandmother in general. I'm not sure what we would say. In fact, I can't think of a single time that all four of us were together in the same room. Not once. Do you miss her, Oma? Tabra asks, the wind snatching at her words. If this was Tabra and me, after a lifetime of keeping each other's secrets, I know I would miss my sister. Oma, though, she is made of harder stuff. So, for that matter, was grandmother. Lovable isn't exactly a term I associate with either one of them. Oma hesitates, and I turn as much as I can to try to see her face and find the creases lined with something that might be regret.
She should be here now.
She'd just tell us we were being foolish and send us home. I can't help the bitterness that creeps into my words. After all, grandmother did nothing to stop Eidolon. She holed up like generations of twins before her and thanked the goddesses he never came for her during her time on the throne. Oma frowns at me, but I don't take it back.
When we were growing up, Atlas was the one who wanted to go after him, end his reign. I just wanted to expose him to the world.
Tabra and I both jolt at that, swinging stares over our shoulders as much as we can to Oma. She stares right back. What happened? I ask. What made the fight go out of them? Why did they give up and leave it to Tabra and me? They didn't face anything like we've had to.
He killed our own grandmother before we were even 15 years old.
That's right. I knew that. Oma made sure I knew of each of the murdered twins in our line, including all the gory details of how they went. Tabra leans forward to rest her cheek against my back, different from before, like she's hugging me. I don't have to ask why, because I'm thinking it too. The twins in our line have all lost their sisters at some point. Such is the wheel of life. But the way it happens, the way we live, I can't imagine how much more alone I'd feel if I lost Tabra. Oma continues.
My own Oma had to play both roles after that. She was queen with Atlas in the palace. I lived alone in the hovel until she'd come for me, continuing to teach me how to be the hidden twin. And then our powers manifested, and we were, she shrugs, disappointments. She's always hated that her own power was what she saw as weak. I didn't know she felt the same about grandmother's ability to turn objects she touched into sand. Nothing too big, though. Growing up, I had no idea that Oma hated that weakness because it meant they couldn't go up against Eidolon. But I see that in her now, in the regret. She twitches her shoulders, clearly done with sentimental reminiscing. For my sister, for all the sisters that came before us, I'm going to help you kill that sand-rat bastard of a shadow Inferni, even if I die trying.
Tabra snorts a laugh. Now I see where Marin got her attitude. Hey, I protest. Until, well, now, I guess, Oma hasn't exactly been my choice of role model. Oma gives a dry cackle of a laugh.
She could do worse.
I could do better, too, I mutter. Tabra pokes me in the side with a finger, right where she knows I'm ticklish, and I squirm.
Not long now.
Bene's voice sounds in my head. I have to translate for Tabra and Oma. We all go silent, getting ready for what comes next. I don't know about them, but I'm scanning the flat, mostly empty horizon. Is Eidolon here? Did he send anyone after us? At least we have a full-size devourer for protection. The sacred tree draws nearer and nearer until it's directly ahead. I don't realize that Bene has been dropping lower to the ground until the tree is right in front of us. Even in the dark, I can see the charred black husks of its leafless branches. And the flames aren't just red. There are so many colors. Within the reds and golds are wisps and hints of greens, blues, pinks, lavenders. There, then gone, like spirits. I twist the cuff on my wrist. Cain wanted us to make our troth as heartmates under this tree. I can picture it now, though now the image in my mind sends sadness swelling up in me. Sadness because he and I aren't who we once were. Not anymore. and I don't know what we will be in days to come. After all this, if we survive it. Tilting, we swoop past it, and I whip around to keep staring, only to lose my balance since I'm precariously in place on Benet's broad back. I grab a hunk of his sandy lion's mane to keep from sliding off.
Careful.
Careful. Tabra unknowingly echoes Benet's warning, fingers gripping me harder, though I still barely feel the touch. She's so feeble. Sorry. I face forward reluctantly. A second later, we land close to where the canyon that marks the border between the land of the living and the not drops away. Returning to the ground is like jumping an obstacle on the back of a really big horse, only a lot more awkward because my legs are spread so far wide and I can't grip with my thighs. Benet comes in like a shooting star. Unfortunately, this close to the ground to see it rushing up to me. I've never gone this fast in my entire life. My nerves hold a wrestling match in my stomach, and I try to remember what Cain taught me about horses. Move with their body. Suddenly, Benet tips back, wings catching the air in a violent thrash of beats, and all four hooves strike the ground hard enough to jolt all three of us forward with teeth-rattling violence. Oma and Tabra crash into me, and I'm so focused on keeping Tabra from falling that I forget to hold myself on, so I go sailing. I land with a ploof and a grunt in a sand dune, the fine black dust of the obsidian desert spraying up and covering me. If I thought it was going to be soft, I was wrong. "Marin!" Tabra yells from Benet's back, where she and Oma manage to stay put. She should not be yelling. What if someone has laid a trap for us? Only I can't talk to tell her that. There's no air left in me to speak. I lay here winded, reviewing the twists and turns of my life that brought me to this precise moment, until Benet comes over, nosing at me.
Are you deceased?
No, I groan.
That is good.
Is it, though? Are you all right? Tabra asks. Aside from my pride and a few other bruises, I'm okay. Oma grunts.
Then get your ass up, girl. No time to waste.
Chapter 59. They do exist. Benet looks up at the first vague glow of light entering the pre-dawn sky.
Time is slipping.
If you haven't noticed, time does that a lot, I mutter under my breath, as I haul myself up and sneeze as I brush the black dust off my backside. He means it literally, though. He and Oma have told us how getting into the lands requires us to be at a certain place when the sun rises. I hurry to the mouth of the canyon. Benet trumps along in my wake. Oma and Tabra still perched on his back until we get to where the land abruptly drops away. Or should I say that Benet stops where the ground drops away, and I stop a good 20 paces back from that. The mouth of the Muertum Canyon, at the bottom of which we should find the gates to the land we're here to find answers in.
Going by foot will not work,
Benet says.
I forgot how narrow and steep the path is, and how much time descending can take.
Narrow and steep? 2 words I could do without hearing. Before I can ask for an alternative, he takes to the skies, Tabra and Oma both giving startled yelps before he snatches me up in what shifts into a sandy talon instead of a hoof. Seriously? I manage to protest. He ignores me, flying in tight circles that make my head spin and my stomach heave all the way to the bottom of the canyon. At least he sets me down more carefully this time. He lowers to his belly to let them down too, though immediately Tabra has to sit on a nearby rock, knees pulled into her chest and her chin resting on them. Standing beside her, I look around at a dry creek bed, boulders, canyon walls, and dead shrubs, all black as a starless patch of glittering night sky. Many would likely consider it ominous. Not me. Fascination stirs inside me. Black isn't a color of death to me, but a color of comfort, a place to hide, the place in between where Revan shadows us. Nothing around us, however, looks anything like a gate, just regular old rock walls. Is this the right place?
You always were impatient,
Oma complains.
Just watch.
Watch? We don't have time to sit around.
Any moment now.
Bene's face is tilted upward. He's watching the skies. Overhead, the setting 3 moons peep over the edge of the onyx-colored canyon walls. What happens when the light... On the opposite side of the canyon, a brilliant glimmer of the sun peeks over the top of the land. I gape at the rare sight. I've seen both the sun and the moons awake in the sky at the same time before, but from this vantage point, it's almost as though they are playing peekaboo with one another behind the canyon walls, greeting each other with a kiss of light before the moons hide away for the day as the sun rises into the sky. And in that kiss of different shades of lights, both hot and cold, I imagine me and Revan, sun and moons, desert and ice. Like the celestial orbs, will we only ever be granted a precious few moments together? The sun draws higher and the moons disappear. A strange shimmering on the ground catches at my attention. 1,000 embers ignite all around us, reminding me of the sacred tree and the way I make glass. Tabor slips her hand into mine as the glowing orange embers blanket us in light, flirt with us even, as they float higher in the air in a dance of fire and magic. The light warms the canyon walls and reveals a man. No, not a man. A giant. Tabor's grip tightens. He is 100 feet tall, at least. His face and body are etched from layers of obsidian rock, all crags and crevices where features should be. Great. A rock giant. My power over sand won't touch this creature. I'm not sure Bene can do much either. If things go badly, Tabra, Oma, and I, the last of Arid's royalty, are dead. Eidolon will be thrilled. The giant sits with his back against the wall of the canyon, one leg outstretched in front of him all casual-like, but I suspect he's anything but. He's blocking what I can now see as a narrower crevice that leads away to the south. A slot canyon. I've heard of them, especially in the Crimson Desert, but never seen one. Not that I can see all that much now because of the massive bent knee in my way. Directly across from him, on the other side of the entrance to the crevice, the canyon wall is crumbled away in a rock slide. We will have to dig over his leg and a ton of boulders to enter, and not wake the giant up in the process. Oh, my heavenly goddess, Tapra breathes. I can only nod, suddenly wishing Revan was here to witness this with me.
What?
Oma murmurs beside me.
No snappy comments?
I don't bother to look at her. I'm saving them all up, just for you.
Something to look forward to, then?
See, this is why Oma and I should not do things together. We both have to have the last word. Bene gives me a nudge that I'm sure he thought was gentle but makes me stumble forward.
We should make haste.
Right. Hurry to conquer a giant when we have 0 usable powers at our disposal. Do we sneak past him? Bene shakes his head.
That will end in your death.
Wonderful. Then how?
We ask nicely. I smell humans.
The giant rumbles in a voice that is as deep and smooth as water in an underground cistern. The silky voice is completely at odds with his rocky appearance. Dust and pebbles fall from above, kicking up a hazy cloud as his eyes open. Heart clogging my throat, I wait for whatever is coming next. Bene can get us out fast if he has to. I hold on to that thought hard.
No.
The giant murmurs now to himself, I think.
I smell sovereigns.
At least he didn't say a queen and 2 stand-ins or something. At another not-so-gentle nudge from Bene, I clear my throat and wave at my sister, who isn't exactly a picture of regal perfection on her rock. May I present Queen Tabra Eutheria the First of Arid? My name is Marin...
Marineth Evangeline the 12th of Arid, and the other is Marineth the 11th. No soul's existence escapes us here, even those who are not recorded in the Book of Names. We know of you.
We? Who else is he talking about? The dead? Nerves make me quippy. All good things, I hope?
We don't see the world in terms of good or bad.
He said it again. We. I glance behind me and around us, but only see the canyon.
My name is Basalt.
How appropriate. The giant raises his hand, taking out of his rocky pocket of all things a pipe. A pipe he proceeds to light, then smoke in the form of dust puffing out of one end.
You wish to enter the land of eternal death.
Why else would someone come here? Yes. He nods thoughtfully as though this is a ponderous thing. I glance at Bene, who is still watching the giant carefully. He said to ask politely. I'll give it a try. May we have your, blessing to pass?
For them, no.
We all straighten at that. Why not? Oma demands.
They may be of royal blood, but soul inferni have a tendency to attract the dead. Souls attach themselves on the way out.
Given a soul recently got violently disattached from my sister, I'm glad the giant and I can see eye to eye on that. I round on Oma. Why did you think you could try it then? You said you've been here before. Her lips pucker, and for a beat I think she won't answer. But then,
I've never tried to enter. I've waited here for at least that one time.
Fair enough. But I can go in, I ask Basalt.
That depends.
Basalt sends another puff curling into the sky. What is he smoking anyway? He and the pipe are both made of rock. Not important. With a terrible groan of stone against stone, Basalt leans over us, alarmingly close, which is when I realize he doesn't have 2 arms. He has many. Not a garden-variety giant. A centimane. The massive 100-armed creatures of legend from before even the time of the goddesses. This just gets better and better.
Someone has been breaking our rules,
he says.
Getting by us unseen. Is it you?
I inch back. No, I don't even know your rules.
Not you.
His gaze narrows on Tabra.
You have the scent. You have been touched by the dead.
My head swims for a second, but before I can ask, Oma steps in. Is it still in her? Basalt leans back.
No.
I drop my head on a sharp breath. Thank the God.
But she is not long for this life.
I stumble back like his words could tip me over.
She is damaged. Whatever diseased spirit possessed her was keeping her alive. And as soon as it was removed...
Basalt sits back up with more terrible rock-on-rock sounds.
I can smell the rot. Our burning lands will see her soon.
Tabor drops my hand on a whimper. No. I spin and crouch in front of her to take her face in my hands. I'll find a way to fix this. Her eyes swim with tears that spill over. You can't fix everything, Mare. She takes a shuddering breath that shakes her whole frail body, then offers me a wobbly smile. We can figure it out later. You have important things to do. As if saving her life isn't important. Actually, I straighten. Maybe I could get an answer to healing her in there, too. I rise to my feet, facing Basalt. What are your rules? No way am I risking breaking them.
We have only 3. The first 2 you know. Royal bloodlines only. No soul inferni. The last is that visitors may take no soul but their own outside the borders of the lands.
After my encounters with ghosts of Eidolon's past, there is absolutely no doubt in my mind that the king has been the one breaking the rules. How did he pull his past selves out of their afterlives without this giant seeing or knowing? That man is a sickness that just keeps giving.
Souls are disappearing from our lands. My mate, Scaria.
He nods at the avalanche of rocks across from him.
She is gone to find them and bring them home.
There's a Centamin wandering my lands, searching for runaway ghosts of Eidolon right now. A stark shiver leaves footprints as it tiptoes up my spine. How long until she finds the one who spoke to me? Part of me wants to ask how Eidolon is doing it, but I worry that if I do, even knowing who took the souls will make Basalt bar my entrance, let alone how easily he might mistake my curiosity for information gathering so I can do the same thing. I catch a glance from Oma, who gives a tiny shake of her head. Is she thinking the same thing? I'll tell him about Eidolon on the way out. I promise to keep your rules. He puffs on his pipe, considering me for the longest time, so long that I wonder if he even heard. Then, finally,
Very well, young princess of Arid. You may pass.
Chapter 60. The Gate of Hells. He said I could take no soul but my own out of the lands. Just in case, I pull my amulet from around my neck and slip it over Tabor's head. She'll keep you safe. If something happens while I'm gone, Bene will watch over her the way he has been me. Tabor gives a little jolt and swings her gaze to Bene. Wait, I heard that. I frown because I didn't hear anything. What? He said he'd watch over us. I didn't hear that. I glance at Bene, then at Tabra, then down at the only thing that's changed. The amulet. Of course, it makes sense now. You can hear him because of it. I look from Tabra to Bene and wonder if he's saying anything to me, but it doesn't matter for what I'm about to do. I'm ready. Basalt bends his other knee, drawing back his massive leg to reveal a gate on the other side. No, not a gate. It's a monolith that appears to writhe and flow with movement. What is it covered in? Tentatively, I take a step forward, then another. The second I'm close enough to comprehend what I'm seeing, I stumble to a stop and try damn hard not to retch. Eyes. The monolith is covered in eyes. Naked eyeballs with no lids or lashes, unblinking. They twitch and twirl, aiming this way and that, as though seeing a million different things at once.
The gateway to the soul is the eyes,
Basalt says like it explains everything. Doesn't make it any less gross, I mutter to myself.
Speak up, princess of Arid.
I clear my throat. What do they see? At the sound of my raised voice, every eyeball flashes to me. Eyes of different sizes, shades, different species even. Staring. I gulp.
They see the soul still walking Nova. They watch all.
Ugh. Have these things been watching me too? Before I can move, several of the eyes catapult from the monolith, but in the air, they instantly transform into butterflies. Butterflies of 1,000 different colors with eyes painted on their wings. My entire being comes alive at the sight, and I nearly fall to my knees to pray. Miracle. The word whispers through my mind. Butterflies were said to have died off 1,000 years ago. I've never seen one outside of drawings. What starts as a trickle of departing butterflies becomes a cascade, like millions of leaves fluttering up the canyon, blanketing the sky until all I see is the colors. This must be what it's like to stand inside a rainbow. I reach out a hand, and one gently lands on my finger before fluttering away with the others. Where do they go? I breathe the question, still reverent.
To watch the world. Every day, to watch.
But I've never seen one. Not anywhere.
No one does. They are not meant to be seen.
He pauses.
Go on, princess.
The last of the butterflies disappears over the top of the canyon, and the blue skies and harsh sunlight beating down in their wake make me blink. I've witnessed something amazing, truly. How can I be expected to simply get on with it? But I have no choice. The others are waiting, worrying. Revan has to be losing his mind. Cain, too. I'd feel a whole lot better if Horus was Imperium, because the two probably tried to drown and then disappear him when they found out he let us go. Hopefully Voss and Hakken were around. I want to call out to Revan, reassure him I'm okay, but it's not dark, and there's nothing to say that won't make it worse. Besides, I may not be okay soon. On that cheerful note, I make my way around the edge of the now eyeless monolith and slowly enter the slot canyon. The space between obsidian rock is a long, narrow channel with sheer cliffs that have been eroded by the elements and time into beautifully carved walls that curve and twist in a path that is not straight. Every so often, sunlight pours through a hole up above me, like sand pouring over the dips and flows of the walls. Waterfalls of light. A fairyland. I wish I could stay. Take the time to appreciate the harsh beauty of the lands that the goddess Arid created. I reach out a hand, brushing over the rock as I walk, expecting them to be as velvety smooth as they look, but jerk back when my finger slides across a blade-sharp edge of stone. A tiny droplet of blood pools on my fingertip, and I scowl at the wall. Danger, disguised by beauty. Like Revan. When I come out on the other side, I blink in the sudden starkness of the full light. I don't know what I was expecting, but it wasn't sunshine in a place that houses dead souls. What makes it even more brilliant is that everything, the ground, the canyon walls towering above even the sky, is a glinting purple hue, all made of amethyst. Except for the black trees scattered across the land that burn like smaller versions of our sacred tree. The flames here, though, are purple, the same as the sands and stone, darker at the base, almost blue with it, leading up to a pale lavender at the tips of each flame. The smell of something sweet swirls past on a light breeze, and my mouth waters. I expected a place called the Burning Lands to smell like, well, burning. But it doesn't. The air is soft and honeyed, reminding me of thick cream served over ice on holidays in the palace, an Iridian delicacy. I shake off an unhelpful pang of homesickness and scan the area. The place is deserted. Again, not sure what I expected. Maybe a bunch of ghosts wandering around or chatting with one another or pushing boulders up hills all day long. Instead, the lands are void of anyone but me. What am I supposed to do now? I glance around for a path or a sign telling me how to do this. How did Eidolon find his own remnants? How did Trizold get the information that he did? Did he find his mother? Was she the one who told him about the amulet? Nothing, and no one appears. I guess I need to walk around? Taking a deep breath, I step out of the shadow of the tunnel and fully into the light.
Maranith Evangeline,
a voice says. An achingly, terrifyingly familiar voice formed of velvet and iron. How did Revan get here before me? I frown, casting my gaze around only to find no one there. Revan?
No.
Of course not. Apparently, and no real surprise, my rotten luck knows no boundaries and has followed me here. Because Eidolon has that voice too, and so do his ghosts. Chapter 61. The Past of a Lover. I just can't get away from you, can I? A low chuckle reaches my ears. Show yourself, I demand, as if I have any power here.
Very well.
He agrees almost pleasantly. And then he's there, standing before me. Eidolon, Revan, goddess, both of them. But not. Like the one who came to talk to me before, this specter isn't solid, but he isn't entirely see-through either. He isn't man or shadow, but spirit. It doesn't take a genius to recognize that much. He's also younger, physically more like Revan than the king. Blue-green eyes, bright, no gray at the temples. I sigh. King Eidolon. I don't bother to hide the resignation in my voice.
You know who I am?
Unfortunately. One of the discarded shells of Eidolon? Clasping his hands behind his back, crooked mouth pulling into a smile this side of infuriating. Like he's laughing at me, he nods. Which one? He shrugs.
That is like asking a ray of light which part of the sun it comes from. We are all Eidolon, and we are ourselves at the same time. No one person is only one thing, only brave or only cowardly, only quarrelsome or friendly, industrious or lazy. We are all a lot of things, a version of ourselves for different people, adjusting in different circumstances. More of this, less of that.
I'm getting tired of the unhelpfully vague poetic description leading nowhere. Yeah, so what are you more of? His smile grows at that. Becomes Revan's smile. The real one. The rare one that always steals my breath and my heart a little bit more every time I see it. It throws me.
If I must define myself, I was the determined version of Eidolon.
Determined doesn't sound so bad, I guess. You could say that I'm determined too, especially when my sister's life is on the line. But what was he determined to do? I eye him up and down. He does the same to me. So, what happens now? I narrow my gaze. Do you want to slit my throat?
I can't physically harm you here.
Not exactly an answer, but my eyebrows wing up at the admission. That's a handy little fact Basalt could have passed on. Mental reminder to express my dissatisfaction with this entire process when I get out.
I could possess you.
Eidolon's ghost muses, sounding more like the king. I scoff with more bravado than I'm feeling. I'm pretty sure I'd vomit you back up. Eidolon, or whatever I should call him, tips his head back and laughs, and I stare at his delight because it's just weird. Neither the king nor my shadow wraith are like this.
You are a treat,
he says on a final chuckle. I can't tell if he's being condescending or truthful.
I can see why he fell in love with you.
My heart stutters inside my chest. What? Why?
Because you make him laugh.
That pulls me up short. I do? Eidolon's ghost smiles. A sincere smile, almost like he's pleased for himself? Except that doesn't feel right. This shadow-shedding thing isn't the easiest to grasp.
I'm glad,
he says.
I never found love in my lifetime.
That's... Should I be feeling sad for Eidolon of old?
That he can love you means all of us could.
I'll pass, thanks. He chuckles.
Get to know us first. We're not all so bad.
His smile dims as he turns almost pensive.
If I'd met you while I lived, I wonder what choices I would have made differently.
I blink. Would Eidolon have made different choices with love in his life? If I'd met him before all this, before he shed every good part of himself, would I have fallen in love with the whole man? Or is Revan the only piece of him destined for me?
So, princess.
This Eidolon gives a small flourish of a bow.
The power that guides this place has assigned me to you as your oracle, for lack of a better word. I may answer one question you are desperate for an answer to. Only one. So make it good.
1? I have so many. There are so many different things we don't know. And why did the hells send me an old version of Eidolon? Why not my parents or the ancestress who trapped the goddesses in the first place? I could have asked her why she did it. What if you don't know the answer? I ask warily, hoping that doesn't count as a question. It's not one I'm desperate for, so...
Then a spirit who does know will whisper it to me.
Like a ghostly message chain? That's not unnerving at all. It basically means the dead can know everything.
I have eternity,
He points out wryly.
but you do not.
Ass. The amusement sparking at me tells me he caught my reaction.
Ask your question, young Domina.
The reason I came was to find the locations of the other amulets. Only now I'm second-guessing myself. The basest, most selfish part of me wants to ask how to heal Tabra. But I can't, and she wouldn't want me to. Even so, it takes me a long, long moment to let that go and start working through the other options. Would it be better to ask the whys and hows of the goddesses' prisons? Or why Eidolon wants to release them? Maybe I ask how to stop Tindra from sinking or winter from spreading? How long before the celestial alignment? If I should release the goddesses, how to release them? How to defeat Eidolon? If anyone might know the answer to that, it seems a ghost of the man himself, one who knows the full history, would. Before I ask my question, am I allowed to return to ask another? His mouth curls, almost cruelly now.
Smart, too,
He muses.
Many don't think to ask that. Brevin made a good choice.
Too bad throwing a rock at him will just pass through nothing. What's the answer? He dips his head.
Once every year, on the same day, at the same hour as today.
That doesn't help me in terms of deciding what to ask now. I need immediate answers. A year from now, I could be dead. We could all be dead. One question only. Hells. Chapter 62. Unhealed. Leaving the land of eternal death is sort of like walking out of a dream, the way that other world clings to you. Night comes too fast for time to be real, and I have to feel my way through the dark, unfamiliar slot canyon. I don't see the end of the canyon coming until I round a bend, and the larger canyon opens up before me, lit by stars, and the now almost full single moon of Morta. Wait, how long was I in there?
You made it.
Basalt sounds not pleased exactly. Relieved? Damn, was it that much in question?
They've been waiting 2 days.
2 days? I don't even know how to take that. It felt like an hour at most to me. But what I'm frowning at isn't the lost time. There's something in Basalt's tone that sits like lead in my stomach. Did something happen? Eidolon? Did he come for us? I'm already hurrying around him. With a rumble of rock and kicking up dust, he moves his legs so that I might pass by. A small, cheerful campfire burns on the other side, and I can see that at some point they got things to make a shelter, because a basic one-person tent is set up. Oma is sitting on a rock by the fire, with Bene full size and lying behind her, curled around the tent like the walls guarding a palace, big head resting on his sandy paws. Where is Tabra? Oma and Bene both get to their feet at the same time. Thank the goddess, she breathes. She rushes over and smooths the hair off my forehead. Then, in a low voice, just for me, says, You made it out. I was worried, child. That may be the first time she's ever said those words to me. It's definitely the only way she's ever touched me like that. Did the world come to an end, and I missed it? Maybe I'm still stuck in the burning lands. She must see my disbelief because she slowly drops her hand. We were going to leave in the morning, whether you showed up or not. Marin? That's Tabra, but her voice sounds funny. There's a rustle inside the tent, and Oma hurries away to crawl inside, face pinched. That's enough to have me running to the tent. I shove my head inside, then swallow a gasp, dropping to my knees, ignoring the way I land on sharp rocks that dig into my flesh. Because Tabra, Mother Goddess, save us. She looks like death might pull her into the grave any second. What happened? I demand in a voice gone tremulous. I'll be fine, Tabra assures me. Over her head, Oma gives me a grim look and a shake of her head.
It came on fast. Almost as soon as you disappeared. She fainted.
Tabra waves a hand. I was tired. It's fine. I share another look with Oma, who gives Tabra's back an ineffectual pat. I can see the worry in the drawn lines of her face, the way her eyes won't meet mine. Then she waves me out of the tent and off to the side. She lowers her voice.
Basalt says that she doesn't have long. 10 days at most.
The blood drains from my head so fast that I sway. I glance over my shoulder to where Tabra's bare feet are sticking out of the tent. We should get her to a doctor, at least. Something. We can't just let her. I refuse to say she's going to die. The question is, a doctor where? Given who we are, we can't exactly wander around arid asking, and we don't know where the Xeraphate is now. Tropicus still feels like our best option, I decide. The others should be there by the time we get there. We can ask King Ponqui for access to his personal physician. Even better if he is an Imperium healer.
If he's on our side,
Oma grumbles. I would love to throw something at her. Nothing lethal, my shoe maybe. But Tabra would probably get upset with me and say something about attacking the elderly not being very princess-like behavior. Do you see any better option? After a second, she shakes her head.
It's where we were going to go, if you didn't return.
Oma and me on the same side of a decision again. The entire burning lands I came from probably just froze solid for the first time since Nova created the world. Chapter 63. You Shall Not Pass. This time we don't need to fly. Where we're going, there are portals on the other side. I even managed to get mine created on the first try. If I wasn't so blasted worried about my sister, I would have crowed with triumph. Benny, you better shrink down for this, I tell him. We need to be ready to move fast if this works and I manage to open the portal. Our plan is to go to Yolendzag first, not to find the Xeraphate, but to then use that portal to go to Tropicus. Yolendzag's portal is safer-ish. We have a better chance of someone not being in there and seeing us arriving from the desert. There are 0 portals anywhere in a desert, and a witness seeing that behind us would find it more than strange. The risk of that happening is much higher if we go straight through the Tropicus portal, even at night, because they only have the one. I wait until Benny's the size of a raven again, and Oma has brought Tabra out of the tent, even though she's visibly struggling to hold my sister up, let alone hobble her over to the portal, since she can't walk on her own. This shouldn't take long, though. I pull my power forward, the yellow glow reflecting off the black glass I made from the obsidian desert sand all around us. Please, please, please let this work. Closing my eyes, I picture the room we've been through several times now. When I open my eyes, it's to find the room in the temple of Yolendzag on the other side. We hustle through. As soon as I shut it off, I turn my power right back on. Ready?
Hurry,
Oma says, adjusting her hold on Tabra, who looks to be on the verge of passing out. I do it all over again, this time picturing the portal room in Pantria, the capital city of Tropicus. The glass becomes opaque, then clear, and I have to stop myself from taking a hasty step back as 4 soldiers dressed in Tropican armor about face and cross their spears, barring the way through.
You may not pass,
one says, looking over the 3 of us in our wanderer clothing with a sneer.
Especially not with this.
The ignorant man actually pokes at the devourer on my shoulder. Benny flaps his wings, making a sandy scratching sound right in my ear.
You are asking for a terrible death,
he tells the guard, who of course can't hear him. I can because I'm wearing my amulet again.
Why can't we pass?
Oma demands.
No one may enter Tropicus during the rites of Zathana.
He's very stern and semi-condescending, like this should have been obvious. The rites of... I would love to throw myself on the ground and pitch a fit like a toddler. Because damn it all, can we just get one break? Those highly secretive rites only happen once every 7 years. Of course they would be right now. Maybe the others couldn't get into Tropicus either? Where would they have gone instead? Or maybe they made it in before the portal was closed? Do I have Tabra pull the sovereign card? Except she's not dressed like a queen at the moment and doesn't exactly look royal in the state she's in. Maybe I play the queen card, except I'm not dressed regally either. I'm looking for my friends who are probably already...
Let them pass.
A familiar voice calls out from behind the guards. I almost wilt in relief, but I can't because the guards will see. Beyond them, Cain appears. Or rather, a masked man who sounds like Cain appears. I squint trying to make out his clothes. It's definitely Cain. I'd know that voice and the way he stalks toward me anywhere. But he's dressed in black pants, paired with a vest decorated in metal studs and swirling silver stitching on the lapels. The vest leaves his arms bare, the cut of his muscles under sun-darkened skin quite something. What in Nova is he wearing?
These are the ones you were waiting for?
The guard asks like they're friends. I do my best not to show all my questions in my face. Cain moves closer and pushes the intricate mask back, his face coming into the light of the fire in the room. He clasps the soldier on the shoulder.
They're the ones. She doesn't look too good.
The soldier nods at Tabra. Cain doesn't bat an eye.
I know. She's coming for the rites.
I try not to startle, because what would that have to do with Tabra being sick? Or is he making this up to set the soldier's frowning concerns at rest?
And the raven?
Meaning Bene. Are you frightened of birds? I ask sweetly, only to button my lips when Cain shoots me a warning look tinged in exasperation.
He's a gift for King Ponqui.
Cain is being overly cheerful for some reason.
From Arid, in exchange for allowing us to be here during the rites. It's what took them so long.
Sure? Cain clearly has a plan here. I paste a smile on my face and nod along. After a pause and what feels like some unseen signal, the 4 guards raise their spears.
Enter,
one says. Still trying not to look as surprised as I'm feeling, we all pass through. Cain has to cross over to help Oma with Tabra, who can't lift her knees high enough. Then I shut off my power. Cain gives a jerk of his head, and Oma and I follow him and Tabra out.
That mouth is going to get you in trouble someday.
Cain grumbles as we go. So you keep telling me. The second we walk outside, I stop so hard Oma plows into me. The portal room is up high in the triangular temple, putting us well above the city roofline, with large steps leading down into the streets. What I'm staring at, though, is the view. I've known about the cliffs of Tropicus for as long as I can remember, but knowing and seeing are 2 different things. The cliffs tower above us. This is the sunken dominion. The goddess Tropicus, in order to protect her people from the devourers, dropped the entire dominion below sea level, leaving massive cliffs, some say thousands of feet high, that create a barrier around the entire land that keeps both the oceans and the devourers out. The capital city of Pantria sits at the base of the cliffs to the northwestern side of the dominion, the jungle spreading out around it. When storms rage in the seas, waterfalls flow over the tops and drop into caves that spit the water back into the ocean. It's night, but under the light of Morda's full moon, I can make out several white plumes of water, too far in the distance to be heard.
Marin?
Oma gives me a little shove. Before I can move, a tiny bird, the likes of which I've never seen before, green with red at its throat and a long, slender beak, flies in front of me, wings beating so fast it seems to float in the air. After a small moment, the tiny bird dips its head. A bow of sorts, I suppose, then flies off on a buzz of those wings.
That used to happen to me,
Oma murmurs, maybe more to herself than to me. I blink at her. It did?
It's not you.
Bene's voice growls in my head.
It's my goddess.
Oh. And here I'd been feeling sort of special, when it wasn't me all along. I translate for Oma, whose pinched lips go more pinched, if that's possible.
I see. We need to go,
Kane reminds us. We hurry down the steep, broad temple steps made of some silvery-looking stone. Once we hit the street, we slip around the corner into an alleyway that is stuck between boxy stacked homes. It's a dead end, but Kane doesn't seem bothered as he stops and helps Tabra sit on a wooden crate of some sort. She leans her elbows on her knees, unable to stay sitting on her own. We need to get her to a doctor. Kane grabs me by my arms and gets right in my face, every semblance of his earlier laid-back humor with the guards disappearing.
What in the name of Nova were you thinking?
He demands.
Young man.
I hold up a hand, cutting off Oma's protest. Kane has every right to be mad at me. They all do. I would be. I had convinced myself all the way to the canyon that sometimes the dick move is also the right thing to do, especially given how my visit to the Burning Lands turned out. But in the end, right or wrong, it was still a dick move. Horace was supposed to tell you. Kane's hands tighten painfully.
He did. And you still should have waited. Talk to us first. Damn it, Marin, talk to me first. I would have come with you.
I'm sorry. It's all I can say.
Me too.
He mutters, flat-lipped.
And I plan to yell at you some more after we get you all safely to the palace.
Safely? Is it not safe here? I'll follow you. A shake of his head cuts me off.
You need to change first so we can blend in.
Blend in? Like the getup he's wearing? Okay.
Here.
He shoves a linen sack at me and 2 more each at Tabra and Oma.
You'll find clothes in there. Hopefully they fit.
I pause with the bag halfway open and try to keep my hands from shaking. Vida is the one who would have made sure I fit in. With a smile and her endless chattering, she'd have trussed me up in clothes she made just for me. And now she's gone. He turns his back, and after sucking in a few breaths to ward off the sadness surging through me, I start to pull out the items in the bag. One look, and I almost shove them back in. There's no time for that, though, so I don't, stripping out of my own clothes. Warm air, thick with different scents of soil, wood, vegetation, and flowers that all blend together, feathers over my skin. It's not cold, but balmy, close, weighty, and wet. Enough that my new clothes stick to my skin as I try to pull them on. There's no winter here, right?
Nope,
Kane says. Tropicus is the farthest from Tindra, even more than arid. I'd heard it was covered in snow. He grunts a sound that might be agreement.
The snows are contained to the south so far.
Oh. My dress is a simple sheath of some supple black material, strapless and so short that it exposes my legs and barely covers my crotch. I'll be tugging it down and then back up over my breasts nonstop. Matching boots come up mid-thigh. A train is attached via a studded belt around my waist and has silver embroidery that matches the armbands and gauntlets. Well, this is different from what I'm used to in Arid. Showing skin there isn't unusual, but the rest of the look is definitely a new one for me. 10 minutes later, after Oma and I had to work together to get Tabra into her costume, Bene returns from the jungles where he went to collect more sand. He's bigger, but he's hidden all the various different animal features his usual form takes, including the wings, and is now shaped like a truly fearsome dog.
The sand in the ground is buried so deep in the soil here that neither of us is going to be useful for much if we are attacked.
He warns me.
You'll need this.
Kane produces a mask clearly meant for a pet, but when he steps forward, Bene bares his teeth. He hands the mask to me.
You can hear him. You do it.
I take it and put it to the devourer's face. The silver metal is shaped for a dog with a narrower snout. With a little growl, Benny shifts his sandy form to fit it.
Is this truly necessary?
I translate for the others.
Believe me,
Kane says.
It's necessary.
I fiddle with the tie. Why?
The rites of Zathana are forbidden to outsiders, and we're not wanted here. Dressing as the locals do for the festivities will allow us to blend in and move freely through the city without being stopped.
He glances at Bene.
Even dogs.
Bene's fur ruffles to the shushing sound of sand blowing across dunes, and I bite back a smile. He's not happy, but he's not arguing now either. Once I've got him situated, I put on my own mask. Made of surprisingly light silver metal, it covers the upper part of my face with mesh cages over the eyes that I can see out of, but onlookers can't see in. The moon-like headbands crown me in halos. A delicate decorative pattern of silver holes is punched into the thin metal, a design of swirls of thick foliage, symbols of Tropicus, and coiled among the leaves and flowers is the hidden image of a cobra, raised up, hood wide, and mouth open to strike. It reminds me a lot of the sigil of my royal house. Beauty and death. Like me, like Revan, like my sister who was wasting away all over again. How do I look? I say. Can you tell it's me? Bene tips his head to the side, but Kane is the one to answer.
You look beautiful. Fearsome and... yeah.
He looks away, down the alley.
Beautiful.
Awkward doesn't begin to cover this. At his back, from where she's sitting beside Tebra, Ulma raises her brows, warmth creeping into my face. I glance down over what I'm wearing, then adjust my mask, suddenly happy to have it. At least I don't have to look him in the eyes. He is, appropriately, gold and decorated by suns. So, why would we be here for the rites if she's sick?
Because, apparently the rites of Zathana are like a fountain of youth and healing.
Kane pulls his own mask down.
I'll explain when we get to the palace. Follow me.
Chapter 64, Tropicus. Kane pulls Tebra to her feet and somehow manages to make it look like she's walking while I'm pretty sure he's basically carrying her. Bene prowls along beside Oma and me as we walk out of the alley and into the boisterous streets filled with celebrating revelers. Sure enough, we blend right in. Perfect. No one will find us among this hot crush. The music is what strikes me first. There's a thumping beat, guitars, and everyone singing and laughing and talking. It's joyful and yet urgent, a true celebration. If I wasn't dealing with everything I am, I can see how it would be easy to get caught up in the sounds and the dancing and the rejoicing. 1,000 smells fill the air. They come and go as we pass them. All sorts of foods, like roasting meats, and something sugary, the hardy natural plants and flowers, the vines of which cover many building sides, and sweat. Everything is in blacks and metallics. From the little I know about the rites, which isn't much, in a few days, not only will everyone be unmasked, but all the black clothing will be shed in favor of brilliant colors. My own dress unbuckles at one side to reveal a blood-red version underneath, and the train flips over to expose vines covered with some kind of red tropical flowers. Somehow, after stopping and starting 1,000 times, trying to blend in while at the same time not getting drawn in, we make our way through the city. More than one person tries to take me by the hands and pull me into a dance. They stop every time Bene bares his teeth. I don't think Kane is too happy about it either, but since he has to help Tebra, there's not much he can do. We eventually come up against a wall at the far side of the city, where the palace itself backs right into the cliffs. We follow that around several corners until we finally get to the gated entrance guarded by what appears to be a battalion of men, clad clearly as soldiers, and yet in the blacks of the festival, their masks all the same, copper, covering their entire face, including their mouths, like they're being silenced. The only decoration etched into the metal is the image of a waterfall pouring out of the mouth hole. Before we make it to them, A man with a mask covered in eyeballs like the monolith outside the Burning Lands places himself in my path. Horus. I was hoping for Revan. As quickly as that unworthy thought strikes, I shake it off and try a tentative smile. I'm glad you made it. But the expected smile in return doesn't come.
We can catch each other up inside.
Taking me by the arm, Horus leads us all straight into the palace gates. I frown up at him. What are we doing here? I assumed we'd hide. He lowers his mask so the closest guard can see his face. The guard shoots a brief glance at me, then behind me at Cain.
More?
Which means what? Did they arrive in small groups or something? Cain just nods.
The last of us. Don't forget to leave soon.
We're ordered. Leave? Horus huffs an unamused laugh.
Given the signal, there's little chance of us forgetting.
The guard shrugs. Now's not the time for questions, clearly, so I keep mine to myself. Once we're inside, I get my first good look at the Tropican Palace. Like in Arid, the main structure is surrounded by walls, though here they form a perfect rectangle, half a mile long at least. The walls, the gatehouse, guard towers on each of the corners, and 4 smaller buildings, also at each of the 4 corners, are made of the same unusual dark green stone, marbled with bands of lighter green and gold. In the center of the structures, where I stand now, is a massive garden courtyard divided into sections, each featuring a different flowering plant. A long reflection pool leads to the main palace structure at the far end. It rises out of the greenery the way I imagine the obelisk of Nova rises out of the salt flats. The Xeraphate never got close enough for me to see it to properly compare. The palace itself is made up of rutile quartz. I remember that much from Oma's teaching, and I want to get closer to inspect it in person. Only found here in Tropicus, the stone is clear with a coppery gold substance shot through it. The palace is a massive square structure with 4 tall, skinny spires at the center and a dome at each corner. The domes and spire tips are covered in copper, gleaming brightly in the moonlight. Horus hurries me not to the palace, but to the smaller, and by smaller I mean not quite as massive, building in the northeast corner, closer to the gates. The inside is decorated in silken black flowers and skulls with black swaths of material in honor of the rites. At the bottom of a set of wide stairs, Cain scoops Tabra up into his arms. Her head drops to his shoulder, both of their masks clinking as they get tangled up. Horus gestures me up the stairs.
We have been waiting for you.
Chapter 65. With Friends Like These. We follow Cain into what appears to be a sitting area that is part of a suite, a room filled with the rest of the friends I left behind. Voss, Saya, Pella, and Håkon. Not Revan, though. I try not to let the sting of a second disappointment take hold. I'm sure he'll join us any second. He has to feel me here now, doesn't he? Not that I can feel him. The stretching sensation in my side is eased, but I'm still cut off. I didn't realize until right this second that going off, even with Oma and Tabra, would be as hard as it was. That having the others around to share the burden actually lightens the load. Pella and Saya jump up to help Cain lower Tabra onto a settee. What happened? Pella shoots me an accusing glare. She looks worse. As if I did this on purpose? The Centimane guarding the Burning Land said that the soul she was infected with damaged her. We should get her to a doctor or a healer if the king has one. Healer Imperium are rare. I've only met one, Ren, a Savannan who is with Eidolon. Or they were. They were assigned to travel with the soldiers who attacked the Shadowwood, the ones Revan disappeared. Horus drops into a chair.
Tropicus doesn't have doctors or healers.
What? Any doctors at all? Why? Oma and I exchange a look. Maybe we should have stayed in Yolen Zag.
The rites,
Voss says. What about them?
The king is in Fairnai.
Cain leans forward where he's taken a seat beside Saya, elbows on his knees, and not looking at me.
Each night of the rites, he sends out this...
He gestures at the air, then looks at Pella.
What would you call it?
She glances outside like she can see it. A dome of light? A vague recollection of Oma telling younger me about the king's powers drifts through my mind.
A vitality bubble,
Oma supplies. All of them stare at her with questions. She shrugs.
That's what I was told by my grandmother. I don't know what it does, though. None of the other sovereigns know much more than that. It's different every night, Horace says. We've already witnessed 3 nights. The king's power seems to heal things, or at least make things grow. It's like renewal.
Pella takes to pacing. Each night it affects something specific. The first night were the plants. Plants? I'm having trouble picturing this. What happened? Saya is the one to answer. Her hands a dance and she's smiling, eager even. They grow? I ask, trying to understand. She wrinkles her nose at me.
More than grow,
Voss says.
Brown leaves turned green. New life formed. Fruit sprouted overnight. We could hear them expand.
Saya nods and points at Kane, who shoots her a quick smile and an odd shake of his head as if denying something.
She ran out of the city to see it happening in the jungle. It took me an hour to find her.
His smile disappears.
I wasn't thrilled with her for that.
Again, Saya wrinkles her nose but pats his chest in an affectionate gesture. One that surprises me because Kane accepts that physical contact without surprise or reaction beyond another shake of his head. An exchange, incidentally, that Voss frowns at. We weren't gone that long, but it's starting to feel like years. Why do I suddenly feel like I'm on the outside looking in all over again? Even more so than when I joined the Zeraphate after escaping Eidolon. There's a greater bond between these friends now than there was before. What happened in Savannah? And where in the hells is Revan? He should be here for this.
What about the other 2 nights?
Oma asks. Everyone shudders, except Hawken, who is tucked against the wall, arms crossed. Horace answers my question.
Last night was birds and creatures of the air. The night before, bugs.
That explains the shudders. Don't tell us about that part. Does anyone know about tonight? Pella, still pacing, answers. Based on what we've been able to glean without asking too many questions, tonight is all water life. She reaches the end of her path and spins around, pacing my way again. Apparently, even the waters of the Nowazoma River run clearer. I'm getting dizzy with her back and forth, so I step in front of her. I'm still not following how this means they don't need doctors here. She sighs. Tomorrow night. That's for us. Humans. For humans. For... I gasp at the same time Oma does, and we both look at Tebra. They don't have doctors or healers here for a reason. Tropicus is the patron goddess of healing. Did she gift that ability to the Dominion's royal line? Could the rites save my sister? I wasn't able to ask the spirit how to heal her. I chose not to ask. The guilt of choosing everyone else in the world over my own sister has been eating me alive. The relief unfurling in my belly butts up against doubts, shouting that nothing is that easy, especially if it's something we desperately need. What do you think? I ask Oma. The lines around her eyes soften, and I think maybe she's as relieved as I am.
I think we finally got lucky.
Tabra offers a weak smile. Now you don't have to worry about me, Mare. I'm not sure I'll let the worry go completely until we see her fully healed. But at least maybe it won't continue gnawing at me like sand rats. We still have to stay ahead of Eidolon, which means not all of us can wait here with Tabra, but she'll be healed. All the way this time. Hopefully. I should probably fill them in now on what I learned and what we have to do. I glance around just as soon as Revan shows up. His absence is starting to feel like a hole in the room. The others would have mentioned a problem, right? My gaze lands on Horace, who has now removed his mask. He's sporting an impressive black eye that is already turning green around the edges. Did you run into trouble? I indicate the eye with a wave. Only with me, Pella mutters. Kane grins at her sullen response. So does Hawken, though she doesn't see it since he's behind her.
She hit him when he told us he made you go.
Kane explains. Huh. I pictured Kane or Revan getting pissed. But her? Pella mutters again, lower and to herself, but I'm pretty sure I catch the words, too stupid to live, somewhere in there. Behind her, Hawken straightens off the wall as though backing her up. I raise a single brow at her. If I didn't know better, I'd think you were worried about me. Her scowl deepens. A tiny part of me feels a little better, a little more grounded at the familiar sight of it. Pella, at least, will never change. I am sorry, I tell the room in general. It wasn't Horace's fault. I look to Oma, who doesn't say anything about how she's the one who pushed for it in the first place, which feels about right.
Was it worth it, at least?
Kane asks. I hope so. How long can he stay mad at me? He's never been good at holding a grudge, but he doesn't ease up. Saya reaches for me, hands outstretched. Grateful, I take hers, squeezing back, warmth settling in the region of my heart. Warmth that grows and spreads as she lets go and speaks with her gestures. She taps her chest over her heart, then makes a sign that looks like she's breaking a stick, and I get that one. Losing any of you would break my heart too. I pause, chewing on the inside of my cheek and debating if I should bring up Vida. I can't get her name out, my throat closing up. No one will look at me. Do they blame me? That tightness in my throat becomes a burn.
Horace told us what happened,
Voss says. He runs a hand over his jaw, still not quite meeting my gaze. I've never seen Voss so grim, or come to think of it, quite so pale, even when we first met. His normally deeply black skin has gone gray underneath. I have to stop and clear my throat. We need to find Vida's family. We promised. She said Eidolon.
Already working on it,
Voss says.
One of the vanished who knew her well.
Oh. I'm glad. Let me know if... He finally looks at me then.
It's being handled.
My stomach drops. Is this anger at my leaving or blame? Or guilt because he cleared the Vanish as potential spies? All of the Vanished, including Vida. I still can't tell. Does it make me a coward that I don't want to know the answer? Instead, I clear my throat again. Did any of you get to Savannah or Mariana before coming here? Savannah, Pella says. And Queen Wynega has never heard of any amulets, but said she would check in their archives. Voss leans back with a snort.
There's a character.
I'm not surprised by the comment. I've met Wynega just once at my, and by mine, I mean Tebra's, coronation and wedding celebration. In the 2 minutes we spoke, she told me to listen for the voices. Couldn't I hear them? No, I couldn't, by the way. Then she proceeded to have a whispered conversation with someone or something not there before wandering off. After my encounters with ghosts and spirits, not to mention shadows and trapped souls and amulets with goddesses, I'm starting to wonder if she really was communicating with an unseen, unknown thing. Hawken grunts.
I wouldn't expect much from my former queen.
My eyebrows try to climb into my hairline. For someone who doesn't talk much, he just said a lot. And King Ponqui?
We have yet to lay eyes on the King of Tropicus.
Kane offers with a wry hitch to his lips. I glance around because we're in Ponqui's palace. And what about the guards who let us into the Dominion when no one else was allowed? I figured they must have met with the man to get permission. Pella finally sits down. His major domo admitted us on the king's orders. Apparently, during Zathena, Ponqui is not seen until the night of unmasking, which is the final night. When is that? After the night the humans are renewed? A few nights then. That's good. It gives us time to do what we need to do. Hopefully we can be back before then. The whole of Revan's absence is getting wider by the second. Why has not a single person in here mentioned him? I'm done trying not to look too pathetic by asking. Where is Revan? Voss gives a little cough, which leads into another and another. It lasts long enough that we're all frowning by the time he can take a decent breath again. Voss? I don't hide the worry that creeps from my chest into my voice.
It's fine,
he says. Doesn't sound fine. Saya gives him a pointed look, I think agreeing with me. He waves a careless hand.
I figure the Wrights have that covered. Besides, you have bigger issues.
Revan? Voss's mouth is a grim slash.
Let's just say he didn't take the separation as well as he did when you were with Eidolon in the palace.
The boulder of dread that has been teetering over me since the second I left the Zeraphate drops. The weight of it threatening to crush me. Tell me. Horus grimaces.
He has to be in absolute darkness to hold Eidolon shadows inside.
My legs go wobbly. It's bad. Worse than I thought. Take me to him.
No way.
Kane cuts himself off with a grimace and lowers his voice.
I don't think it's safe. He's...
The flames of the candelabras around the room suddenly flicker, and then the gloom consumes the room in a rush. Not total darkness, but close.
You're here, love.
Revan's deep as sin voice rumbles through me and around me. Revan? I whisper as I stare at the shape of a man standing in the doorway. As my eyes begin to adjust, I take in more details. I catch a flash of eyes gone entirely black. Not Revan. Shadow. Damnation. Beside me, Horus makes a sound in the back of his throat and tries to get between us. Immediately, Shadow's face contorts in a spasm of anger, and tendrils of darkness lash out at me like whips, so fast I don't have time to do more than yelp. Fear lashing through me, I'm dragged across the room, kicking and fighting the entire way, aware that more Shadow is holding Horus and the others at bay. I slam into Revan's body. Shadow's arms wrap tight around me, lifting me up so that my feet dangle above the ground. A bubble of darkness snaps up around us, enveloping us in a private place. As fast as they came for me, the tendrils of Shadow disappear inside him, and the darkness in the room all around us, obscuring us from view and holding back the others, changes, softens, warms. And I don't care, because he digs one hand into my hair and his entire body convulses. On an indrawn breath, he lifts his head, and it's Revan. No faces, no shaking, eyes a glorious, smoldering turquoise. Then his expression crumples with what I can only describe as violent relief, and his lips are on mine.
You made it back to me,
he says against my mouth. Part 5. Draw Death. Chapter 66. Consumed by Shadows. This is forbidden. I fall into his kiss anyway, drown in it, only to drag myself right back to the surface. I've been trying to be good, trying to make it easier on him, to accept that we can't do this anymore. I pull away. We shouldn't. I don't want to make this harder on you.
No, stay with me.
He gathers me closer. Faces flicker over his.
I've been lost since you left. You're keeping me here.
Oh. The block of ice surrounding my heart thaws in a rush. Even if I don't understand the whys and hows, or even, for that matter, trust them. Stop thinking, Marin. Kiss the man. Like he heard my chaotic thoughts, Revan lets go, threatening to toss me right back into a pile of confusion. But he doesn't release me. Not entirely. He captures my wrists as though he's going to hold me back. Everything about him stills, and my heart plummets at the thought that he's going to take it all away again, put those walls back up. Only he glances at Kane's cuff before shifting his grip to lace our fingers, staring at his hand against mine.
They're so quiet.
Eidolon's shadows? The darkness around us parts to reveal our very concerned friends.
What the? I'm under control.
Revan cuts Voss off.
Give us a second.
Then the darkness hides us again. Before I can comment, as if compelled, he lifts my hand and follows the path of bluish veins under the skin of my wrist with his lips. An unfurling of sensation that I've been holding back hits with the first brush of contact, then claws through me the longer this goes on. We are cocooned in his darkness. I don't know what to do with myself, but the heat that his touch is building needs somewhere to go. All from such a simple caress. Different from the kiss we shared in the water garden. Different because of the relief and the build-up. A longing, a need for the connection between us, a compulsion. Does he feel this as intensely as I do? A whimper escapes me.
Hells,
he mutters as he lifts his head, his expression descending to both darkness and flame at the same time.
I thought of this 1,000 times, and I thought I had to stay away.
Me too. I don't know which of us moves first, maybe both of us at the same time, but his mouth is on mine again, and all that relief that I'm not the only one feeling this burns up in a flash fire of need that I've been holding back for ages. Anguish and bliss all rolled together. And through it all, I feel Revan, only Revan. His mouth, his hands are everywhere, and so are mine. And thank goodness for the dark shielding us from the others now, because something inside me, some deeply held fear that what I feel for Revan is so much more than what he does for me, releases in a waterfall of relief. I'm shaking, and I don't care, because a small part of me thought I'd never get this with him again. That knowledge, that possible future, gives my responses, the way I touch him back, an edge. Like I'm trying to absorb every single second, to memorize this for when it ends. The scent of his skin, the feel of his muscles bunching under my hands, the way he shudders when I press my lips to the side of his neck.
Merrin?
Horace's voice finally breaks through, calling out in the night. Hells. Revan and I both come up for air, but we don't let the others in. Not yet. I can see in his eyes that he's not going to put those walls back up again. Not entirely. What changed? I have to know. He's still breathing hard.
I felt you arrive in the Dominion, and suddenly I could breathe again.
Okay. So why did he wait to come find me? And what was with that dramatic entrance? He tucks a strand of hair behind my ear.
But then his shadows rioted. They wanted to get to you too, and I couldn't hold them back.
That doesn't sound good. He puts a finger to my lips, and I quiet under his touch.
They stopped fighting the second we had you.
He shakes his head like he doesn't quite believe it.
They just vanished. I can't hear them right now. Not at all.
We stare at each other, and I know we're thinking the same thing. It has to be my curse. He shakes his head.
We don't know for sure what it is about you, or what you're doing to stop them from killing us both. But I'm done shutting you out. I'll just have to be
careful. I curl my hands into his shirt. We'll be careful. His hands cover mine like he'll detach me from him, but he doesn't.
I'm serious, Merrin. If I have to shadow away, let me.
I sigh. Fine. But for the scribes, I'm tired of being alone in this. He gets right in my face.
You're not alone.
I'm always alone. Even now that I'm surrounded by friends, Tabor can step back in as queen after the rites, so I'll lose her too.
You're never alone, even when I can't be there.
Revan drops his hand to feather his fingers over my scar made of shadow and magic. Made of him. The contact sends zaps of lightning surging through me, lighting me up and drawing a shudder of pure sensation to the surface. The shadows inside me come to instant, decadent life, and through them I can feel Revan. He's no longer closed off, and our connection, the shadowy part of me, is alive with it. He's right here, inside me, and I feel everything about him. His need for me, the terror of reaching for me, of daring to hope only to lose me, or worse, hurt me. Everything that I feel, only more, which only tumbles me into a riot of emotions, so many different ones that separating them out is hard. Relief, peace, joy, fear to lose it all again, and an agony of need.
I am always with you,
he says, solemn, sincere. Goddess, I've never let myself picture my future before. Only small snippets, glimpses, things Oma would say or do that would make me imagine myself at her age. There was nothing for me to look forward to, not then. And since all this started, I've only been able to look to the next moment, put one foot in front of the other, solve the problem in front of me, survive. I know what I want my future to look like now. Even though I don't think I'll ever get to have it, I want to reach for it anyway, work for it. I want to make it happen even though I know the chances are slim. He's all I want. Is that too much to ask? The best I can do is hope for it and try. See if I can develop this ability the way I did my powers over sand. I could give us a future, but even more than that, I could give him a future. He wouldn't have to cope alone anymore. I shouldn't tell him. It's too much pressure. With everything going on, it's too much. As long as he's willing to stay near me, test this out, I'll wait. I can wait. I go up on tiptoe again and press my lips to his, and we sort of melt into each other. We both pull back at the same time. We'd better get back to the others, I say. Taking my hand, Revan removes the darkness, and we're standing in the room. I blink in the sudden light of the braziers. Our friends blink back at us. You can go to the hells for scaring us like that, Pella snarls. Before we can answer, a horn blasts within the castle walls, so loud it feels as though the very floors shake. I jump, not expecting it, and suddenly, in a swirl of shadow, Revan and I aren't standing in the room anymore, but in the hallway.
Holy shit,
he utters.
That was not me.
So it was me? I squeak. Why? Because I was...
scared.
He fills in when I trail off. But I'm busy thinking through all the other times. I think it always happens when I'm scared. The more scared, for me, for him, for my friends, the more I can do. Is that the trick? It kind of sucks if it is. I can picture it now, him having to scare the wits out of me every time he loses it so I can help him get control. Revan swings the door open and sticks his head inside.
Sorry about that. We're out here.
The sound, I say. What was that?
The signal,
Voss answers. Revan drops his forehead to my temple.
We have to leave the palace.
Chapter 67. The Rites of Zathana. Why do we have to leave the palace exactly? The others start putting on their masks, and Voss hands me mine.
The place is cleared of everyone but the king from the hours of sunset to midnight, and that includes us.
Again, why?
For King Punkwe,
Revan says as he adjusts his own mask.
As far as we can tell, he's locked away the entire week of the rites. But at night, when his power is released, they empty and lock down the palace for added protection.
Once everyone is ready, with Tabra propped up between Cain and Horus, we make our way out of the building, through the gardened courtyard, and into the streets outside the main gate. The music has gotten louder since we were out here before, driving through my body in thumping bursts, wilder, fiercer. I've never seen anything like this. Arid has celebrations, but this is unique. There's an excitement driving the people, jubilation, revelry, but also an odd sense of expectation that hangs heavy in the air. Tropicus is lucky to have a king who wields such a precious power. I picture Arid with its dwindling water supplies and lack of food, and what a power like his might do for my own people. Then to know all the sick and injured will be healed? Goddess. If it helps Voss, and especially Tabra. Meanwhile, all I can do is make sandcastles and glass flowers. The portals are handy, at least. Suddenly, the metal gate clangs down behind us with a rattle of the thick metal chains, closing off the entrance to the palace. That's followed swiftly by similar clangs circling the entire palace, as though every window and every entrance is being barricaded. Whoa, they take protecting the king seriously around here. That should be a good thing. So why does it have such an ominous ring? My muscles tighten with each metal barrier dropping into place.
I should not be here for this,
Benet announces abruptly in my head. Before I can ask him why not, he takes off running through the streets. I quickly lose sight of him. What was that about?
The people celebrate and get more frenzied as the night goes on.
Horace warns me. Pella chimes in. Never go off by yourself. I won't. I get a round of doubtful, searching, untrusting stares. Looks and doubts I've earned. I hold up a hand. I promise. Yeah, Pella mutters. We've heard that before. Kane shoots a warning glance at his sister that's impossible to miss.
Leave her alone, Pella.
She narrows her eyes at him. All is forgiven already, He ignores that, looking at Voss.
Back to the pub?
Pub? We make our way to a strip of shop buildings across from the guard gatehouse and right into a rundown-looking establishment. All woods and brick walls made of some rough red stone. It boasts mismatched wooden tables and chairs of all sizes, a long bar along one wall, and a small raised platform where musicians bring the music from outside into the space. It's packed. Underneath wafts of roasted meat and foods I've never had before, the place smells of perfume and sweat and revelry. The heavy scents are overwhelming when bodies are pressed this close, much worse than outside in the open air. By some miracle, we manage to commandeer a table big enough for all of us tucked into a back corner, and I find myself stuffed into the shadows of it. Revan sits opposite me, but I don't mind this time. Not while I can sense him still. A middle-aged barmaid wearing a revealing skin-tight dress with a bodice that presses her impressive breasts up appears, and we place our orders. Not that there's much to choose from.
Don't take your mask off,
Voss, who is sitting beside me, warns when my hand strays to the silken ties that hold it in place. I drop my hands back into my lap. So, what happens now? I ask no one in particular.
Now the king does his magic,
Voss says on a wheeze. The short journey here has visibly taxed him. This close, I can see the fine sheen of sweat across his upper lip. When does it happen? Horace puts a finger to his lips a second before the barmaid appears and plunks an amber-colored drink with a frothy top to it on the table in front of me. Right, the no strangers allowed thing, especially while we have to be out here in the open, is proving tricky. She smiles, beautifully tall and slender with those lush breasts and breathtakingly smooth walnut skin set off by the copper of her mask, carved with... Goddess! Her mask is two people coming together in a way that is impossible to unsee. Or unfeel. My body, despite my crossing my legs, responds to the suggestive image. That kiss earlier, still fresh, doesn't help. Her grin turns lascivious, though the way her head is angled, I'm pretty sure she's eyeing Revan through that mask of hers. She puts her hands on the table, leaning in unmistakably toward him, and my jaw drops as I realize that her top is nearly sheer, to the point that it's easy to make out the dusky tips of her breasts. Can I get you anything else, love? I sit forward abruptly, shoving my face between her and Revan. Nope. The barmaid straightens slowly, lips drawing into an uncaring smirk before she saunters away, hips swaying. If she knows what's good for her, she won't saunter back this way again. Send someone else.
Jealousy,
Voss tisks.
Fun to watch, not so fun to live.
There's a waver in his voice that sounds like laughter, and I swing a glare at him only to get a lazy grin from under his mask. Revan picks up my glass and takes a sip before setting it closer to me, and I look at him with raised eyebrows. Kane, sitting on my other side, leans back and eyes Revan.
You seriously expect them to poison her here?
Hard to tell behind his mask, but Revan's expression doesn't alter even a little, which means that's exactly what he was doing. Kane stretches one arm across the back of my chair and tips closer to me with a conspiratorial grin.
That's taking that protective thing a bit far. Don't you think, Mare?
The shadows in our booth flicker. Kane's smile widens as he turns to face me alone.
What did you think of the sacred tree of Arid?
Now he's just trying to get himself shadowed somewhere deadly. He glances around the group, though I know he's aiming this at Revan.
We always said we would see the 6 sacred trees together. Marin's been fascinated since she was a little girl. I want to,
but we didn't get to do that. I rushed to cut off what I think he was about to say. Something about wanting us to marry there is my guess. Goddess, grant me patience. I think it's time for a change of subject. Is it safe to discuss here? Because of the way we're tucked into the corner, no one should be able to overhear as long as we're careful. I clear my throat. I got the answer we needed from the Burning Lands. Chapter 68. What the Dead Told Me. The announcement hangs heavy around us. Everyone turns serious, leaning forward in their seats, except Oma and Tabra. They already know. Well, that and Tabra's practically asleep with her head on the table. I run a finger over the flat head of my signet ring. Horace glances over his shoulder, taking in the room like I did.
Keep your voices low.
I nod. I spoke with a spirit. The who is important, but I don't want his message lost first. I know how to get the other 3 amulets.
Holy hells,
Horace says. Saya rapidly signs something along the lines of how I should have told them that first thing.
There was a lot to cover,
Oma points out in a dry voice. Standing up for me for once. Pella taps her drink on the table. So, what did this spirit say? 2 amulets are together.
Together is good.
Voss takes a long swig of his drink. At the bottom of the whirlpool. He sets the glass down hard enough that it sloshes over the rim.
Well, isn't that a river of fool's gold?
My friends all pucker, like a bitter-tasting brew was slipped into their drinks. Pella's string of swear words is a little more explicit. Beside me, Kane sighs.
Figures.
Pretty much my reaction when I was told. The whirlpool sits at the mouth to Mariana's inner bay, protecting it from the devourers. Mariana is the only dominion that's been able to remain seafaring because at its center is a massive bay with a dominion made up of a relatively narrow stretch of land circling it. The problem with the whirlpool isn't only the violence of the waters. It's the devourer who incessantly lurks at the edges of the swirling death trap. The reverie. Thanks to Bene, I now know she's the goddess Mariana's consort. The reverie, once called Andromeda, is said to take different shapes to lure fools who come too close into the whirlpool.
It's obvious who goes this time.
Kane leans in.
Voss and Tabra need to stay here for the rites. Saya and Oma can stay with them. We shouldn't risk Marin, as she's the only acting sovereign of Arid. Revan's too unstable. That leaves me, Horace, and Pella. Bene too, if he'll leave Marin.
Pella snorts. I just knew you were going to say me.
I'm not leaving Marin.
Horace butts in.
Why you?
Voss is the one to ask. Kane offers a cocky smile, but I'm close enough to see the harder look in his eyes. Determination.
Think about it,
he says.
If anyone could survive that particular devourer, it's a water Hylorai.
The reverie has lured other Hylorai into the whirlpool, and they've never come out. Oma points out. She and I went over this already, and we still don't agree. Frustration ripples over Kane's features as fast as relief ripples over Pella's. But it's not going to matter. The thing is, the spirit told me what to do. I was allowed only one question, so I asked how to get the amulets, not where they were. It was the only question I could come up with in the moment that got me more than one answer in a roundabout way. And, Saya prompts with a sharp wave of her hand. Revan is going to hate this. Kane and I have to go together. What? Pella shakes her head hard enough for strands of hair to come loose from the plait she has it braided into. No. We don't go into the whirlpool, I assure her. We use sand and water together, push the walls of water at the center of the whirlpool wider straight down to the bottom of the ocean to expose the floor, and then lift the sand and everything in it up to the top.
Assuming you don't fall victim to the reverie,
Horace points out. Oma waves at him like, I told you so. The feel of Revan's shadows inside me takes on an edge.
What spirit did you speak with?
He asks. I don't look at him. I can't. I was told that we needed me and Cain together, I say to the group. He's really going to hate this next part. And that Revan can't be there. This time the whole room dims and everyone else in the pub looks around as if trying to figure out why, since all the fires and lamps are still lit.
Watch it.
Someone, Horace, maybe mutters. I reach under the table and nudge Revan with my foot, all I can reach him with. Immediately the room brightens again. I only relax, though, when I sense him relax.
Why not me?
Revan's voice is low. It didn't say why not, but given what just happened, I'm pretty sure we'd all agree Revan doesn't exactly react well when I'm in danger, and I'll be too busy to try to practice this curse thing on him. That's assuming I can do anything to help him keep control. With my luck, we'd get to the whirlpool and find out that's not what's happening at all. And who knows what he'd do there. Revan nods impatiently.
Could it have been deceiving you, the spirit?
Maybe, given who the messenger actually was. He thinks about that a minute, but I know he's going to reach the same conclusion I did.
Okay. Okay?
Horace swings his gaze between us.
You're okay with this? It's what she has to do.
I bite down on a dawning smile. This is supposed to be serious business, and that was a serious answer. But Revan's response sends courage coursing through my blood. Courage because he believes I can do this, because he's not going to stop me even though it's dangerous and I have to leave him behind.
I've encountered the reverie,
Revan says.
You should know some things. And?
Cain prompts. This close, I can see the way Revan's eyes turn haunted. I'm guessing it's not a pleasant memory.
She looked like Marin.
I gasp as shock ripples through everyone around the table, joining a crawling sensation over my skin. Why would he have seen me before we met?
I thought it was Tabra,
he reveals. Then to me alone.
It happened after I saw you in your glass garden, so I knew what you looked like. This beautiful girl on the shore called my name, and there you were. Only when I got close enough, you fell into the whirlpool, or I thought you did. I almost went in after you, but the shadows wouldn't let me.
Why would you see that? I whisper. See me? Oma huffs an unamused laugh. Do you remember nothing I taught you? The reverie doesn't only show people their deepest desire. It may also show their fate. My heart flutters as I stare across the table. He stares right back. Did he know? Are we fated to be together? A thread of darkness twists through my mind. Fate determines a lot of things, and not all of them happy endings, including how and why we die. He knows this, and he's still letting me go off to face the devourer? Or will I be the cause of Revan's death?
We should leave the amulets down there,
Horace says, which doesn't sound like him at all. Saya nods.
They're impossible for anyone to get out without dying, he continues. Leave them there. I have to say I agree with my Eastern Wanderer brother on this one,
Cain says slowly, which is bad since Cain is critical to the plan.
It's safer if those things stay where no one can get to them. You forgot what Eidolon...
Revan cuts himself off.
If Marin could find this out, so can he. And given Vita's role, I doubt Marin's planned trip to talk to the dead will remain secret, if it ever was. All he needs is to find another water Hylurai and sand Hylurai to help him.
And we're not as rare as other types of Imperium. The heaviness that is getting annoyingly familiar blankets our group. So many things are stacked against us. I'm asking my friends to risk their lives, but that's assuming Eidolon will be worse with the goddesses released and on his side than he already has been as an Inferni king. One who is no longer immortal, We could wait him out. Selfishly, that means I'll be on the run my entire life. Tabor too. Same for Revan. I won't make this choice alone. I've already done that too many times. It has to be all of us.
Okay then,
Kane finally says.
Marin and I leave in the morning.
Given the way Revan stiffens, I know he doesn't like it. He also doesn't argue. At least the shadows don't move.
I'll go with you.
Horus volunteers.
I can try to keep the reverie off you.
Bene should come too. I'm not splitting him up from his goddess.
Cheer up, pell-mell,
Kane says to his sister, who makes that lemon-sucking face again.
Bringing one devourer to deal with another devourer isn't a bad idea.
She looks far from convinced. Still, the others all relax a bit, thanks to his breaking the tension. The dead spirit version of Eidolon didn't say we needed anyone else, but other than Revan, he didn't say not to bring anyone. So, tomorrow, Kane, Horus, Bene, and I will go. All agree? One by one, every person around the table, all except Tabra, who still has her head on her arms, nods agreement. Outside, a sudden shout of celebration goes up so loud that it's impossible to miss. The revelers in the room with us echo it.
Brace yourself,
Revan warns me. Sizzling that reminds me of being near Hakken when he loses his lightning bolts is all the warning I get before a buzzing jolt passes through me, and the room lights up brilliantly, almost blindingly. The king's power being released. 7 hells! I bolt to my feet, my chair scraping back, then sit back down just as fast, blinking owlishly. We're supposed to be from here and know what this feels like. No need to give myself away. The sensation, like waking up, leaves every part of me almost painfully alive. A dance and sing kind of alive. Rejoice in the feel of my skin alive. Get Revan in the room alone alive. And that one was only to renew the water life. Good goddess, is an illusion. What's the one for humans going to feel like? Speaking of, how is Revan holding onto his control in the wake of something like that? I glance at the corners of the room, almost expecting the shadows to come crawling closer. But they don't. I glance his way to find him watching me. With wanting. Unadulterated. Unhidden. On display for me and all to see. Like I said, holy hells. Chapter 69. Separate Ways. Saya tugs on Kane's shirt to get his attention, hands flying through a series of gestures he obviously understands because he nods.
I promised Sai I'd show her a stall where they make fairy bread.
My jaw drops as they stand to leave. Really? After that, they're going to go off and shop for whatever fairy bread is. A grinning Saya grabs Horus by the hand, tugging him up too. When he looks at me for permission to go, I wave him off. Together, they hurry out after Kane.
Don't worry.
Oddly, Voss is the one who addresses Pella, who looks as though she might follow her brother out.
Sai will make sure he doesn't go off by himself. She feels like she owes him for finding her in the jungle the other night, and Horus will take care of them both.
My brother doesn't need babysitters, is all she says. Voss slides a glance toward me and Revan.
He's getting away from the two of you, you know?
I figured that much out for myself. I could cut the tension with a dull knife, Pella says. Just sleep together already and get it out of your system. Heat floods my face all over again, this time spreading down my neck and over my chest. What am I supposed to say to that?
We better get this one back to bed.
Voss gets up and gives Tabra's shoulder a gentle shake. She has trouble lifting her head to blink sleepily at us. Voss and Revan help her up. Luckily, drunkenness is all around us, whether it's on spirits or the king's power, but it means her wobbly state won't attract undue attention. Voss looks at the rest of us.
We need to split up.
Why? I ask. The way we get back in when the palace is locked down? Pella pauses at my confused frown, then speaks slower like I'm a child. We don't want any attention, so we go a few at a time. Thank you. I draw my own words out slowly in return. Whatever we're about to do sounds a lot like how I used to sneak out of the hovel Oma and I lived in, and even more so, the palace in Arid. Someday, I'd really like to go in and out of the place I'm staying, using only the door to the street, like a normal person. Oma's shoulders go back.
I'm not leaving Tabra.
Oh my goddess, Pella mutters. Then she grabs me by the wrist and tugs me up from the table. Marin and I can go first. I wave at the others. They should go before us. Her grip tightens on my wrist. Nope. I can't watch you watch him without getting sick. Besides, I have something I want to show you. Another tug, and before I know it, we're outside in the teeming streets and she takes off into the night. I only hesitate a moment. She barely acknowledges when I catch up. At a corner crossing, she pulls up sharply when a train of parading people dances by. In the same instant, she makes a frustrated sound in her throat, then raises her voice. You didn't need to come too, which is when I notice Hawkins standing nearby. I had no idea he'd tagged along. She shoots me an accusing look. I'm guessing your boyfriend sent him? I clear my throat. I'm pretty sure it's not me Hawkins is worried about. Her shoulders stiffen, which makes me grin, which makes her chin rise. He seems like a good guy, I comment casually. Why not give him a chance? You give him a chance, she mutters. I snort. What kind of weak response is that? Her lips flatten. Whatever. The street clears a bit and we're off through the crowds again. Hawkins in close proximity, careful not to let anyone touch him, even accidentally. Our silent, sort of twitchy protector. When we get to the palace, Pella doesn't go to the gate but skirts the wall. Around the corner and halfway down, she ducks into a small alcove in the wall itself and grabs onto a rope dangling conveniently over the top. Of course we would have a way in and out, and of course it involves ropes and sheer drops. Without a word, she starts to climb. Hands on my hips, I stare at her. You've got to be kidding me. She stops, dangling a little way up to look over her shoulder at me. It's the only way past the guards. She waves one hand at the teeming streets not far away. Stay here if you want. Hawkins can be your minder. How are Revan and Voss going to get Tabra inside? Another shrug. They can tie the rope around her waist and haul her up. They'll figure it out. She continues with her climb. I still don't move. If this is the way in, I'd rather wait for midnight, which I assume is when the gates open back up. I tip my head back, trying to mentally compare the height of this wall to the roof of the hovel. This is taller. You'd think after flying with Benny so much, I'd be numb to this fear by now. But the bubble of panic expanding in my chest is as bad as it ever has been. Do you want to see what I have to show you or not? Pella calls down.
I won't let you fall,
Hawkins offers. He manages to say it in his usual quiet way, and yet still be heard over the ruckus in the streets. Sweet of him to tell me. It doesn't help. I know you won't, but Heights and I have this agreement. I don't go near them, and they don't kill me. His lips twitch, a little bit like Revan at his moodiest, when he doesn't want to laugh but finds me funny anyway.
What's the plan, then? You go with Pella, Hawkins.
Revan says from out of nowhere, suddenly appearing behind us, though I don't think he's shadowed.
I'll take Marin up.
I lean around him. Where's Tabra?
With Voss and Oma. They're waiting, so let's make it quick.
After a minuscule hesitation, Hawkins steps around me, grabs the rope, and starts climbing. He leaves me with Revan, who wraps both hands around my waist, and the feel of his touch does things to me. Did you feel me panic? I ask, looking for any hint of amusement in his face.
I didn't need to.
That's an explanation? Oh, wait, because he knew I'd have to use this way in. His mouth crooks. Can he feel what being this near him is doing to me? In a whisper of shadow, we're standing on the top of the wall beside Pella, just as Hawkins climbs over. I have no idea what to say or do. What I want to do is out of the question, at least for now, which really stinks. Thank you. He says nothing, but his hands curl into the flesh at my waist, like he's trying to make himself let go. Slowly, agonizingly slowly, he draws me closer, his gaze dropping to my lips. But this time I'm too aware of Pella and Hawkins standing right here. Doesn't Voss need you? Revan's gaze changes, filled with regret, maybe, or determination.
Stay with Pella. I'll see you in a bit.
Then he's gone. Pella arches a brow at me. That was awkward, I supply, grumpy all of a sudden. That's one word for it. I can't help myself. Even risking vertigo, I lean over the edge of the wall to look. Given how he was earlier, I'm sure he shouldn't use his power to go far. Sure enough, he's in the alley walking away, alone. As he goes, a woman in the crowd tries to dance up to him. I scowl. Only whatever he says or does with his face makes her dance away just as quickly. Nobody should be alone. I glance over my shoulder at Håkon. Maybe you can... He slides a reluctant glance in Pella's direction.
Yeah.
Then he's over the edge of the wall, climbing back down the rope. Chapter 70. Pella's Surprises. Pella stalks off to wherever we're going, following the broad, flat wall walk that runs the top of the walls behind the battlements. At least I got rid of Håkon for you, I say as I catch up to her. Her lips flatten, but she says nothing to that. Halfway down this stretch, the wall walk runs into the building where we're housed. No bars on this door? Hard to miss when every other window and door I can see is barricaded. She points, and sure enough, there's something stuck in the track that the gate would slide down, preventing that. I huff a surprised laugh, even though I shouldn't be all that surprised. You? I ask. She shrugs. Any other spots? The door at the end of this walk. She points back the way we came. A basement window in this building on the courtyard side right at ground level, and 2 more that I'm about to show you. Once we're inside, she doesn't take me downstairs to the rooms they were in earlier like I expect. Instead, she cuts through on the floor we're on, then back outside through another stoppered gate to continue along the top of the wall until we get to the turret at the end. The door to the turret is closed, but from where Pella positions us, we can see part of what is beyond the palace walls. She points. I thought you should see this. Doing my best to ignore the darn drop, I lean over to see what she's pointing at. What greets me could be comforting or concerning, depending on how paranoid I want to be. On the back side of this wall is another massive walled-in structure that backs right in under the cliffs, separate, not part of the palace grounds. Barracks, large enough to house a very large army. The yard below us is full of soldiers, all training one-on-one despite it being nighttime and the revelry going on in the city. Oma taught me some basic principles about the 5 styles of hand-to-hand combat Tropican warriors are trained in, and I appreciate this unintentionally private demonstration. They're incredible. Speed, strength, agility. But the intensity, the seriousness they're training with, there's an air of an impending fight. My grip on the battlement I'm leaning over tightens as I watch. Every blasted soldier in Tropicus seems to be gathered here, Pella says. Why? She has a point. We don't keep the entire army of Arid stationed in the capital, only part of it. Maybe they come for the rights? More protection for the king? Maybe, she murmurs, but a frown says she's not entirely convinced. I'm not either. Because they let us in. Why would they bring an army here to protect the king and their secret rights, then let a band of strangers in, royalty or not? We're King Ponqui's guests. So as Major Domo tells us. I sigh. It's tempting to ask her to try to find out more, but I get the sense our welcome here is already balanced on a cliff's edge. Until something says we're not honored guests, we have to assume that's what we are. I guess. But tell the others and keep a sharp eye. I'm pretty sure we'll both be wary of this until we leave here. Come on. We go back the way we came to our building, then make our way down the stairs to the 3rd floor, where our rooms are housed. The building is eerily vacant, not even a few guards stationed here and there. They really empty the place out. You seem to know your way around, I comment. I get a side-eyed glance. When no one notices if you are there or not, it's easy to take time to explore. which is more than I was expecting her to tell me. More, I think, than she intended to reveal, too, because she immediately gets all sullen. How am I supposed to respond to something like that? I'm pretty sure I would notice if you weren't around, I finally say. It becomes so pleasantly quiet. Pella makes a sound through her teeth, like a click and a hiss at the same time, which is Wanderer for whatever. Our footsteps echo off the walls all the way down the hall to our rooms. You can use Kane's palette, she says as she unfolds her own and flops down. It's his night to stand watch first anyway. Which means my friends felt the need to have someone standing watch, despite being safe here. Smart. She points out the roll tucked in a corner, and I get settled. Kane's palette smells like him, like desert and sand and sun. When I used to sneak out and spend time with him, I'd lay wherever he told me, with him at my back, keeping me safe, and inhale. That scent, to me, is escape, freedom. But it's not home anymore. Revan is home. I lay on my side, my back to the wall, and watch the candlelight dance over the room. You should have gone easier on him, you know? I glance Pella's way to find her staring at the ceiling, arms folded behind her head. On who? Kane? I've been trying to. No. She shakes her head, then turns on her side to face me. On Revan. What's this now? She's worried about Revan? I think about my first night in the Zeraphate after we escaped Eidolon, when we were all eating in Canis' rooms, and Pella almost made Revan smile, touched him. Are you two... I don't even know what I'm asking. She gives a hiss of frustration. You don't know him at all, if you'd ask that. I was going to say friends. Sure, you were. There's no point in arguing when she gets this way, so I roll to my back. After a second, she huffs. Yes, we're friends. He needed help when he first came to us. So I figured out. His body wasn't healing because he was fighting those demons inside him. Demons? Good God, she thinks he's filled with demons? Only she's not far from the truth. The difference is the source, really. Have you never wondered what kind of Imperium I am? I have to sit up at that, crossing my legs to face her. You're an empath, right? I asked Kane once, but he said that any more information was for you to share. And we haven't exactly been friendly. True. She thinks for a moment. Kane inherited a version of his mother's power over water. Our father married his first heartmate for her power, you know? Water is needed in the desert. I wondered. The Zeref is very devoted to your mother, though. She actually smiles. I am my father's daughter. Is she talking about inheriting her father's Inferni ability? Every Imperium, Inferni and Hylorai, have a specific nuance to their power. Maybe she's some kind of truth-sensing empath? Is that why she's hated me all this time? I know what she said about my taking her place in Kane's heart, but could she sense something in me worthy of hatred? What exactly can you do? I'm an emotional empath. My eyes go wide. I can't help it. Even if it gives Pella a bit of an advantage, and it does. I know it when she smiles again. Pella isn't a smiler unless she thinks she has the upper hand. My spine goes ramrod straight. Have you ever used this on me? No. And she's sad about that based on the tone of her voice. I have to touch for it to work. I'm better at projecting emotions than sensing them. I blow out her breath and don't care that she sees. Pella and I may be in a better place than we were, but the thought of her doing anything with my emotions makes me want to curl up and hide from her. So, what did you do to help Revan? I ask slowly. I helped calm the demons inside him to sleep so he could rest. She grimaces. One at a time they surfaced, so it took a lot of time and patience. Knowing Mr. Self-Sacrifice, he would have hated having to have that help, especially if patience was involved. There's a lot of anger in there, Marin. Malice, fury. She bends a look on me. And a driven kind of purpose, like an obsession, though my ability can't show me why. She lets out a long breath, shifting on her pallet to tuck her knees up, like she's feeling his emotions all over again. He was in bad shape when you were with the king. Not because he wasn't healed, but because you were in danger. But when you went to seek the burning lands, he lost it. And now I'm about to leave him again to go somewhere dangerous. I'm going to make him suffer. Guilt piles up like rocks in my gut. I hate that even more than I hate him hiding his struggles from me. He has enough without me adding to his burden. I fiddle with the linen sheet that serves as a blanket here. I don't have to touch you to see that hurts you, she says with so much more compassion than I used to think she was capable of. Was it hard for you, learning your power? Her pause, followed by a simple nod, tells me a lot. I'm sorry. I mean it. I know what it's like to have an important aspect of your life forced on you. And Pella, emotions aren't her strong suit. I imagine having to deal with others is even worse. Maybe her bitchy side was all in reaction to what she was dealing with. I had my father to help me. I snort a laugh. I can see him being a wonderful help with all things emotions. A statement that actually draws a chuckle from her. There is that. Then she sobers. At least I was allowed to use my power, unlike you. Learn it, practice it. I didn't have to keep it a secret. I'm not sure who told her about that, but after a beat I nod. A sort of silent thanks that she'd acknowledge that I didn't exactly have it easy either. You're important to him. Special. Her words drop between us softly. She's talking about Revan. I don't even have to ask. I know that. You should know it. I do. This situation we're in, I rolled on my side, tucking my hands up under my cheek and sigh. It's impossible. But maybe. She scrunches up her face as she appears to think through her words. Maybe it's more impossible if you're both fighting your feelings and the world at the same time. I stare at her long enough that her cheeks flare with color. On what might actually be an embarrassed huff, she flips over so her back is to me. It's up to you to figure it out. I wasn't the one keeping us apart in the first place. We will. Good for you. For some reason, her snappy return makes me grin. Still don't like me? Nope. But there's an answering grin in her voice, so I chuckle. Yeah, me neither. Chapter 71. The Maw of Death. Cain, Horus, Bene, and I are dead tired, despite the fact that our journey thus far has been uneventful. It's just been a lot. Too bad we couldn't have shadowed or portaled all the way there. That would have been so much faster. Instead, we traveled via portal to Sentium, the capital city of Mariana. The place is snowed over. Tindra's creeping winter has definitely done a number on this dominion. All of the land is covered in deep drifts of snow, and chunks of ice float in the waters. I know because Bene flew us across the entire breadth of the dominion, over the massive bay of intellect. For a place that is supposed to be balmy, it's a shocking sight. All because the goddess Tindra isn't here to control the protective weather she set up around her dominion to keep her people safe from her consort devourer in the sea. Maybe we should release the goddesses. But that's a debate for another day. First, we have to get all the amulets. We didn't want to alert the Reverie to our presence, and another devourer flying overhead would do that, which is why we flew to the small town of Billin nearby. There, Horus procured us this ride along the coast to the closest anyone from Mariana gets to the whirlpool. Cain, Horus, and I sit at the front of the boat. Bene lays in the bottom, shrunk down to his dog-sized form and getting lots of wary looks from the boatmen. The wind takes our vessel swiftly across the top corner of the bay. The way this boat is designed, riding high on the water as though barely skimming across the top, allows it to move at incredible speeds. Sure, I'm getting bounced around and have to shout to be heard, and freezing cold seawater, salty and stinging, is spraying up into my face, stealing my breath and coating me in a fine layer of frost. I was already cold from the flying, by the way. But we'll make it to the whirlpool by twilight. I can thaw again after we're done with this.
Come here.
Kane suddenly tugs me closer and wraps his arms around me. I'm fine, I mutter into his chest. My chattering teeth make a liar out of me, though.
Yeah, well, maybe I need the body heat.
He grumbles into the top of my hair. I can hear the grin in his voice. Poor little wanderer. I don't think we're in the desert anymore.
That's for damn certain.
I grin to myself. I also don't move. He's blocking some of the cold spray, and he's right. I'm not shivering quite so hard. The strait we're headed toward is hardly wide enough for a devourer to pass through, even Bene when he's full size. It cuts a swath through the circle of land that makes up the Dominion, the gap spanned by a flat bridge not high off the water. We are almost to the bridge where our boatmen will drop us off. I can see it in the distance, built from stone and not very wide. I frown. Bene could have gotten in here. He flies, and based on what he said, only arid and wilderness were off limits to him, and the Reverie can apparently walk on shore in human form. Why can't she attack the people of Mariana in the bay? My frown deepens. This isn't a very well-protected dominion. I stiffen, checking the water all around us, almost expecting a long tentacle of the hollow or the ramming head of the gore cutter to be coming for us. Hey, Bene? I try to keep the question quiet from the boatman. Do the other devourers get in here? He raises his head from his paws.
The others are waterbound and can't make it over the land or past the whirlpool. Andromeda comes on shore, not very far because in her natural form she breathes water, so she can't be out of it long. But she does wander the beaches near the whirlpool, not always as a person, and never as anything that's a recognizable threat.
Terrific. A sentiment Horace and Kane basically both echo when I tell them.
Something keeps her there. She never leaves. I think now perhaps she can sense her goddess at the bottom.
Well, that's awful. And now I'm dealing with sympathy for a devourer we might face. I shouldn't have asked. Finally, the boat anchors to a dock at the edge of the bridge.
I won't wait here,
the boatman warns us, glancing around and wringing his hands. Horace stiffens.
That's not the deal we made. I will return for you.
We look at each other. The man is visibly frightened. He knows what lurks around this area, even though according to Bene, the Reverie can't get this far. Only an impressive amount of coins. I have no idea where Horace came up with that, and I didn't ask. Convinced him to bring us here in the first place. No way is he coming back here alone.
I'll go with him, Domina, and bring him back later,
Horace says slowly, brows drawing tightly together until his eyes are squinty. I don't need to ask. He doesn't want to leave me. We shouldn't have to go far to the whirlpool from here. I glance to the sky where the sun hangs over the horizon like it might sink into the waters, dousing its light forever. It took much longer to make this journey than I'd expected. I have no idea how much time this will take us, or if we'll even survive. We have no choice. Timing Horace's return is near impossible. No, we'll find our own way home. Bene can fly us, or I can make a portal. We'll figure it out after we get the amulet. The boatman glances between us like we've lost our wits. I'm not sure we haven't. Desperation, I'm starting to learn the hard way, is the biggest motivator out there. That and death. In agreement, we get out of the boat and make our way past the bridge. Almost as soon as we can no longer see the bay behind us, blocked by the rocky rolling shoreline, a roar, constant, steady, and monstrous, rises on the winds. What starts as a snow-covered beach gradually changes to what should be snake-ridden hills, except I'm pretty sure the snakes couldn't survive this weather. Meanwhile, loose shale under the snow has us slipping and sliding as we go. It's not mountainous here, but the deceptively flat land rises slightly and continuously, enough that I'm breathing hard and at the same time grateful for the pants and tunic and warm cloak Horace obtained when we got to Sentium. As we walk, the roar of the whirlpool grows louder. The sun is long since set, all three half-formed moons lighting our path now. I top a rise and yelp at the sharp drop-off that came without even a hint we were close. Maybe 50 feet below us is the whirlpool itself. Scrambling back, I stumble straight into Kane, who bobbles before he wraps his arms around me, turning me away from the sight. Hands on my arms, he looks me in the eyes, right in my face, sincere and concerned. I stare back, my eyes narrowing when his lips quirk.
Still don't like tall things, hmm?
Understatement? I straighten, subtly tugging from his hold. I'm fine. No one warned me that cliffs would be involved.
As fine as you were earlier? Invincible should be your middle name.
He winks. I glare, which only makes him grin. A second later, Horace appears over the rise, Bene right behind him, still in dog form. His full-size form would attract the reverie, he says. Both Kane and Horace walk right to the edge to peer down, and my stomach does flips at their nearness to a deadly plummet. Kane whistles.
If that isn't the gateway to the seventh hell, I don't know what is.
My thoughts exactly. And he didn't see the land of eternal death, which is serene by comparison. The sound is monstrous, like pigs being slaughtered combined with Bene's roar. Wind whips and tears at my clothes, trying to strip me bare. But what sends icy fingers of fear through me is the utter violence of the waters. It took only a single glance at the frothing, spinning maelstrom to know that nothing could survive if sucked in. A single slip of the foot, and I'd be caught in the current and dragged down to a brutal, watery grave. Add violent drowning to heights and spiders on my growing list of bone-deep fears.
Ready?
Kane yells. I startle because I was too focused on icy cliffs and plummeting drops and whirling death at the bottom. The reverie hasn't shown her face, but that doesn't mean she won't. Better to work fast and get out of here fast. Forcing my feet to move, I scoot toward the precipice until I can see the angry eye at the center of the whirlpool. There, I stop, my own fear refusing to let me move even a pinky toe closer. Kane moves back to stand beside me. Together, we lift our hands, our combined yellow lights glowing all around us. Hopefully the devourer around here doesn't see it. Daylight would have been better to try this. Kane has to start. At first, nothing happens, but I know he's trying because his hands and arms are so tense, like he's lifting a great weight. Kane? He shakes his head, sweat popping out over his upper lip, so I leave him alone and watch and wait. After a low grunt from him, I finally see a change. The swirling pit at the center of the water widens, barely at first, then more and more until it reminds me of the large, deep well in the courtyard of the Oasis Palace, a hollow tube leading down. Kane was right. Gateway to the seventh hell.
Go!
He grinds out. My turn. Rather than watch, I close my eyes and feel for the sand that lies at the bottom of that tunnel of water he's carved out for me. I can't feel the amulets, but I can feel the sand. Despite the freezing air and punishing winds, I'm already starting to sweat with the effort.
Faster!
Kane calls. I'd better pull the right hunk of sand up. Doing this more than once might be impossible for both of us. With no warning, for the first time in a long while, my amulet warms against my skin and the glow of my hands brightens. Thank you, Arid. Better late than never. Hoping I'm doing this right, I lift. It's heavy. I knew it would be, given its wet sand. I just didn't expect to feel it so much, for my own muscles to strain. My arms are shuddering like I'm actually holding the sand.
Marin.
A familiar velvet and iron voice calls out sharply. I jerk my hands away, dropping the sand as I open my eyes to find Revan standing right in front of me.
Marin?
I'm only vaguely aware that Kane is calling my name.
Marin, where are you?
Revan is teetering at the edge of the drop. Only, I know it's not Revan. Chapter 72. Maelstrom. Revan's face isn't right. His eyes, they aren't usually that shade. I dream of his eyes. I know his eyes, his face, as if I've known him all my life. These eyes are duller, lifeless. This isn't Revan. This is reverie. On a yelp, I leap back, but I hesitated too long and she was too close. The false Revan's fingers wrap around my wrist and his expression changes to raw poison as he clamps down so hard on me I cry out. I don't have time to struggle before he jumps and wrenches me over the edge. My mind can't keep up, oddly latching on to the way the cliff face blurs in the moonlight as I plummet past it. Together we fall into the rapids spinning into the whirlpool. I hit the icy water hard, knocking the breath I'm trying to hold from my body. Instantly, a current drags me under and keeps dragging me deeper, or maybe upward. In this black, tumbling world, I'm losing which way is up. A strong hand catches me by the arm and drags at me until my head breaks through the surface. I try to gasp in air only to swallow a gutful of a wave, sending me into fits of coughing. Then I swim, or try to, but which way? My stinging, salt-water-filled eyes have gone blurry, and it's dark. I could be swimming to the center for all I know. Plus, my body is already starting to go numb from the cold. Where's Bene? I wave to the skies, hoping like hells he can see me. Then, out of nowhere, the reverie wraps herself around me, arms and legs pinning me still. "What are you doing?" I shout. She's doomed us both. My head goes underwater on a gurgle and I come up spluttering, but still he doesn't let go. She's letting our bodies go with the current. We are tossed and thrown, dragged under to bob back to the top. Screams want to crawl out of my throat, but I'm fighting to breathe too much to let them. The rush of sound all around me rises to a cacophony and we crest a wave, giving me my first glimpse of the center. It's right there. Which is when panic slices through everything and hijacks my entire system. Kicking, scratching, biting, I fight like the harpies of the hells are after me. All the while, the eye of the whirlpool loops closer and closer, and my attacker never lets go. "No!" I scream as we tumble over that spinning edge. Cain must still be holding it wide with his power because we slide down and down and down a wall of water in a swirl that makes me nauseous. We land with such force that it's all I can do to lay there stunned and not pass out. Get up. I'm trying to suck in air, to control my breathing, which is wheezing harshly in and out. Did I snap my neck? Get up. She's going to kill me as I lie here. I know it, but I can't make my body work. Damn it, Marin, get up and fight. Sensation comes back to my limbs in a stinging blitz, but I finally manage to struggle to my feet to face the reverie, who still looks like Revan. "What do you want?" I yell, but the pounding of water all around us steals the sound from my lips before it reaches even my own ears. Even so, she offers me a smile that turns my still rolling stomach sour. Then she bends over and digs a single finger through the sand. Something gold glitters at me, and then the reverie version of Revan straightens. Dangling from her finger, winking at me as though we're old friends, are two lightning glass amulets like mine in Trizolds and Eidolons. One is made of deep green glass, the other a blood red. The goddesses Tropicus and Mariana. The reverie cocks her head, taunting me, and realization strikes like an arrow to the heart. We gave this devourer exactly what she wanted, a way to get down here and get the amulets without dying. Could she hear them? Hear the goddesses? One of them her lover, who were so close and yet unattainable. With another sly smile, she looks up as though she's expecting something. Because, like me, she needs a way out. But how? Almost as though she summoned him to her, Cain drops between us with an oomph and a groan. He's dry, all except the bottoms of his pants, like he rode the water down. It takes him a stunned moment before he pushes to all fours, then to his feet. I grab his arm. "Get us out of here." But he acts as though he doesn't hear me or feel me, staring instead at the reverie. I look warily between them. Who or what does he see?
"Marin, you're unharmed,"
Cain says to her. I can hardly hear him over the roar of the water, but I can read his lips, which means Cain sees me. I mean, the reverie as me. My heart cracks like someone took a hammer and chiseled to it. I saw the difference. I saw it. Why can't Cain?
"What happened?"
He yells at her. I tug harder on his arm. "Cain, I'm right here. That's not me." No reaction. I might as well be tugging on a dead branch. Under my touch, his arms, hands still glowing yellow, are straining. His entire body is tensed. The struggle of holding back the water has to be taking its toll. "Cain!" I shake him, then again harder. Nothing. It's like I'm not even here. I slap him hard enough that his head snaps to the side, but he stays entirely focused on her, as if that didn't happen. The reverie smiles and holds up the amulets. Kane's eyes widen and his lips crook in that familiar grin.
Good job. Let's get out of here.
The cracks in my heart threaten to shatter, spreading outward, weakening me. He loves me. How can he not see the difference? The malevolence in her. I shove my wrist with his cuff in his face. I'm the real Marin. The reverie smiles and lifts her hand. In a swirl of mist, an identical cuff forms around her own wrist. The way his chest expands, a cocky smile slipping into place is like a horse kick to the gut. He closes the distance between them, bumping me aside like I'm not there, then slides his hands into her hair and kisses her. Just a soft brush before he pulls back to smile into her eyes.
I knew it,
he whispers. My jaw drops, and for a shocked second, all I can do is gape as he kisses her again. I mean, really kisses her. Exactly how I used to secretly dream he'd kiss me when I was 13 summer solstices old and had started to notice him in a different way. The way he touches her is all Kane. Gentle and commanding, and somehow reverent all at the same time. A touch meant for the girl he loves with all his heart. I snap out of it. Kane! I holler, not that he hears me. Kane! I try to shake him free, but he doesn't react. It's a trick. It's not me. Pulling away from their kiss, he wraps an arm around the reverie's waist. A bubble of water forms under their feet and lifts them up the open column of the whirlpool. I try to hold on, clinging to his arm until I'm dangling, but the reverie gives me a solid kick in the chest and knocks me off. I land on my hands and knees, lurching right into the wall of ocean that slams my head into the ground. Backing out, coughing and spluttering, I jump up, searching overhead. I ignite my own power, calling on the sands to lift me up the way the water is lifting them. Only once Kane and the reverie get about 50 feet above me, the water held back by his power lets loose, collapsing in and crashing down on top of me. On a scream, I jerk my hands over my head in some misguided attempt to pull a glass bubble around myself. Instead, shock rams through my panic as shadows come from every direction, from the night sky above and from the depths of the surrounding ocean. They curl around me. In an instant, they obliterate the light and everything goes abruptly quiet. Shaking, I slowly lower my arms. Either I'm dead or I'm in shadows. Revan? I try tentatively, my throat raw from screaming and coughing in seawater. Silence. This doesn't make any sense. I don't feel him close. My scars are still stretched thin. I reach out in the darkness trying to feel for anything and swear that a hand squeezes mine. Warmth rather than cold fear steals through me, and my muscles ease their shaking. And then the darkness clears. I'm no longer standing on the bottom of the ocean or in a bubble holding back the water or even on the cliff overlooking the whirlpool. I'm in the palace of Tropicus, staring straight into the turquoise eyes of the shadow wraith I gave my heart to. The real one. Chapter 73. The Call of the Reverie.
What the hell's?
Revan is up and stalking across the room in a heartbeat. So menacing I swear the shadows still fading from me creep back almost protectively. Shock has made me numb, though.
Marin?
Revan is in front of me. I can see his lips moving. He frames my face with his hands.
Marin, talk to me.
The reverie has them. My mouth doesn't want to form the words. She has Kane and the amulets. And I'm in Tropicus where I can't help. Horus is back there, but he's Vex with no powers. At least Bene is with them. But will they be able to see Kane? After all, she made it so he couldn't see or hear or even feel me. My hands fly up to cover my mouth, and I'm shaking so hard my eyes might fall out of my head. But I don't give a shit. I finally managed to find my voice. Kane... What about my brother? Pella's harsh voice demands from behind me. The reverie has him under her spell. He thought she was me, and he pulled her out of the whirlpool and left me there. Realization strikes hard. If the reverie needed a way in and out, then once they're out, she's going to kill him as soon as they reach land. We have to do something, anything. Revan, he's already ignited his hands, the purple glow filling the room.
Let's go,
he says with a wave. While the others run to us, Oma remains by Tabra, holding my sister's hand. She never held my hand when I was sick. Not ever. Grim-faced, Revan takes my hand and waits for Hakken, Voss, Saya, and Pella to touch him. Then we go. There's a longer bout of darkness than what brought me here, long enough that I tighten my grip on him just to feel grounded. Then in a burst of moonlight and thundering sound, I find myself back on the cliffs above the whirlpool, the pummeling water even louder after the quiet. Revan sits, shoving his head between his knees and breathing hard. Horus is at the edge, peering over, and startles when we appear.
Merrin, thank Goddess.
He takes my hand in his, dropping to one knee before me, his relief palpable. Over his head, I see the way the water starts to ripple at the center. Ripple, then bubble like a natural spring, boiling up from the ocean itself. Cain and the reverie are coming. There, I point. Only how do we get to them? Revan can't. He needs to save anything he has left to fight her. I look over my shoulder for Hakken. Can you zap her?
I can't use my power while they're both in water. I'll kill him.
Cain appears within the opening of the vortex, and then they are both rising together. After a lifetime of seeing my face on another woman, it's not all that strange to see myself down there. But to see me next to Cain, who is looking down at false me like Revan does sometimes, like he breathes better when I'm near, that hurts. A shadow passes overhead and we all duck, only to find Bene soaring above us, shooting straight for them, full size. Bene! I shout. She was your... His what? His friend? His relation? As they were both heartmates of sisters? You can't...
Never trusted her. Never will.
With a self-satisfied smile, the reverie scans the shore. I know the second she sets eyes on Bene, because that smile slips to a scowl. She goes up on tiptoe and puts her lips to Cain's ear. Can he even hear her? But he nods and starts them moving across the water toward the shore. How they're being held up by the bubbling, frothing water at their feet, I have no idea. But it slowly crawls across the torrent, unaffected by the currents, the opposite direction from us. Waving my hand as if wielding a whip, I am not great with whips. A long, supple line of sand rises from the spit of beach closer to them than me. I snap it out toward the two of them, trying to snag it around Cain's waist, but miss. Not even close. Gritting my teeth, I go again, but no luck. Revan shoves to his feet, swaying, but jaw tight with determination.
Don't.
In a dive worthy of a bird of prey, Bene scoops them both up in eagle's talons, but a wave of water rises out of the ocean and threatens to take them all under. Cain. Voss's hands go up, and the giant wave freezes even as it's curling over itself. Once it's solid, he drops to his knees, eyes rolling in the back of his head. But he bought Bene seconds. The devourer manages to rip the two apart so that Cain is in one talon and the reverie in the other. Cain's wall of water drops away with a mighty splash that shatters Voss's crest of ice in a series of crackling bursts. Bene throws Cain, with not much care, onto the hill behind us. Sand rises in a plume of dust from the impact. Then he lifts into the air with the reverie who still looks like me.
Merrin!
Cain's bellow from where he landed is all fury and pain, his voice piercing the thunder of the whirlpool even this far from him. Horus, Revan, and I scramble up the hill, skirting rocks to get to him. He's visible on the other side where the land levels out more. Cain lifts his hands, yellow light gleaming, no doubt to throw more water at Bene. I lash out with another sand whip and manage to wrap it around him, pinning his arms to his sides.
Merrin!
He's still yelling, charging after them, still under the reverie's spell. I yank my whip, tripping him so that he falls to the ground. Then I'm on my knees in front of him. I'm here. But he doesn't see me. He still doesn't see me. Horus pushes me aside to get in his face, but he doesn't seem to see him either. Revan throws up a swirl of shadows in front of Cain, blocking the reverie from view. Horus rears back and slaps him, harder even than I did before, then takes him by the shoulder, shaking him.
Cain, wake up!
My own cry of protest cuts off in my throat as Kane stops fighting and blinks once, slowly, then again, then frowns.
Horace?
His mouth only forms the name. The screeching roar of a monster splits the noise around us. Revan drops the shadows and we all jerk around to find Bene overhead. The reverie is growing and twisting and writhing in his grasp, the glamour of pretending to be me falling away to be replaced by something else, to reveal the true monster underneath. She's entirely white, or maybe translucent is a better description, except I can't see through her skin. It just doesn't appear solid. She has a long, humanoid body with lanky limbs. Her arms must scrape the ground when she walks, and her fingers are nubs. There are no distinguishable body parts, as if she's a tube with no definition, and no face. A round head atop her neck, but no face at all, just blank. A shudder racks through me that has nothing to do with being wet and cold. I'll never unsee that. "Release me," I hear a woman's voice in my head. Bene flies over us.
"Release the amulets and I will not kill you."
"Kill me," she laughs. Then suddenly the shapeless, faceless creature transforms, and Bene is holding a woman of astounding beauty, with a face and body only a goddess could claim. Arid. She's taking the shape of Bene's lover, his heartmate. "You would kill your own goddess, Benedornin." For a brief second, I hold my breath, because it looks like Bene's going to succumb, like he's going to fly away with her and let her go. Then Bene draws his lips back over terrible boar's tusks and razor-sharp teeth in a sneer.
"Your glamour does not affect me."
I'm not sure what he does to her. Maybe squeezes her harder, but the reverie changes shape. Over and over, she cycles between different faces and bodies. Never long enough for me to see who or what she becomes.
"I can kill you and take them,"
Bene tells her, voice as uncompromising as his grip.
"Or you can give them to me and live."
"Why are you doing this?" the reverie asks, begs even. "You want to free them, to see our soul bond mates again. I know you do." Bene remains silent. "Please, do not take her from me." The reverie is truly begging now, raw agony in her words. I believe her too because I know what she's asking. Obviously she knew those 2 amulets were down there, and for whatever reason she couldn't get to them. Is that why she never leaves the whirlpool? Not just because she needs water to breathe. The oceans are wide and large, so she could go anywhere. But because her heartmate was down there.
"I must."
Bene squeezes harder, his talons visibly curling inward. With a cry that would rend any heart, the reverie opens her hand, and 2 glittering items fall through the air, sparkling in the starlight. They land not far from us, and Horace and Hucken run off to retrieve them. Bene whirls around and flies out over the ocean with the reverie still clutched in his talons. Flies until he's swallowed by the horizon and we can no longer see him. Hopefully he's planning to give her quite a swim back.
"Marin?"
Kane's broken voice draws my attention to where he's gotten to his knees in front of me. I only hear him because I'm so close. He stares at me, visibly confused, fear and horror rippling over his features as a realization sets in.
"Mother Goddess,"
he whispers.
"What did I do?"
Chapter 74. I'm not alone in hoping. The rites are for humans tonight. From where I stand on the top of the palace wall in Tropicus, looking out over the city, I can see the celebrations in the streets. Vaguely, I'm aware of Horace standing nearby, keeping watch over me. We're expecting the horns to blast any second now. The difference in the streets below is enough to know something important is about to happen. There's a frenzy to the excitement now, a sour, underlying hope that drags at me. The music has changed, an odd, mournful wail lingering beneath the beat. Even the scents on the air are different, more pungent, less of the sweet. Or maybe that's the effect on me. More than that, though, people who need to be rejuvenated are everywhere. Elderly have been helped outside by their families. Those who were too sick or debilitated have been carried on pallets and laid under the stars. Many of them at the palace walls as close to the king as they can get. 7 years they've been waiting, in some cases. A long time. An older man leans over a woman who looks too weak to get off the cot they used to carry her into the street. Salt and pepper hair is braided down her back, and he lifts it from behind her to smooth it over one shoulder, settling her more comfortably. I can't help my smile. It's tempting to join them. We have a lot to celebrate too. Like all of us getting back without dying. Horace, Kane, Bene, and I returned via the portals. Revan had to shadow the rest of the others back. We agreed that it was worth the risk because they couldn't go through the portals. How would we justify to those guards who saw only 3 of us and a raven leave that were coming back with more? It's taking him a while, transporting Pella, Håkon, Saya, and Voss one at a time. I couldn't stand the waiting and worrying that he'd run down his power or lose control. So I changed back into my rights clothing and came up here. A whisper of a touch feathers over one arm. Revan. He made it. I didn't hear or see him arrive. He must have shadowed up here. Out of the corner of my eye, I see Horace leave us, Saya now at his side. As if that first touch was a test, his shoulders ease and he pulls me closer, an arm banded around my waist, my back to his front, so we can both look out over the city. Shadows all quiet? I ask. Revan nuzzles my neck.
So far, so good.
I sink into him even as part of me notes that something is different. As much as my heart is fluttering, worry tugs at me, though. You shouldn't have shadowed up here. Revan props his chin on my shoulder.
I had to get Saya back either way, so I came here instead of the room.
What if someone had seen you appear out of nothing?
I was careful.
He's grumbling now, which is kind of adorable. I try to stop worrying. We have 4 of the 6 amulets, and none of us died getting them. All we are missing is the one Eidolon has, and Savannah's, and I already know how to get that one. Unfortunately, it's more dangerous than the whirlpool and the reverie. Though after that near disaster, I'm rethinking listening to the ghost of Eidolon's advice. Still, by all accounts, today was a huge win. One I should take a moment to enjoy. We did it. Revan's arms tighten around me a smidge.
The shadows saved you today.
I wondered when we'd get to this. I've been standing up here going over and over what happened. You thought so too? He unwinds his arms, takes me by the shoulders and turns me to face him.
The shadows saved you and brought you to me.
He lifts a hand to curl a lock of my hair around his finger. I swallow at the tender action, but I'm still working on what he's saying. So that definitely wasn't you, or even Eidolon? Or a ghost, maybe?
I was too far away, and I'm pretty sure the king would have shown his face as soon as the amulets were out in the open.
True. And all of this I logically know. So, do we think that was the nymph's curse? He hesitates, searching my gaze, then leans down so we're eye to eye. I would only have to tip forward slightly to be able to press my lips to his.
Curse? More like a blessing.
He lets me hear the fine thread of urgent surety in his voice.
This proves you have some kind of control of Eidolon's power. My power.
I know that Shadow saved me, but there's a huge, glaring issue. But I didn't do anything.
Not consciously, but the instinct for survival did it for you. Otherwise, how did you not drown at the bottom of that whirlpool?
I frown, tossing the thought over in my head. My own power over sand started the same way. It manifested very young, a fact that caused grandmother and Oma a great deal of angst, given that we had to hide it. At first, I didn't know I was doing anything. No glow, no feel of the power at work. Sand would just do things around me. Now Shadow is doing the same. Revan said he wasn't who shadowed us out of the palace the night he and Kane came for me. Was that the curse? And telling the darkness in the Shadowwood to leave him alone, it seeming to listen. Nothing else explains how I shadowed all the way to Tropicus. Am I using powers that aren't mine to do it? Or do I want this to be true so badly that I'm seeing the truth that isn't there? Because if this is, in fact, how the curse works, it means a lot of things can change. With Revan, with Eidolon. What if I could stop the king with a mere thought? It could solve so many of my problems. Eidolon's shadows tried to kill me when we rescued Tabra in Oasis. Hell's, even yours tried. I had to almost kill you myself to get you back. I shudder, the burn and horror as I crushed him beneath the glass still fresh, like a knife tip piercing my heart. I kept my eyes closed when I did it. I couldn't watch. He nods.
That was before the curse snapped into place when Eidolon laid eyes on you the first time.
It feels right, but it also feels off, like we're missing something. Why didn't anything happen the last night in the palace when the king threatened Oculus? I was terrified and furious. I wasn't directly under threat, but could I have saved Ushi? And what about Wilderness? Revan, not me, threw up that shadow wall in Trizolde's throne room. Or did he? Maybe, like my power over sand, it will ebb and flow until I get the hang of it? To me, that makes the most sense. He grips my shoulders tighter.
What if that means I can't harm you? That the king's shadows can't either? Because you won't let them?
My heart kicks against my ribs, a small fissure of answering anticipation cracking through the worry that's hardened around my heart. If this is true, but what if my gut is right, and there's something else at play here? I look out over the revelers. I'm already in my costume, prepared to leave the palace, ready for a celebration. Maybe I should. Celebrate, I mean. I tip my head. What do we do now? Train me in the ways of shadow or something? That's when I feel it. Inside me. Warmth that has nothing to do with the balmy night air. The hope isn't coming from me this time. It's from him. From Revan. I've never felt anything like this from him before.
We will. But first,
he swallows.
If I can't hurt you, maybe we can try.
He stops, shakes his head.
I'm doing this all wrong.
A rhythmic pounding fills my head, and maybe it's the drums in the streets below, but I think it's more likely my heart. Because now I see where he's going. I might burst with it, the anticipation bubbling out of me in a smile. Yes, you are. On a huff of a laugh, Revan lowers his forehead to mine. Eyes closed, and we just breathe. Slowly he slides one hand into my hair.
So, what does this look like?
He asks after a second.
What do you want it to look like?
Well, do I dare? Oma would caution me. So would Tabra. So, for that matter, would all our friends. I never was one to listen to cautions, and I have no idea what our futures hold. Waiting out of prudence, such a boring word, would be a waste when the time we have could be cut short so easily. My heart is pounding so hard I could dance to the rhythm at this point, like the revelers in the streets below. I reach up, brushing his hair back from his forehead. What I want is for us to do this together. I know we're not certain, but not trying is worse than not knowing at all. So, really together? Like soul bond mates? At those words, he goes rigid against me. Oh no. Did I scare him off? Was that too much? Did I get it wrong? He stares at me so hard I squirm. I go to pull away, heat climbing into my cheeks, but he tightens his hold on me.
You are mine, Marineth Evangeline, written in the stars to be mine.
Turns out relief and sheer happiness can feel the same, like a whoosh through the chest, warming the heart and everything else. I wasn't wrong. I didn't go too far. He feels the same. I want to shout it to the world. We're in this together, entirely together. No one, not Oma, not Tabra, not even Cain, has given me that gift. I burrow closer into him, body to body, heart to heart. Goes both ways. You're mine, too. Revan smooths a lock of my hair back from my face.
Then I have something important to ask you.
What? I'd give him the world if I could. His hand trembles against me, and I lift my head to stare at him. Is he? Heavens help me, he's nervous. Nervous and somber. It darkens his eyes and reaches through my scars to wrap around my heart.
This life.
He shakes his head.
We could both be not long for it.
I search his gaze. Revan closes his eyes.
Goddess, can I even ask for this?
Ask, I whisper. More of that desperate kind of hope unfurls in me. His eyes open and he pins me with that intense look he does sometimes when he's super serious or unsure of me.
It's not something fair to you. That's why I...
What? I offer a teasing smile. Are you finally considering the heartmate thing? He doesn't smile.
I'm asking for something much bigger than that.
Chapter 75. Are we doing this? Bondmate. The word hardly dares to whisper through me. There's only one thing bigger than heartmates, and that's... Are you asking what I think you are?
I want you to bind...
Yes. The word bursts from me, cutting him off. Darkness swirls around us, inside me, but Revan holds so still, doubts crowd in to snarl through me.
You will?
He rumbles. Shock is rigid in his voice.
You'll be my bondmate?
Then he smiles. The real one he rarely offers. I've missed that smile. The beauty of it, the way it reaches every part of his usually serious face, sends an answering glow through me. Like sunlight in the desert, chasing away every hint of night from the lands. On a laugh that is outright joy I can't contain, I throw my arms around his neck. Yes, Revan Shadowwraith. If I lose you in this life, heavens forbid. But let's be honest, the odds are against us. I want to know that I will find you in the next, wherever and whenever that may be. He squeezes me so tightly I can't breathe, but I don't care. Only then he's pushing me back, hands at my shoulders, face a study of concern.
Are you sure? What if...
He can't say it, but I know what he's thinking. There are so many reasons to not do this. But this is more than simple lust or the way he makes me flutter. Revan sees me. Me. Marin, not the princess, not the waif, not Tabra's sister or Eidolon's puppet or Oma's niece or the stand-in queen. Me. And it's so empowering. Cain, even in loving me, tries to hold me back. Oma tries to hold me back. But Revan, everything I've asked for, he's tried to give me. Pissed others off to give me. Even in the moments when it made it hard for him. Like when I faced Bene, when I wanted to go to the Shadowwood, when I went to the Whirlpool, he backed me. Even going to the Burning Lands, he never said no. His belief in me is like nothing I've ever known. It's the only thing making me keep going some days. And I trust him completely. Utterly. Not the shadows. Revan. I would follow him into the hells and back. We are stronger together. Because we both need each other for the kind of faith in ourselves that we can't find anywhere else. I'm sure. The amulet around my neck warms suddenly. Just a spark. There, then gone. But it's like Arid is telling me to follow my heart in this moment. This is what I want. He must see in my eyes that nothing will change my mind. The same steadiness, behind a lot of worry, looks back at me through eyes I'll dream about for all my lives to come.
Okay,
he says. Okay? I laugh again, my relief-edged excitement and effervescent force running through me that has everything to do with this man. I could build mountains right now, I think. Is this really happening? Is it possible to die from happiness? Sure, there's a nugget of apprehension poking at me, saying this can't last, that any happiness the world gives me is an illusion that will be stolen away before I can even grasp it. But maybe that ache of worry underlining the bliss is the bitter that comes with the sweet. If we're soul-bound, Revan can't be stolen from me. Not ever. If I've learned anything, it's that if I don't reach out for the good life blesses me with, just because I fear the bad or the loss, then I'll only end up with a pile of bad in the end. And let's face it, this may still end badly. But what if it doesn't? I don't want to wait, I whisper. There's too much that could go wrong. He doesn't hesitate even a bit.
The priestesses might be busy tonight.
Because of the rites? It has to be tonight. We have the amulets and no longer need to see King Punkwi. The only reason we're still here is for Tebra, for the rites of Zathana. Where we go next, we may not happen across a priestess for some time. This is our chance, and I won't lose it.
I'll make it happen tonight,
he promises. I am tossed back to the night he kidnapped me. The unshakable confidence he acted with then is how he is right now. No kidnapping or holding priestesses at Shadow Point. He smirks.
It worked to get me you.
I thought that was my mouth. He laughs.
That too.
Revan lets me go, only to reach for the mask that I set on the wall earlier, ready to leave the place when the horns blow. When I take it, he stays my hand, then plucks Kane's cuff off my wrist. He's never acknowledged it, not once.
He's important to you, and I'll never ask you to not wear this,
Revan says in a low rumble, then meets my eyes.
But not tonight. Not while I make you mine.
I lick my lips and give a slow nod. I get it.
I'll keep it safe for you.
In a heartbeat, he slips it into the pocket of shadow that is his hiding place.
Stay here.
He disappears through the building door. After a wait that feels like forever, he returns, changed and masked. He takes my hand and presses a kiss to my palm, which I feel all the way to my toes, and clasps our hands together. Darkness rises, darkness falls. Instantly, we're standing in that alley near the temple where Kane took us to change our clothes our first night here. Without warning, the familiar blast of horns sounds, making me jump. It's not as loud here, farther away from the palace. Our friends will worry where we are as they get out of the palace, but without saying a word, I know we're both in agreement. We'll tell them after. Revan leads me out of the alley, his urgency sort of adorable as he hustles me through the crowds, up the steps and into the temple. I pull him to a stop the second my eyes adjust to the lighting. I expected to see lines of people waiting for blessings or to experience the night of healing in the goddess Mariana's temple. But except for a few people in the pews praying, the place is empty. Strange.
I don't like this,
Revan murmurs next to me.
It's too quiet.
A priestess with no mask and dressed in green silks, the hems of which are decorated with copper thread that shimmers in the light, approaches us. The temple is open for all who need... She trails off, probably thanks to Revan's frown, intimidating even behind his mask.
Why are there not more people in here?
He asks. Her expression flickers in confusion, because clearly guests are not allowed into the Dominion during the rites, and anyone who lives here should know the reasons. But she answers anyway. The rites of Zathana and the power that drives the celebrations all come from our ruler, not from this temple. The goddess Tropicus gifted his long dynasty with this ability to heal. We have had many kings and queens, all with the exact same ability. Wow. That is rare. Usually Imperium powers change slightly with each new generation. She pauses then. As you know. This is our first time in the city. I slip in, because his face says he's not interested in appeasing her. I see. She glances between us.
We would like you to perform the soul-bonding ritual for us,
Revan says without preamble, as if this isn't a huge deal. But his hand tightens around mine like he's getting ready to fight this woman if she doesn't say yes. The priestess's hand flutters up to cover her mouth. That is a grave undertaking, she says. Are you certain? She's looking at him, but I'm pretty sure she is asking me. We're sure. I twine my fingers with his. I'm sure. After a beat of studying us, she tips her head in a regal nod. You are in luck that our order isn't otherwise engaged. Follow me. She leads us through the main sanctuary and into a side room opposite the one where the glass portal stands. I've never been inside a room of rituals. I've never had any reason to. I'm not sure what I was expecting, but something more opulent than a simple wooden table in the center. There are no adornments, runes, paintings, carvings, or any other decoration on the walls. If it didn't smell slightly of sandalwood, probably from incense, I wouldn't even know it was a ritual room. The only embellishment is an inlaid design on the stone floor, depicting the same type of strange bird that greeted me when I arrived in Tropicus. Tiny and green, with a deep red at its throat and a long, slender beak that reminds me of a sewing needle. It hovers over a brilliant red flower that is elegant and regal, an explosion of petals sitting atop a long stalk with spindly leaves of green sprouting from the base. This is nice, I say, glancing around. Disappointing is what it is. Revan cocks a brow at me, and I shrug. In the distance, even fainter than the horns now that we're inside the temple, I hear the distant clang, clang, clang of the gates falling over the doors and windows of the palace. Revan leans over.
We'll go to your sister as soon as the king's power goes out.
Assuming we're done here. Are the priestesses ever asked to hurry a binding? I'm guessing not. I wish we had more time to really appreciate this moment. I lean into him to whisper. What matters is Tabra and Voss are both healed. He squeezes my hand. Wait here, the priestess instructs. I shall bring the member of my order who performs this particular ritual and gather the things we need. You would think the extra time would give either one of us the chance for second thoughts to creep in, to back out. It's not like we've been together that long, and much of that has been with us at odds or cross purposes in one way or another. But I've never been sure of anything in my entire life. Surety is a rare thing, I'm starting to realize. So I don't question this choice. Simply enjoy the anticipation, the way my body, my heart, everything about me is humming with the rightness of what we're about to do. The part of Revan inside me thrums in tune, with the same utter rightness. After months apart, and then the time since forcing a distance that was logical but felt all kinds of wrong, that thrumming is beautiful. He takes both my hands in his and holds them against his chest, forehead to mine again, and we just stand that way together. 2 priestesses walk into the room then. The new one dressed in purple silk looks us up and down. She is carrying a simple box made of wood with no carvings. The one who left us here is carrying a book. I've never seen a soul-binding ritual performed. No one has, other than the couple and the priestesses who perform it. This should be interesting. I lift my head to Revan, smile already curling my lips. I can't seem to stop doing that. Ready? He frames my face with his hands.
I don't deserve you.
If I had any doubts left, which I don't, the quietly uttered words would have banished them. My shadow wraith is so serious. Then he grins, expression taking on a wickedly teasing glint, the true Revan.
But who am I to question the wisdom of the goddesses?
My amulet warms against my skin again like before, a spark as if she's in agreement. I laugh. Revan sobers again, fingers tightening in my hair.
Are you sure you don't want to tell the others first? I'm pretty sure they're not going to like it.
Understatement? And exactly why we should tell them afterward. Do you remember the first thing I ever said to you? In person, I mean. He cocks his head and thinks.
You said, I am no one.
He really does remember me from that very first time he cornered me in Enora. He had heard my whispered plea to escape my life and had come to save another stranger calling out for him. That was before he discovered the girl in Enora was the princess he kidnapped. The second thing, then. His shoulders shake with a silent chuckle.
You said that you do as you please.
I lift up on tiptoe and drop a kiss on his chin. Yes, I do. When it comes to this, to us, it's not up for debate by committee. It's not for my friends or family to weigh in on. It's mine. He's mine. Chapter 76. What the Goddesses Join Together. The priestesses work hand in hand, laying the box and the book on the table and opening each. The one with the book nods at the other, and she beckons to us with a smile.
This ritual is, she purses her lips. Let's just say it's specific.
Sounds concerning.
Meaning what?
Revan demands. She flicks him a wary glance before focusing on me.
Once we start, we cannot stop. If we do, well, horrible things have happened for those who stopped early.
We won't want to, I assure her. She nods.
You must do and say everything I tell you in unison, she warns. If you don't, then one of you will pass to the grave far sooner than the other. It can take time to find each other in the next life if that happens.
Revan stiffens, and I glance at him, only he brushes his thumb over my knuckles. Got it. Don't stop. Everything together. I don't bother to explain that the likelihood of either of us making more than another year, months even, is slim to none. Her sister priestess finishes murmuring over the box, and the one before us smiles.
Good. Are we ready?
I'm starting to get tired of that question.
Take each other's hands and face each other, she says. Look into each other's eyes.
We do. Anticipation wants to send me bouncing on my toes, but I manage to remain solemn.
Don't look away until this ritual is complete.
The sound of flint being struck is followed by the heavy, cloying scent of incense swirling around us. The priestess touches the end of it first to Revan's forehead, and then mine, with a small sting of the heat, and leaving an ashy imprint, I suspect, on us both, purifying us for the ritual. It reminds me of the shadow rite Revan performed to heal me. He did the same thing then. She doesn't wait, murmuring in a hushed voice a chant of words that blend together so that I can't pick them out, until I catch arid, followed later by tropicus, and I realize she is invoking the powers and blessings of each of the 6 goddesses, also similar to the way Revan did that night that feels so long ago now. She moves closer, as does the other priestess. A pause, then a gossamer light touch whispers over my skin.
Goddesses,
the priestess says, clear and true.
We bind these souls with golden thread of the fleece of blessings made from the Mother Goddess Nova's own gown.
I'm dying to look down and see this, but I heed the priestess's warning and focus only on Revan, on the steadiness in his gaze, the need, the kind of joy I'm not sure he's ever allowed himself to feel.
Do not move, she says to us. If you break the thread, you break the bond, and it's delicate as spider silk.
Damn, this ritual comes with a whole lot of warnings. She moves to our other side and does the same thing to those hands, using the same words. Then,
in unison, repeat after me.
She takes a breath. With this golden thread I entwine your hands, your heart, your soul to mine. The words flow from us like water from a pitcher, easy and in unison, the shadows inside me warm.
Now we go on a little walk around the altar, she says.
Altar? Is she talking about the table?
Step when I say, and right, left, right, left.
Keeping my gaze on Revan's, I try not to tangle up in his legs, because I am walking backward while he moves forward, and the way she has us moving is awkward, to say the least. I relax only after we make a full circle.
Excellent, she says. And now the other way, to show the goddesses that even when your feet aren't aligned and one of you is walking blind, you walk together.
Sounds like what we've been doing since the day we met. We complete the second circle successfully. No broken thread, no looking away, and our bodies in lockstep.
Hold your heads steady.
Again comes that feathering touch around my forehead now. But this time when she draws it to encircle Revan's head like a crown, I glimpse the gossamer fine thread she uses. So fine that I can only see glimmers of it as it catches candlelight. Like our love, connecting us and yet such a simple thing to cut. In unison, repeat after me, she says again, then takes another breath. Only this time, before she starts the words, a deep violet glow rises up from underneath us, the priestess invoking her power. Then she places her glowing hands over each of our hearts and starts to speak. Only with you am I able to breathe. Without, I stumble, I hurt, I perish. My soul to you, only you. I bequeath and pray with every heartbeat you cherish my gift so deeply that nothing, not time, nor distance, nor the heavens, nor the hells, can touch love beyond reason. This sublime love, which may never break or be felt, once joined together, in this troth we make. Let me become the star by which you guide all your thoughts, your paths, your steps, and forsake life without your soul-bound mate by your side. These true promises I give you by right. In each hereafter, let us reunite. With every word, every syllable, her power brightens, warmth passing into me, through me, and the shadows inside me turn incandescent with heat and sensation, the magic almost blinding in its beauty. Bless these lovers, O goddesses, O 6 daughters of Nova, she calls out in a ringing voice. A wave of power seeps into my body from her touch. Her warmth shifts into heat, a sharp burn that sears through blood and bones and into my core, taking up a thrumming inside me. I grit my teeth and try not to move, to squirm with this delicious intensity, this need. New lights join the priestesses, both golden and purple, but these lights come from us. Oh, the priestess helping off to the side exclaims, You are Imperium. Yes, Revan and I say, together. Oh my, is all she says to that, though her tone doesn't indicate that's a bad thing. Be prepared for your powers to react oddly for some time to come. I managed to keep a snort inside me. My powers acting oddly is nothing new for me, Revan either, for that matter. The heat is still spreading, still building, and the throbbing through my veins, through the shadows that already connect us, draws in and melds together, focused and pulsing between my thighs. Then both the priestesses suddenly hiss, and this doesn't sound good. Impossible, the one whose hands are still over our hearts murmurs. Vaguely, I'm aware that she leans in close, like she's studying us.
Finish the rite.
Revan says the words, but somehow the same words tumble out of my lips at the same time. The priestess jerks to standing. Without breaking the lines, kiss your soul-bound mate, she says in a voice gone shocked or hard or maybe both. Revan and I are too wrapped up in each other, in the throbbing of our bodies, our souls to care, and we share a simple smile as we carefully lean closer until our lips brush, lift, then press again. The heat inside me bursts outward, fizzing through my insides to come out of my skin where that light thread touches, and the burn is almost unbearable. I manage to swallow my whimpers until with no warning the pain subsides, leaving only a sense of completeness, wholeness. It is finished, the priestess says, her voice sounding weary like she's completed some great feat, which I suppose she has. On a shared breath, Revan and I both look down, and I gasp at the sight of sparkling golden lines marking our skin where the thread touched. Letting go of one of Revan's hands, I feather a touch over a spot, to find it not raised or different. Just there, the glimmer of it slowly fading. Then I see it. With a frown, I peer closer. Near the glittering golden line newly etched into my skin is another, similar line. I jerk my gaze to Revan to find him studying a similar mark, except his is much brighter. We both look at the priestess, who is gone as pale as a ghost worm's cocoon.
What does this mean?
Revan demands. She shares a glance with the other priestess. It means... A pause to swallow. I've never seen this before.
What does it mean?
He's snarling now. The priestess bows her head. It means you were already soulbound in a previous life. What? His hand squeezes mine so tightly it hurts, but the priestess isn't done. In your previous life, she says to me, but in this life for him. Chapter 77. Make it real. Wait. How is that possible? Has this thing between us been because he's been my soulbound mate all this time? We've been bound before?
Not now,
Revan says.
Later.
He hustles us out of there fast. So fast, I'm sure the two women are still staring at the place where we stood, baffled. He's right. Not now. We have plenty of time to deal with questions. Now is for us. As soon as he gets us to a small private alcove, he shadows us back inside the now empty palace, into the smaller room that he's been using to rest and bolster his powers. A private room. The drums outside match the tempo of need, the connection pulsing through me. Recently, soulbound mates tend to be all over each other. That much I am aware of. From what little I've been told, no one really knows why this happens. Theories abound. Some speculate that the mates have to make up for past lives where they didn't find each other. Others say it's part of the bonding process, that the magic of the ritual is tying them together physically, the same way their hearts and souls are now intertwined. All I know is that this ache for him that was already in me, never quite gone, even when we both tried not to feel anything, is so much more. Like if I don't touch him, I'll die, turn to ash from the fire. I know he feels it too. He hasn't let go of me once. We've pretended to be bonded mates once before, when we were caged by Tindran soldiers. Even then it didn't take much imagination to slip into the role. But now that it's real, it's like a veil has been lifted. Like I didn't know my vision was blurry until everything came into focus with sharp edges and colors. Now I'm in his arms, his fingers in my hair. Revan stares down at me, the heat and urgency filling me reflected in his gaze.
You're mine,
he whispers. Such an alpha thing to say, but it's part of him and only makes me smile. And you are mine. His smile steals my breath. The tension inside me rises like a sandstorm growing overhead. I know it does in him too, because his fingers tighten in my hair, and eyes that were softly teasing turn ravenous. All the harsh beauty of his face becomes something dark, sinfully, deliciously dark. Then shadow rises up around us and I find myself in that pocket, that hiding place he's created. Darkness that warms, that caresses, that surrounds. He must catch the question in my eyes.
This is between you and me only, and the king's shadows inside me can't see in here.
Then his hands are sliding over my body, slow hands, teasing in soft, silky caresses down my neck. The sensitive outer swell of my breast, the dip of my waist, come to rest at my hips. This is what I want, to be in his arms always, to see the way he looks at me, unguarded, wholly focused, the same way I am with him. I want time to know every part of him, every part of the man he is, the man he's become. And yet he's always been mine. Yeah, we're definitely going to have to talk about that.
Kiss me,
Revan demands in a voice gone harsh. Smiling sweetly, truly just for him, I rise on my tiptoes and brush my lips against his. Not pressing, but teasing, tormenting. I know his kisses now, but I want more. I want to know what makes him groan, what makes him shudder. Revan groans low in his throat and takes over. He kisses me the way he did in the water garden, gentler and somehow more urgent. And yet his touches are slow, as if, like me, he's relishing every sensation, every intimacy. But what he's not doing is holding back. He's pressing and nipping, and I'm reveling in the way he's all around me. The scent of him, familiar, fresh like the creosis willows that manage to thrive in the deserts, surrounds me. The warmth of his skin, his hands on my body so tender. The shadows inside me, part of me, swirl and eddy, and only add to the fire building inside. Even the shadows in which we hide are part of him, encompassing me in everything that is him. I slide the tip of my tongue along his lower lip, tasting him. He growls against me, and his kisses change, turning more desperate, more out of control. And I give in, give him everything. Who needs air to breathe anyway?
I need to see you,
he whispers against my mouth. With an audacity I had no idea I possessed, I back up slowly, gaze on his, smiling as his hands reach for me convulsively. I shake my head and slowly, very slowly, start to undress. My boldness strains against what I do next, against the vulnerability I'm showing him, gifting him. Because I unwrap the clothing from my body until I am standing before him in nothing but the breastband and underclothes covering the most intimate parts of me. Nerves stay my hands there, though. I don't know why. I've given him my body before. He's seen me. But after the separation, and then the enforced distance, this feels like we're starting all over. With a swallow, I flick my hand, dropping the breastband to the ground. The way he stares, all of the intensity inside him focused on me in an almost untamable way, tightens my stomach. When I look at myself, I see a torso too short, curves too full, and each and every blemish on my skin. But Revan, I love the way he stares, like I'm perfect, even when I know I'm not. Keep looking at me like that, and I might fall. With a fierce guttural groan, he surrounds me and we're floating in the shadow. Vaguely, I know my world tips, but his lips are on mine and the heat of his body is everywhere. When the shadows disappear this time, not only are we lying down with the darkness cushioning us from the ground, his clothes and the rest of mine are gone. That might be my favorite trick of his. I'd tell him so, but I'm too caught up in the weight of him over me, in the utter and complete surrender of my body. I've thought of that night we came together 1,000 times, but if anything, my memory was being stingy. I had no damn clue it could be like this with the right person. No idea that the touch of him, the scent of him, weight of him would sear through me, would send liquid heat flowing outward from my heart to every single nerve ending, every part of me. Then, those strong, capable fingers trail lower. I don't know what to do with my hands, so I wrap them around his arms. Not to stop him, just to hold on. The corded muscles tense under my grip. Sensation trails between my thighs, soft as a whisper. But it's not just his fingers. At the sound of my gasp, Revan lifts his head to pin me with a grin that is both playful and carnal. And that single look steals my heart all over again. Below that sculpted face so full of wicked intent, shadow, like a skein of silk, runs between my legs, teasing that point of pure sensation throbbing between my thighs.
The darkness in here is all me. Only me.
The silken touch moves back and forth, slowly, torturously, and it's him touching me, and I might, goddess, I swallow. It feels like I'm being possessed, and I want that. I don't even question if I should want that. He's my soul-bound mate. We gave each other everything. Wonderful. I hold on as that silky torment continues to brush against me, back and forth, back and forth. But he's there too. Those questing, almost cruel fingers unerringly tease and torture me until I'm panting, until I'm a mass of nerves quivering under his touch. I hold on as his lips follow, drawing more and more pleasure through me until my body trembles at the edge of pain. Hells, I didn't know a man could do that with his tongue. I hold on as that wicked touch tips me over into a starburst of pleasure, so powerful I have to clamp a hand over my mouth to muffle my cries in case someone is checking the building. As I'm coming down from those heights, Revan pins me with a gaze, sparkling with humor and heat.
No one can hear you in here, Marin.
Oh, right. That exhilaration hasn't dissipated, and I grin back at him. How is this possible? This pure, wild happiness? We both sober suddenly, the heat rushing back in over the happiness. At the same time he moves, I reach for him, pulling him up my body to cover me, to press into me, to move over me, pinning me down, pushing my legs wider, filling me and building those sensations back up faster than I thought possible. Eye to eye, heart to heart, soul to soul, we move. Even though we've shared this before, it's still awkward and new. But none of that matters because it's also real and right and overwhelming in the best way. I gasp as sensations bombard me from everywhere. The shattering satisfaction in his eyes. I want more. Letting go of my inhibitions, my inexperience, I focus only on this moment. Only on him. On us. A moan tumbles from my lips, and I'm moving my hips, chasing his touch, and the shadow is sliding against me, even as his body claims mine in the most primal way. The fires inside me burn brighter until they become white hot. I cling to him while his hands and his shadows and his stare brand me as his, even more than those gossamer fine lines that bind our souls, or the shadows that are part of us both. I cling to him, trying to show him how much I love him with my gaze. I cling as I whisper words, my soul speaking to his. I didn't even know this kind of harmony was possible. My body gathers in on itself, coiling so tightly I almost worry I might break. Our groans of pure pleasure entwine as I follow him into bliss, and we both come undone. Chapter 78. The King's Power. The rush slows, and we hold each other, sweat-slicked skin, heaving breaths and all. I'm not used to being content, and yet it settles so deeply inside me, every part of me relaxes into it, like melting, like coming home. I've never felt anything like it. Never. We just hold each other. That is, until restless energy takes me over. Not because I'm nervous or uncomfortable in his arms. Hell, Revan and I fit together like a lock and a key. It's more like that fizzy excitement is building again. A sparkling, nervous need to do something, but in a good way. A lot of wishes for the future bubble up. Ones that are probably dangerous to be letting myself indulge in, even though we are soulbound now. But that's why I don't stop myself.
She is mine. Mine.
I tense against him. Did I really hear that?
I can't lose her.
Revan's voice isn't only in my head. It's everywhere. Inside me, around me, like I'm hearing my own thoughts. Only his mouth didn't move. My eyes widen as I stare at him and listen.
Forever. In this life, and every life hereafter. I won't lose her now. Even if I have to.
I bite my lip and think, I can hear you. Can you hear me? His thoughts cut off as a wary surprise lights his eyes, and I know he did. Bonding is a mysterious thing. The kind of connection we have now is every part of us. Our minds, hearts, bodies, souls, and shadows. Not just the scars. Not just the wounds. The priestesses said nothing of it, but maybe they were being delicate. Or maybe everyone knows that's how it works. I don't really care, as long as it worked. I reach up to twine a lock of his hair around my finger.
Mate.
The word whispers from Revan, like a prayer. I drop my hand and look him in the eyes. And it's like I can see right into the pureness of his soul. His soul. No shadows. A spark of fascination wraps around the contentment. The same sense comes from him through our connection, warming the glittering lines of our binding. I trace those lines on his arm. I'm glad you kidnapped me that night. That surprises a laugh from him. Then he presses a kiss just under my ear.
Me too.
I smile, but he shakes his head.
No.
He insists. Then with a finger under my chin, he draws my gaze to his.
I mean it. From the first moment you fought me, talked back to me, eventually kissed me. But you've never been afraid of me.
He narrows his eyes.
Even when you should have been.
Given that we just bonded, I think we should put that down to me having excellent instincts. I expect him to laugh with me, but he doesn't. He brushes his thumb over the indent in my chin and trails it to my lips.
I want to be the version of me that you see, even when I'm at my worst.
Oh.
You see a person I can't always see through my past, my origin. But in your eyes, I'm a better man.
I hate that he can't see it through his own eyes. He's already a better man. He chose to run from Eidolon and break a cycle of secrets and death centuries old. He saved hundreds of lives that would have broken and eventually killed them, and created a community for those people in the Shadowwood, all while fighting the evil inside himself. I put a hand to his cheek. I fell in love with you, and that's all I need.
I don't deserve her.
I pinch his arm and he yelps.
What was that for?
For thinking stupid stuff. His mouth pulls up on the crooked side of it.
The hearing thoughts thing will take some getting used to.
No kidding. It's like he's part of me, separate but the same. And it's weird even while it's natural. What am I feeling right now? After a pause, he closes his eyes, his grip on me softening as he forces himself to relax.
Fear. Determination.
He sucks in slowly, then opens his eyes, now a blazing blue.
Love? Goddess. Marin.
I smile. What did you think it was? Only a girl in love would stick around the way I have, with you being so difficult and grouchy all the time. I'm teasing, but I can feel his love too. And it's beyond anything I could have imagined. Almost impossible to grasp. If I sift through all the layers of reaction to our situation, it's there, at his very core. Like the sun that disappears at night but is always in existence. Always. And if I get too close, I might burn up in it. But what a glorious way to go. A new kind of pulsing warmth hits at my core. After a second, I squirm, and I know he feels it too. A new need coming over us swiftly. That fast. That soon. They weren't kidding about newly bonded mates. I would love to try to use my power to bring you pleasure, like you did for me. Then I put a hand dramatically to my forehead. But alas, sand and skin don't mix well together. I'm pretty sure he's had enough sand to last 10 lifetimes already.
Better not.
He agrees.
We'll find some other way.
Grinning, I lean in, offering my lips for a kiss. We better go tell the others. They're probably wondering where we disappeared to.
Do we have to?
I laugh at the face he makes. As much as I'd prefer to stay in our dark sanctuary together forever, this is a secret that shouldn't keep. I want to be there with Tabra when the king's power goes out. With reluctance, we both get up and help each other dress, which is awkward and yet intimate. Like we're even more each other's now that we can touch each other this way. I fumble with the ties of my minuscule dress and the elaborate train, muttering to myself about complicated clothing, when really what's bothering me is the way my body is already keyed up again. It's both exhilarating and uncomfortable, and we don't have time. Revan slides his arms around me from behind and pulls me into his chest, nuzzling my neck.
I thought I was the grumbler.
And his voice makes me quiver.
But really it's you.
I don't grumble. I also sink into him, something that could become a lovely new habit. I point out the obvious.
Adorably self-unaware, but okay.
Temptation crooks a finger at me, urging me to forget everything we must do and stay here with him forever. But I can't. We can't. I give a little growl in my throat that sounds like a kitten, and I can feel how Revan tries to hold in a chuckle. He doesn't succeed. What's so funny?
You're even starting to sound like me, except you're the cute, cuddly version.
Heavens forbid. I mock scowl. I am not cute and cuddly. He laughs. I love that I make him laugh. I reach up and trace his mouth, and he turns his head to kiss the inside of my wrist.
Come on, princess. They're probably still at the pub.
I sigh. Sand rats.
My feelings exactly.
The roar of the crowds outside is our only warning before a sudden, familiar, sizzling sensation makes the fine hairs on my arms stand up. The king's power. A heartbeat later, a blinding flare of incandescent light passes through the room in unison with a jolt of a buzz that moves right through my body. We need to get to... The words cut off in my throat as pain bursts through me like my insides are being ripped out. It comes out as a grunt that dissolves into a hiss as I double over, grasping my side. Agony, like burning and stretching and falling apart and being put back together all at the same time. An answering groan comes from Revan. Is he feeling my pain or his own?
Marin?
He's right there with me, his face close to mine, and I force my eyes open to stare back at him through a fog of agony.
What's happening?
He asks. My side. I choke out, then fall to the ground. My shadows? He's on his knees, rolling me to my back and pulling my hands away from my stomach so he can look. My heart plummets at the way his face is now a mask of fear.
Mother Goddess.
Chapter 79. Aftermath. At Revan's snarled curse, my heart rate jacks up, then another notch when I look down. Curls of shadows are lifting out of me like mist being blown by the wind, all wispy. It's also clinging to me like it doesn't want to let go. But as it draws away from the outside, new skin appears, pink and puckered. What the hell's? Revan puts his hands over the spot.
The king's power. It's trying to heal you.
No, I don't want to be healed. I don't want to lose the part of Revan that's inside me. Despite now being soul-bound, that scar is my link to him. No, I groan. Why?
My scars are made of me.
He holds up a hand and his wrists are untouched.
But yours aren't made of you. They're made of me.
No, no, no. The word takes up a chant in my head. I strain to keep the pain from distracting me, but it's like the power manifested as razor-sharp talons shredding my insides, extracting the sickness with precision. Forcing myself not to double over, I reach for the shadows being forced out of me, trying to scoop them up and put them back inside. Revan grabs my hands.
Don't, Marin. This is good.
I jerk out of his grip and groan at the way the movement sends more shards of pain shooting through my stomach. Don't let him take you out of me, I beg him. Please. His face spasms, expression tightening to something stricken, and I know he's battling with 1,000 different reasons why he should just let me heal. So I grab his wrist hard enough that he winces. I know I must look wild-eyed right now. I know it makes no sense, but I also know I need this. Need him inside me. I know it. Please. My voice cracks on the word. I'm panting, trying to not let the pain take me over. Revan's chest rises and falls once, twice, his gaze locked with mine. I feel when he gives in, his reluctant acceptance feeding a surge of my own panic-edged relief.
Okay,
he whispers back. Hurry! I claw at his hands, trying to raise them for him. The violet glow of his power fills the room, making it almost peaceful if I wasn't in agony, and I watch as he tries to force the shadows back inside. But it's not working. It's not working, and the scar is shrinking. No! I must mouth it because no sound comes out, and I'm coming undone again, but not in a good way. Revan is shaking with the effort. Forget our connection. I can see his face that he doesn't think this is going to work. But I won't give up. I earned this scar, damn it, and I won't let him go. A well of resolve forms a core as strong as the metals forged in Mariana's ironworks. No! I take all that desperation and anger and fear and longing and close my eyes, picturing our bond. I picture it seared into my very skin and try to follow it, follow the design of it. I picture Revan's power being drawn to it. Then I picture the darkness, the curse. I picture the way it saved me in the whirlpool. I have his darkness inside me. I draw it in tighter and tighter, like I'm drawing in the line we used to dry our laundry that hung between the hovel and one of the establishments next door. Hand over hand. A choking noise from Revan has me snapping my eyes open to find him staring at me.
Marin, are you doing that?
I look down, and the shadow in my scar is no longer dragging away. Instead, it's pulling inward, creating a roiling cauldron of darkness in my skin. The scar now looks like a tiny version of the whirlpool I escaped, and the force of that vortex is drawing more shadow from Revan, feathery wisps of darkness feeding this part of me. Am I? Am I doing this? My amulet is cold and dull against my chest. This isn't the goddess helping me, and I don't think she could. This is not her power. Is it the curse? Or the bond? As abruptly as the Tropican King's energy passed through me, everything stops. Like a horse whose rider has reined it in from a headlong gallop. All the sensation disappears, and my body settles back to normal. My scar, as we both watch, returns to the way it has been. I flop back on the bedding, chest heaving, waiting for another shard of pain to pierce me, grate over me. But that's gone too. It's over. Relief punches from me, and I cover my face with my hands. He's still part of me. Revan crawls over to lean on one elbow beside me, pulling my hands away so I can look at him. His face a mask of terror. I put a shaking hand to his cheek. What? He swallows.
I think we made a mistake.
Chapter 80. The Healed. I shake my head hard, and I don't stop because he has to hear me. Bonding was not a mistake. Don't say that. He drops his head forward, not looking at me, and the bone-deep worry he's trying to hide from me but can't anymore because of our bond is like ice freezing the shadows inside me. I did that just now, I insist. I kept your shadows inside me. Eidolon's pieces are still in you, none in here. I tap my chest. His fear, pulsing at me not only in my scars but now through the fine lines on my arms, my forehead, doesn't ease even as he lifts his gaze, then threads his fingers into my hair, intent on me.
It's too late now.
That doesn't make me feel any better.
We'll deal with whatever the repercussions are when they come.
Resolve wraps around his fear, squeezing it out, hard where fear was cold.
I'll find out for sure.
He thinks that last bit. I poke him in the chest with a single finger. If you think you're going to go off and find the answers without me, think again. His eyes widen a fraction before his brows snap down over his eyes.
Again, that will take some serious getting used to.
Pounding at our door has us both jerking, then looking at each other. No one knows we're in here.
Who is it?
Revan calls. Silence followed by 3 knocks, a pause, then 2 knocks. Saya, her signal.
Hold on.
Revan helps me up, then holds out an arm to keep me behind him as he opens the door. I roll my eyes while at the same time hiding a secret little warm glow that he can probably feel anyway, because the gesture is kind of sweetly protective. Then he opens it wider to reveal that it really is our friend in the hallway. Alone. Hands flying, signaling faster than I can keep up with. She clearly wants us to follow. I catch her sign for Voss, and then something about power. The king's power. Voss and Tabra. Revan and I hit that realization about the time Saya hurries away, clearly expecting us to follow. I'm not sure if Revan is grim about how we got so wrapped up in me and then us that we forgot them, or I am. He was right, though. This bond thing is going to take some getting used to. Even loving him as much as I do, I'm not sure I want him in my head and emotions all the time. We burst through the open doorway behind Saya. My heart lifts like a bird taking wing. Whoa! Voss is standing in the center of the room, healthy and strong, in a way that is making me realize that he was worse than he let on. No more ashy skin, no more cough. Now he's practically glowing with good health.
I must say, he grins, coming to this place was a ruby of an idea.
If the king's power could do this to Voss, then... I look eagerly around for my sister, but other than us, no one else is in the room. Where's Tabra?
We split up. Oma insisted that if all the other sick, injured, and dying were in the streets, Tabor should be too. Saya and I were at the pub and came back right away.
Voss glances out the window.
They've been out there a while. I imagine they'll be back any second.
I hate waiting. But still, seeing the change in Voss, knowing what the king's power tried to do to me, I buzz with the anticipation of finally seeing Tabra well. Saya is grinning ear to ear, and I have to join her. This is something to celebrate.
This is good,
Revan says to Voss. That's his version of celebration. I can't help but chuckle, because behind that stoic countenance is a deep well of relief. I always suspected my shadow wraith was like the icebergs that surround Tindra, only the summit showing, and an entire mountain hidden under still waters. That's all you're going to say? I tease. Voss holds out a hand, eye twinkling, and Revan grasps it, forearm to forearm. They both draw each other in for a hug, slapping each other's backs. That's when Revan's lips finally tip up. Saya bounces on her toes, hands clasped together, and Voss opens one arm to her so that she can burrow into his side. Holy hells, and Pella's exclamation as she enters is cut off by Hawkins, who is right behind her.
Crone's eyes.
Savannah in slang, I'm guessing, and I laugh out loud because the man hardly ever speaks. Color rises in his cheeks, all the way up into the shaved parts of his hair.
My apologies, Domina.
Oma comes in right behind them, slowing as she catches sight of Voss. But unlike the others, she doesn't comment. Instead, she looks straight at me, and my stomach drops like a cannonball. Because I know. This isn't Oma being Oma. This is... No. I swallow. Where is she? The others fall quiet. A second later, Horus comes through the door, Tabra clutched in his arms, and my heart shrinks like a dried prune in the sun. She looks exactly the same. Voss was sick but mobile, and he looks like he could move mountains. But Tabra, why isn't she healed? Hells, the Rites even tried to take my shadows from me, and I was perfectly fine otherwise. But Tabra is still dying. She doesn't even lift her head from Horus's shoulder as she looks at me. Don't worry, sissy. I have to put my grief somewhere, so I tuck my hand behind my back and worry at the signet ring, turning it round and round. We'll find another way. Voss drops his head forward like he can't stand to look. Even Oma turns her back to Tabra, though I can see her face just fine. She looks the way I feel, like I'm dying inside along with my sister, rotting with it.
What's going on in...
Kane's scowl as he enters the room clears the instant he sets eyes on Voss.
What the hell's happened to you, brother? You look terrible.
He can't even hold it in for more than a beat before he grins. Then Horus turns and Kane catches sight of Tabra. That familiar grin fades.
Oh, hells, Marin.
His hands go to his hips and he takes a big breath. He doesn't take his pained gaze from my sister when he quietly says,
That makes what I have to share even worse.
Kane steps out of the doorway, and Lebanon moves into view, eyeing us gravely. Revan goes cold beside me, inside me. Everyone else goes as still as an oasis on a windless day, because they know the same thing I do. No way would the mighty Zareth Canis send us his best warrior unless something went terribly wrong. Chapter 81. Closing in. Eidolon's men found the Zeraphate. Not a regiment this time. An army. And we weren't there. Kane wasn't there. I wasn't there. Revan and I were too focused on our relationship and then on enjoying our new bond. I blow out a short breath. We haven't told anyone about the bonding. It wasn't the right time. Now I feel just plain guilty. Maybe after we get people safely settled. I've been standing at the portal in the Tropican Temple with my power on, keeping it open for long enough that I closed my eyes and have basically been sleeping standing up, making sure to continue to keep the glass open so that more of our people, wanderers and vanished alike, can pass through from Anora. Isn't hard work, it's just slow. I shift on my feet, which ache from having to stand in the boots that go with my celebration outfit. I flipped the bodice open and changed the train so I'm all colorful. The unmasking happened while I was resting in the palace earlier, a shout going up around the city, so at least I haven't had to wear my mask anymore. Metal is not comfortable on the face.
My turn.
Kane's voice behind me makes me jump and blink more awake. We've been holding the portal open in shifts, with Saya, Pella, Voss, and Haken. Oma refuses to leave Tebra's side. Revan, just in case we need to save his power, has remained at the palace. I can still feel his irritation with our separation, like a burr under a saddle. They weren't kidding when they said newly bonded mates don't like to be apart. Even this small separation has been like bugs crawling over my skin. It's only slightly better since Revan went into a dark room to restore his strength. He can't cut me off completely anymore, I don't think. But the sensation has eased. He's more like a tickle at the back of my mind. I've tried reaching out to talk to him through our minds, but he's been silent in return. Maybe shadow time is like a deep sleep? Not my favorite thing, but he's safe enough in the palace. He's only been marginally okay with my doing this because Horace and Bene have come and watched over me each time. I can see them now. Horace standing in the doorway nearby, back to me, Bene perched on his shoulder. With each face that comes through, another rock of guilt is added to the pile already built into a mountain inside me. Eidolon's troops hit the Zeraphate hard. It's a miracle they got away, and I have the Wanderer's horses, born and bred for the deserts, to thank for that. Canis and Ledinon's only guess about how an entire army could come down on them is that the king has a spy working for him within our people, among the vanished, not the Zeraphate. Except Vita's dead, so is there another? More than one. If there are more hidden in our ranks, we will never be safe. Tonight is the last night of the rites. No more power going out, no more renewal, just celebration. It also means tomorrow is the soonest we can have an audience with the king to ask for a more prolonged asylum. Kane hitches his chin at the guards.
Any new trouble?
Who, them? I wave a careless hand. Nah, they've been absolute lambs. A statement that earns me a glare from both guards. I don't care. They weren't going to let us do this, or their fellow guards weren't, at least. Getting into an argument over letting our people into the Dominion is why Kane now sports a swollen jaw turning all shades of purple. The other guy is in worse shape. I'm pretty sure my friend came close to drowning the guard with blessed water from the temple's font. Nothing is going to stop him from helping his people or mine. Eventually, a runner was sent to the palace and returned with permission. After Kane and I swap places so he can hold the portal open, the next person to come through is a wanderer. He nods at Kane, but sends me a narrowed-eyed glare. Nothing new. I've gotten that look from every wanderer who has come through. They blame me. Kane hitches his chin at me, and I move closer.
Ignore them,
he says. Easy as that? I murmur back, glancing over my shoulder. His chuckle is expected, but it settles me all the same. This is an old joke between us. The wanderers, many of them at least, never did accept his pet. He was always telling me to ignore the looks and whispers. Nice to know some things never change. Horace, I call. You and Bene head back. I'll wait for Kane. Kane stiffens.
You don't have to.
I want to. Even with the way my entire being is straining to be back in sight and touching distance of Revan, this is my chance to clear the air with Kane.
I'll be with Wanderers to get back. I won't be alone. You go ahead,
he says. I think we need to talk. His face goes entirely blank.
Oh, okay.
Not exactly encouraging. Or we could later. His lips crook, just a tiny bit, but it makes me feel a little better.
No, you're right. We should talk.
After a pause during which I'm trying to figure out from his face if he really means that, I glance over my shoulder at Horace. Go ahead. His gaze darts between me and Kane, then gives a nod and leaves, taking Benny with him.
Oi!
One of the Tropican guards calls to us.
How much longer?
Kane stops the next wanderer to come through the portal and asks. The man flicks me a blame-filled glance before addressing him.
3 more groups. And that is the last of us, Zarefson.
Finally.
Did you get that?
Kane asks the guard.
Yeah.
He turns back to his fellow guards, and they proceed to have a muttered conversation that I can't catch. Without a word, they leave. All of them. Just like that. Kane and I glance at each other. What in Nova? I ask. He looks as perplexed as I feel.
The celebration stopped an hour or so ago. Pella asked one of the guards at the palace. They said something about spending the last few hours of this blessed day with loved ones.
Seems strange to go so abruptly from parades and parties to quiet time with family and friends. Then again, every place has customs that probably seem strange to outsiders. In Arid, we have a festival that involves spilling a virgin man's blood over the water of the Hyades River. So who am I to question things here? With all the celebrating done, the rites must be over. I guess that means the Dominion is open again? No need to guard the portals?
That would make sense.
Still, I'll feel better once we're all safely in the palace. All we can do is wait for these last few groups.
Maybe we should talk when we get back to the palace,
Kane says. Yeah. With each passing second, I search for what I can see of the Anoran temple on the other side. There's a face I've been waiting for. She hasn't come through with any of the others, but I sent word that she needed to be here in Tropicus, not remain in Arid. She'll have to be in this next group. Tabra needs her. 10 minutes later, Oclis appears on the other side of the portal. She's dressed as a wanderer, but her red hair, a little longer than when we first escaped the palace, is impossible to miss. She smiles and my heart cracks around the edges at the sight of it. Because she doesn't know. Which is probably why the first thing I do when she's through is hug her. Oclis jolts at the physical contact, then stills in my embrace, and when I lean back, I'm sure she can see it on my face. Her lips tremble. Tabra? It hurts to breathe every time I think of my sister. She's not in good shape. Oclis's face tightens, and she glances toward the door, her urgency visible. Take me to her? I wanted to be the one to take her, to be there for her when... But I can't make her wait. Go with the others, I tell her. I'll see you there. She's off almost before I finish talking. The final group takes another 5 minutes or so.
I'm the last,
the sentry on the Anoran side tells Kane as he steps over to our side. We got them all through. I want to be relieved and take a breath. I'm learning the hard way not to do those things. We can't let our guards down while Eidolon is still a threat. More than that, many died in that attack before we got them here. I can't be relieved in the face of that. We need to tell the priestesses that we're done here, I say. The last of our people go one direction, while Kane and I head in the other to find a priestess. But there are none near the portal room. None of the Tropicus' acolytes within the main sanctuary of the temple itself. Empty. That's odd. This isn't like before when Revan and I came. The place is deserted, like a tomb waiting for a body. There's not a single person worshipping or praying or giving an offering. What time is it? I ask Kane.
Near to midnight,
he says, narrowed gaze scanning the area. Neither of us says so, but something isn't right about this. We close the distance to the door in a hurry, but as soon as I'm outside, I pause on the large stone stairs leading down to the streets. It's silent. Inside the temple, I didn't notice as much because the walls muffled the noise. But outside, it's strange not hearing the beat of the drums after so many days with it. Is it odd that I sort of miss the sound? The streets are also no longer crowded. No more revelers or dancers. Like Cain said, they've all packed up and gone home.
It wasn't like this when I came in.
Tension laces his words.
There were still people out here. This is...
He shakes his head. I roll my shoulders. If Cain is wary, I should be too. Maybe they meant it? About the quiet time with loved ones? He nods slowly.
We should get back to the palace. Now.
Good plan. A creeping sense of wrongness notches higher with every building, every block we pass. We're about halfway through the city when a sound we're now familiar with clangs through the streets. The ring of a heavy metal palace gate dropping closed. Then another, and another. Clang, clang, clang. Cain and I both falter and look at each other. I thought the king was done sending his power out, I say. Did we miss the horns? He shakes his head.
I don't think so.
We keep going, hurried as we cut a path through the city.
This is wrong.
Cain mutters under his breath.
There's something off.
Yeah. A ruckus reaches us before we round the corner that leads to the front gate of the palace. There, a handful of the last of the wanderers and vanished to come through the portal are gathered in a packed group, banging at the bars of the fortified gate. Oclus is with them, but not Horus or Bene.
What happened?
Cain demands of one of his people. I don't know. The gates shut before we got here. She hardly finishes speaking before a single bell tolls. The jarring sound rings through the empty streets. Lonely, like a funeral bell. Oclus gives a sudden pained gasp. It can't be. We swing around to look at her. I wouldn't have thought it possible with her pale skin, but she's gone even whiter. Even her freckles go chalky. The rites, she whispers, then snaps her gaze to me. What night of the rites is it? I frown, but then remember she's from Tropicus. The unmasking happened earlier, and now the quiet timed with loved... I trail off at her expression. What could be so horrible about quiet time with loved ones that it makes her look like that? The bell tolls a second time. Oclus's hand flies up over her heart. Heaven help us. We need to get somewhere we can barricade inside. The healed are coming. What the seven hells is she saying? The healed? They become... The bell tolls a third time, and the distinct sound of doors and window shutters around us being shut and locked sends shivers crawling over my skin like 1,000 spiders. The shadows rear up with me, tensing for whatever is coming next. Oclus, we need to get out of the streets. Now! Chapter 82. Bring balance to the right. Revan. He can come get us. I close my eyes, focused on my connection to my bondmate. It's so new, I'm not sure how it works. Revan? I whisper the words aloud and think them at the same time. Find me. I open my eyes to find Cain watching me.
Can he hear you?
We haven't told them yet. Sometimes. I expect hurt to flicker over his features, but it's more like acceptance. He even gives a small nod. He doesn't see the half of it, but now's not the time to finish breaking my best friend's heart. Right now, we need to get everyone to safety. The rope, Cain and I say at the same time. We look the group over. There's probably 20 out here, including us.
Follow us,
Cain calls. That burgeoning sense of impending doom grows as we lead them around the side to where Pella's rope still dangles. Thank the heavens for Cain's pain-in-the-ass sister is all I have to say. We start sending people up, one after the other, trying to put someone stronger after someone weaker. In short order, we're halfway through the group. Oclus keeps glancing over her shoulder, shuffling on her feet. I've never seen her so fidgety. Handmaidens are trained not to fidget. We need to move faster, she tells me as she steps up to take her turn. I nod and send her up. Not that we discuss it, but on purpose. Cain and I wait until the last. I'm not leaving anyone behind.
Ready?
He asks. He's well aware of my issue with heights. I've been trying not to think about it. I've also been trying to call Revan, but so far, no luck. In fact, no sense of him at all. Not like before when he would block me, though. This is more like he's there, but quiet. What happened to our handy mind-reading thing? This is when that would be useful, damn it. Which is what I tell myself so that I don't have a panic attack that something happened to him while I'm trying to get up this bloody wall. I glare at the rope. No choice now. Don't let me fall.
Want me to shove you up from underneath?
He asks as I grab hold and set a foot on the wall. He thinks now is the time to start teasing me again. Hilarious. You can do this. Don't be a wimp. Don't look down. One hand in front of the other. Easy peasy. The now familiar sizzling sensation that precedes the king's power lifts the hairs on the back of my neck. "K?" I don't even get his name out before a blinding flare of light passes through me, and this time I can see what Pella and Oma meant by a bubble of light in the sky. It's glorious to watch, expanding outward and upward like a dome. The light isn't white but opalescent, all colors of the rainbow swirling and alive within it. Above the palace, the cliffs that surround the Dominion, with their waterfalls misting and pouring, tower into the night sky, keeping the oceans on the other side out. The colorful display dissolves the second it reaches the border, like water hitting fire and turning to steam. Then a beat of hush, as though the entire Dominion takes a readying breath. "What did that do?" I whisper. Beside me, Kane, still watching the skies, shakes his head. A loud thunk has us both turning, heads cocked to listen. What was... He waves me off as another sound comes from a different direction, this time a yelp or maybe a scream. A few more pierce the night. Definitely screams. As if those few set off a cascade, 1,000 screams and shouts rise up, coming from everywhere. Then, nearby, a loud thump and rattle, as if something hard was thrown against a door or a wall. Kane shoves me up the rope.
"Climb."
He doesn't have to tell me twice. I'm already moving. Feet on the wall, hand over hand, I scramble. With a crack of splintering wood, a door not more than 3 buildings down from us slams open, and a tiny old woman, one with a salt and pepper braid over her shoulder, who should have been too small to push a child on a swing, let alone a whole door, bursts out. There's something unnatural in the way she moves. She reminds me of an insect or a bird, maybe, the way she angles her head in sharp, jerking motions. Then she takes off at a sprint, directly for us, mouth wide open, showing her teeth like a predator might. Another door flings open with a bang, then another and another, the sound of cracking wood echoing all around us.
"Go, go, go!"
Kane shouts as he wedges his shoulder under my thighs and propels me upward. The rope gives a strange jerk in my grasp, and then I hang on for dear life as Kane and I are swung away from the wall, only to knock back into it, sliding down a foot or two with the impact. Kane curses as he drops out from under me. My feet frantically scrambling for purchase. I look down and lose my breath. At least a dozen people are tugging the rope, their movements similar to the old woman's. Worse, a man who stands 7 feet if he's an inch, towering over the others, has Kane by his booted foot. The man yanks hard, and with a shout, Kane tumbles down into the mob. The last thing I see is his shocked face as he falls. "Kane!" I desperately search for him on the ground, but the growing throng of bodies blocks my view. Except, they don't seem to notice Kane. No, every face remains tilted up, sights trained on me, which is when I get a closer look at their faces. Their eyes are glassy, almost opaque, reminding me of Vida after she died. Several people are covered in blood, one all around his mouth. Merciful heavens. The big man jumps for me, almost makes it too, so I clamber higher. Not too much, though. I'm not leaving without Kane. The rope above me starts to jiggle. I whip my head up. Saya scales down the rope, shooting down it, controlled yet fast and nimble. She gets to me before I can blink, then jumps, landing on the giant who pulled Kane down. With animal-like snarls, all the feral people turn on her. Chapter 83. No Ally of Mine. Saya! A noise I've only heard once before creeps up toward me through the shouts and screams. A soft hissing at first, but I know it's coming. Deliberately, I wrap my leg in the rope to hold my weight and hook one elbow around it so that I can try to cover my ears with my hands. A second later, the hissing grows louder, building pressure inside my head. I grit my teeth against the sensation. Saya's power, sound as a weapon. It's paralyzing, debilitating. One by one, starting with those nearest where she fell, the glassy-eyed people put their hands over their own ears, ducking and cowering, peeling away until I can finally see Cain balled up on the ground, covering his head with his arms. He tries to sit up, but not all of those things seem to be affected by Saya. With wild eyes and those jerking movements, they descend on her. She opens her mouth wider, and the sound becomes unbearable, even with my ears covered. Wetness leaks out of my nose, and I swipe my elbow under it, only to come away with a smear of blood. Below me, I can see blood leaking from eyes and ears and noses, and everyone around her starts to scream in a different way, but she doesn't stop. Not until the last one is crouched and cowering in agony. Then she shuts her mouth and drags an equally bleeding and dazed Cain off the ground with more strength than I would have given her credit for, given how tiny she is. He's stumbling, but she manages to get him to the rope, and they both climb, which shakes me out of my stupor. I unwrap myself and keep going. I'm almost halfway up when those things, I can't think of them as people, below jump to their feet with shrieks of pure rage. Heights are no longer my worst fear. I hit the top of the wall and drag myself up and over with the help of one of the wanderers. The others are gathered here, looking out over the city with horror-filled eyes. The entire place is crawling with those things. The wanderer who helped me leans over to grab Cain, who collapses on the ground, and then Saya.
What in the stars?
Cain moans over loudly.
What's happening?
We don't have time for answers right now. We need to get to our rooms. Barricade in there. Cain frowns at me, eyes focused on my lips, shaking his head.
What?
He yells. Damnation. Saya's power. He was right beside her, and now he can't hear. Help him, I tell the wanderer. Then I grab Oclis by the arm. What are those things? She's holding herself so stiffly she might shatter. Fear has turned her eyes blank. Slowly, she focuses on me. Flesh reapers? She shudders. For one night, anyone healed by the king's power the night before must sacrifice for receiving such a blessing. Dread hangs over me like a hangman's noose. What kind of sacrifice? The healed are overtaken with a thirst for blood of all those who remain sick or weak or unable to contribute, all those who were not able to be healed by the king. She taps her nose. They can smell them, smell the rot. They kill them? I ask slowly. Oclis nods. Some of the unhealed try to hide. Some try to tie up their healed loved ones before it happens to try to stop them. But there's no use. They gain the strength of 10 men, and they will not stop their purge until the dawn. Purge? Merciful heavens. Voss. He's going to be like those things down there trying to kill the unhealed. Wait, is that why the flesh reapers didn't kill Cain? He was in their way, but he's strong and healthy. My insides go tundra cold, shivers cascading over my skin. Those possessed people were coming for me. Why? Because I rejected the blessing and I didn't let the king's power heal me? Another realization follows on its heels, and terror lances through me, white hot and wild. Tabra? Voss is probably with her, and she wasn't healed. Dread steals my breath. Is that why Revan hasn't come to find me? Is he protecting my sister? But that doesn't explain why I can't hear him, feel him. Something is wrong. I take off running, only to immediately pull up short. The gate over the door into our building is down. Somebody removed Pella's block. Whirling around, I squint, trying to see the half-mile or so all the way down to the building at the corner of this long wall. I'm pretty sure that gate is down too. Saya! I search for her in the group. How did you get up here? Her hands fly, but I can't keep up. I shake my head and she tries again. I still don't understand.
You were already up here when the gates came down,
Cain yells. Saya flings her hands into the air on a nod. The people up here are safe enough in that case, but I have to get to Tabra, to Revan. I spin back to the rope, dragging it up the outside in a frenzy of jerking pulls. Cain appears at my side, helping me get it up. But as soon as it's up, I start untying it and he frowns at me.
What are you doing?
He practically shouts the words and I wave him quieter. Just help me. I make sure he can read my lips. Cain nods. In minutes, we have it positioned on the other side, dropping down into the courtyard. Basement window. Pella told me she blocked a basement window in our building. Maybe whoever found her other blocked gates missed that one. Fear beats inside my chest like a caged lion, but I throw a leg over the wall before I can talk myself out of it.
What are you doing?
With a hand on my arm, Cain tries to stop me. Tabra! Pause. Then, Voss! I guess he reads my lips, because his lips press into a thin line.
Go.
I'm up and over and climbing down. Cain right behind me, Oculus and Saya behind him. A handful of wanderers follow the son of their Zareth. I hit solid ground and crouch there for a second before I start sneaking along the foundation of our building, checking every window at ground level. The others catch up with me, and we make it around 2 of the 3 sides with no luck. I edge around the corner just as a voice calls out.
Stop in the name of the king!
Soldiers run around the corner we just came from, at least 20 of them. We're outnumbered. As far as I can tell, not a glassy eye is to be seen among them. That's something, at least. I barely register that thought before they point their weapons directly at us. What? I know we're in here after the gates have been shut, but I'd rather break the rules and be with people who aren't possessed by bloodthirsty urges. We are the king's guests, I announce in my best royal voice. I am Queen Tabra of Arid. Lower your weapons immediately.
We have orders.
One of them, I guess he's leader, says. That doesn't sound good. What orders? He draws his lips back in a sneer.
Outsiders aren't allowed to witness rites, on pain of death.
Cain and I exchange a grim glance. They allowed us in for a reason. Why so long, though? Why not kill us the first night? Unless... Cain says what I'm thinking.
Our welcome here has been a trap all along.
Chapter 84. Betrayal. A trap. They wanted us to feel safe enough here to stick around. But for what? To be killed by their rabid healed? No, that would be too simple. Plus, they'd have no way of knowing if the Queen of Arid was ill or that she wouldn't be healed. Even if that's exactly the situation with Tabra. Which means something worse is coming. I hope you brought more men than this. I tell the man in charge sweetly and watch the tension crawl up the shoulders of the soldiers behind him.
We have more than enough men to handle you,
he replies. If the situation wasn't so dire, I'd laugh. Clearly the Tropicans think the Wanderers were stupid enough to give up all their weapons. They've seriously underestimated us. Even outnumbered, I put my money on the Wanderers every time. You picked the wrong day to follow orders. I look at Cain, who gives a piercing whistle, then jerks me out of the way.
Scourge!
His people yell. The clash is immediate and violent and chaotic. Cain corrals me and Saya and Oculus against the wall of the building, letting his brethren charge around us. Sure enough, the Wanderers produce a plethora of weaponry, telescoping bows, staffs, spears, and arumi belts that they use as part whip, part razor-sharp blade. They fight like the possessed flesh reapers. The metallic scent of blood fills the air. A soldier is felled in front of me, blood spraying over my legs, a throwing star sunken in his jugular. I slip 2 of my knives from my hiding spots. Cain stays my hand.
No, we'll take care of this. You need to build a portal.
One soldier backs a wanderer up with a series of spinning kicks before slashing at him with a paddle-like weapon, the edges of which glint with wicked spikes. Shark's teeth, I vaguely recall from Oma's education. A badge of honor for only their best warriors. The outward sign of an ocean master. They're throwing their best at us. The yelling around me blends with the screams of the carnage going on outside the walls. Another muffled roar of scourge comes from inside our building, and a door explodes outward, taking out the metal gate with it. More wanderers run out into the flat courtyard around us, fierce and ready to defend their kin. Kane's right. We need to get out of here. We may be close to 200 strong with the Zeraphate and Vanished who came here together, but we're divided and scattered. These aren't the only soldiers. I've seen how many they have, and we're seriously outnumbered. We need a way out, and me building a portal might be the only way since we can't get through the city. Which means I need sand. There's not enough here. Where is Bene? He was a raven the last time I saw him. But even if he showed up in full form and shed all his spare sand, I can't build a portal until I know where the rest of our people are. Revan, I whisper. The shadows inside me, the lines of connection binding us, are still eerily quiet. I grit my teeth so hard my jaw hurts. Is he blocking me? A new cry rises from the main palace building at the far end of the courtyard. The massive metal gate over the wide-arched front door cranks up, and Tropican soldiers in their green armor pour out into the courtyard, sprinting in our direction. Health. We have to gather everyone up, now, before we lose too many. I need to get the others before I build the portal, I yell at Kane and point. He looks from me to the door and seems to figure out what I said.
Bring them here, he yells. I'll stay and fight.
He runs off, Saya on his heels. I hand Oculus one of my knives. Let's go. She stares at it like she has never even seen a knife before, but then she grips it tighter. I'm right behind you. Between groups of wanderers who are still coming out, we dart inside the building, going against the flow and up the stairs, only to be yanked to a stop by a hand on my arm that whips me around. The Zeref. Behind him stands the Zarifa, her hands covered in blood, clutching one of the Tropican paddle-like weapons. Have they been fighting in here too?
Where do you think you're going?
Canis demands. Give me a break. I don't have time for this. Kane is outside facing down an army. Go! It's the right thing to say because his expression, already intimidating, takes on a fierce cast, the face of war. Canis shouts something to the wanderers, then rushes down the stairs, the Zarifa on his heels, and the rest of his people yell their battle cry. I'm glad we're on the same side. I turn only to plow into Horus and Oma. He and Bene must have got back before the gates came down. My knees almost go out from under me when I see he's holding Tebra, who is out cold, limp in his arms.
Domina!
He hoists my sister higher. Take Tebra, Oculus, and Oma with you and keep them safe. I need everyone together if we're going to try to get out of here. He shakes his head.
I swore to guard you with my life. I've already been away too long.
Damn it, I don't have time for this either. I order you to protect my sister, your queen, until I can get us out of here. His expression pinches, going stark, but he obeys. They go. I sprint the other way up to the 3rd floor, where I find Pella and Håkon at the end of the corridor, standing outside the door to our rooms. Where's my brother? Pella demands before I'm halfway to her. Out there, fighting with Saya and your people. Your parents are headed out to help him.
What the hells is going on out there?
Håkon asks. Pella is still and straight, like a soldier at attention. Voss lost his ever-loving mind and went after Tebra. What? Why didn't Horus tell me? I should go back, check her over more closely. Pella grabs my arm before I can bolt and shakes me. She's unharmed. But after Horus got her out of the room, Voss froze himself in ice, filled the whole room, trapped Bene in there with him. Which is when I finally notice the doors they're standing in front of are crusted over. Voss stopped himself. My respect for him goes up 1,000-fold. Can he survive like that? And how do we get him out with the rest of us? I explain what's going on as quickly as I can, including how the entire city is no longer safe. But that's not who we're fighting. Not yet, at least. The Tropican soldiers are under orders to kill us all. Håkon and Pella look at each other, and the struggle in both of them is palpable. Håkon doesn't want to leave Voss but can do the most good in battle. Pella wants to fight with and for her people. I'll stay here, she decides. Håkon shakes his head.
I'm not leaving you.
She grabs him by a hunk of shirt, and I flinch, waiting for her to get shocked, but she must not have touched skin. She yanks him down to her level. Save my people. Hawken struggles for less than a second, before, with a growl, he slams his mouth over hers in a harsh, swift kiss, then takes off down the hallway. Pella watches him go. Well, I say, that was unexpected. Everyone saw it coming. She shoots me a glare. Now's not the time. Voss trapped Benny in there with him. Hells, he's my key to my ability to make a portal. I need another way to gather enough sand. And I can think of only one option, drawing it from the oceans outside the cliffs and dragging it to me. I'm not sure it'll work, but I need to be back outside to try. I'll send someone for you if we figure a way out of this. Pella gives a sharp single nod. I hate leaving her here alone, but I have no choice. Where's Revan? I ask before I go. I don't know. He wasn't with us when Voss... She shakes her head. He's probably looking for you. He should be able to feel me. I don't have time to explain that. If I can't get sand, he's our only way out of here. There are too many of us, though. Not everyone would make it. Leaving Pella with Voss, I race back down the hall and stairs and burst into the fray of the courtyard, where the fighting is still raging. As I hit the open ground, something explodes out of a window overhead. Chunks of ice rain down over me and I duck, covering my head with my arms. I look up in time to see Bene in raven form, shaking off a crust of ice midair. He must have broken free of the frozen room Voss trapped him in. He flies away over the trees toward the ocean, getting smaller and smaller as he gets farther away. An odd sound, somewhere between crackling and snapping, is familiar enough that I know what's coming. It's the sound Voss's power makes when he's freezing something. The green marbled stone around the third-story window Bene just busted out of frosts over, thick and sparkling white, creeping and crawling along the outside of the building. Then it stops. What in the Dominions is Voss doing in there? Is Pella hearing this from where she's keeping watch outside the door? Is he trying to get out? With a blast of Tindran air, snow erupts out of the room, and it doesn't stop, piling up on the ground below the window despite the warmth of the night out here. A second later, two bodies launch out of the broken window. Pella and Voss. She must have tried to stop him getting out. They grapple even as they fall until they land in the pile of snow below. Voss is up first, wild-eyed and hands aglow. He stands over Pella, who I can't see, still buried in the drift. Voss raises his hands, but a bolt of blue lightning knocks him a good 20 feet away. Hawken. A second later, Pella emerges from the bank of snow. She's barely standing when Voss rises like a ghoul from the underworld, the center of his chest burned and still smoking. Sniffing the air, he moves in that jerky, bird-like way the other flesh reapers do, then zeroes in on me. He sprints across the ground between us, foggy-eyed, his face a contorted mask of death. Ah, hells. Don't make me do this, I mutter as I unsheathe my knives, ready to defend myself. Before he can get to me, though, Saya gets between us, her hands raised, a wickedly curved blade she must have gotten from a fallen fighter in one. What if she smells of sickness, too? When she landed on Cain outside the palace, those things went for her. Voss stares at her, then sniffs and growls like a vicious animal, the low rumble sending goosebumps over my skin. But Saya must see something that I don't, because she moves not away but into Voss, wrapping her arms around his waist and laying her head on his chest. No! Cain is across the field of the courtyard, but now he's running for Saya. Voss throws his head back on a yell so feral, so full of conflict, that an ache for him sets up in my own chest. He shoves Saya back, and glowing hands pointed down, freezes himself again, starting at his feet and growing the ice over his body, creating a clear block around him, reminding me of my glass tomb when I was trying to hold back the shadows inside Revan the first time we faced down Eidolon. Saya falls to her knees beside him, head bowed, and places a hand on the ice. Reaching her side, Cain takes up a protective stance facing outward. Before he can do so much as move, a solid column of shadow erupts at the other end of the courtyard, obscuring the main palace building. Then the column morphs to black mist, dissipating to reveal a single man dressed in brilliant white. Eidolon. King Punkwi didn't play us for his own ends. What were his orders? Distract us until Eidolon arrived, or kill us and hand over the corpses. The fighting jars to a halt, and Cain looks over at me. His expression, that of a warrior who will fight to his last breath, made even more fearsome by the smears of blood and dirt on his face.
Get us out of here.
Tabra! Someone screams. I whirl, knife raised, across what before this night was a beautiful courtyard garden but is now a battlefield. Oculus is slashing at Shadow, what appears to be a solid arm of smoke with the knife I gave her. Horus and Oma are fighting it with her, but the Shadow blocks them all and wraps a tendril around Tabra's ankle. Mirren! Tabra's lips form my name as she scrabbles at the ground. The darkness drags her away. Chapter 85. Scattered. As if my sister's cry was a signal, the fighting resumes, a clash of bodies and weapons and yells, even more frenzied now. I plunge into the tumult, running after Tabra, dodging and darting and trying not to be stopped. Even from this far away, I can make Eidolon out. He stands, arms raised, the glow of his hands casting a purple light over everything. And to his right, not bound and not struggling, is... I stumble over my own feet. Mother Goddess. Revan. Is that why I couldn't feel my bondmate? Because Eidolon already took him. The rope of shadow that has Tabra drags her to the king's other side, standing her up and wrapping around her like a snake. Fear wraps around me the same way, threatening to crush me. Eidolon has them both. The clash of weapons and bodies and fighting blocks my way, but I keep going. Bindings made of shadow hold my sister upright, her arms now stretched outward from her sides, her head dropped back as though she can't keep it up, but her eyes are open. Revan, I realize, is in the same posture. Eidolon raises a glowing fist, and with a wrench of his hand, darkness streaks out of Revan's mouth, like the king is pulling his entrails up from inside, forming into a small cloud in front of him. Failed. We just failed everything. He's got his shadows back. I stumble over a body on the ground and almost fall. I manage to keep my feet and keep going, even as I'm staring hard at what Eidolon is doing. That isn't many of his shadows. It's one. Realization is a slap to the face. I think he drew out the ghost of the past, the one Revan sucked out of Tabra. Why? What does he need with? Eidolon takes it and shoves it down my sister's throat. Rage and terror collide inside me. Take me to him. In a blink, I am across the courtyard, the shadows dissipating from me like mist. Holy hells, it worked. I end up behind Eidolon, so close, standing in the alcove of a small doorway to the main palace. I don't think he felt or saw me. I don't think he knows I'm here. Tabra's face. Goddess help me, that's not her face. Not my face. Eidolon's ghost is in her. Again? Or did Revan not get it out?
I didn't tell you to kill her.
Eidolon growls at the thing inside my sister.
We need her.
And I needed to make sure you honor our deal, Tabra says in a voice that is also not hers. It oozes from her. Then she smiles, lips a sinister twist. She dies without me in her. The king's face flickers with frustration, only a beat before his shoulders ease.
It no longer matters.
Eidolon mutters to himself before eyeing Tabra, or the ghost of his previous incarnation inhabiting her body.
As long as through you, I can control her power.
Eidolon raises glowing hands again. I lurch forward, but Revan's voice sounds in my head.
Wait.
Our bond comes to brilliant life between us, and that alone makes me pause. Wait, for what? I will only help if you keep your promise, the ghost inside Tabra says. A body for me. The king cocks his head.
You are still made of shadow, my old friend. You have no choice.
The parasite gives a mangled, choking sound, and Tabra's body goes rigid. Then impossibly, her hands rise, palms glowing a lavender hue. Voss might as well have been here to freeze my blood solid all the way to my heart. She's been too weak to use her power. Treading death's waters, he can't. Eidolon reaches inside his tunic and pulls his own amulet from around his neck to dangle it between them. My sister's light moves out from her hands, like it's an extension of her, reaching toward the necklace until it surrounds the amulet.
Release Tindra from her prison,
Eidolon commands. 7 hells in a handbasket? We were right. That's what he needed my sister for. That's what all of this, every step he's taken, every shadow shed, every Iridian queen he's killed, has been about all along. The darkness holding my sister upright squeezes her tighter, coiling and writhing, and the sounds coming from her throat change to pained groans as her light glows brighter. I have to help her.
Not yet.
Revan's voice stops me. I jerk my gaze his direction to find him still bound but watching me. I give him what I know is a look of desperation. He's killing her.
Wait.
What does he see that I don't? I don't ask because I trust him. My bondmate wouldn't tell me to wait for no reason.
Come on,
Eidolon mutters in a voice that now quakes. Is he straining with the effort he's expending by trying to force 2 powers to operate in tandem? The amulet remains whole. Tabra's mouth works as if she's trying to get words out. But it's the ghost's voice that speaks, wheezes. She can't. It's not working.
It has to work.
Eidolon growls, sounding more like Revan than I've ever heard. He draws a deep breath, then commands.
We're almost out of time. Release my mother, now.
Revan's shock is like a thunderbolt inside me. Eidolon's mother? That's what he said. Not only his goddess, but his mother. Revan's too, in a weird way. The glow around the amulet spikes as the darkness around my sister tightens, winding like a snake, and she tosses their head back and shouts, both my sister and the ghost inside her, a drawn-out, guttural cry as her light turns blinding. Eidolon is going to kill her. I lunge toward the king. Let her go! Only strong arms wrap around me and hold me back. My yelp is cut off as those arms tighten painfully. I jerk my gaze to the side. Holy horrors! Revan is no longer dangling in the air, held by Eidolon's shadows. He is the one holding me prisoner now. Forced to by Eidolon? A dark, grating laugh echoes through my head. Like Revan, but not.
Can't have that, love.
Shadow nuzzles the side of my hair.
You thought you could control us with some curse? We were biding our time. You truly are pathetic.
A harsher version of Revan's voice echoes in my ears. In my head, through me. Another one, silkier but nastier, sounds next.
Played right into our hands.
Revan's arms convulse, his jaw tightening so hard I can hear his teeth grind. He's fighting the king's shadows in control of his body. I can see it. No. Revan's voice is like a tear in the fabric of night, but I felt it, felt him. He was here with me for a heartbeat and then gone. Shadow chuckles.
All it took was a little song and dance to make you think we'll help you, that we listen to her.
Yet another of Shadow's voices, a guttural version this time, joins the fray.
Now she is ours, soul-bound.
King Eidolon, you murdering bastard! A new, harsh voice cries out. Oma. She prowls toward us through the melee, her fury-filled gaze pinned to the king. You have many deaths of my kin to answer for. What is she doing going up against him like this? She shoots me a glance that I'm sure the king doesn't catch, but I recognize it as Oma telling me to take advantage of the distraction she's creating.
Another twin.
Eidolon sneers. And she's right. The king's focus is not on me. I close my eyes, and the way I do with sand, reach for the power I'm supposed to have over Shadow, trying to ignore the doubts Shadow's words lodged in me. Let me go, I silently command. Did his arms loosen? I'm not sure.
Your desperation is showing, old king,
Oma taunts. I focus harder. Maybe the power isn't in me, but in Eidolon. I'm just a tap into a well. I picture his light, the purple glow not in his hands but inside him, and reach for it with my mind. Let me go. The arms around me definitely loosen. Almost there. Just another try.
Release my grandnieces,
Oma commands the king with a power far greater than hers.
This grows tiresome.
Anger laces the king's words.
Pass on my regards to your ancestors.
What? My eyes flash open just in time to see him slash a hand through the air, and a scythe of shadow slices through Oma, severing her head from her body. A hole of loss gouges me with so much pain. It's like being ripped apart. Flashes of memories flood my mind. Memories I didn't even know I had of Oma. Nice memories. Her laughing as she chased me along the banks of the Hyades River when I could have been no more than 3 summer solstices old. A small light of pride in her eyes as I was ready to take Tabor's place for the first time. The small honey cake she bought for my 16th name day. The day we enter the age of reason. And more. All tiny moments that by themselves at the time I never thought amounted to anything. I was wrong. Over the images is the sound of her voice that night in the water garden, telling me words she had never spoken before.
I loved you every single day.
Words I didn't believe then. Didn't believe until right now. When it's too late. If Shadow wasn't holding me up, I don't think I'd still be upright. Oma is gone. He killed her with hardly a thought. The parts of her strewn across the field of battle like discarded game pieces. In the wake of the gaping hole of loss that leaves inside me, fear floods in. I have to face this. The king and his shadows and his ghosts. Alone. Chapter 86. Desperation. He killed Oma. Reaction riots inside me. Fear, shock, horror. But I don't have time to give in to any of them because Eidolon turns back to Tabra. His body quakes hard, not just with the effort of trying to force my sister's power to break his goddess mother out of her prison, but killing Oma like that might have tipped the scales. How is he still standing? Yet the amulet the king is holding remains whole, unbroken. Then suddenly my sister's eyes roll back in her head and both their lights douse. The darkness wrapped around Tabra lets her go, and her body flops to the ground.
No,
Eidolon shouts. Tabra! I screech. I'd run to her, but I can't move, can barely get in to air my lungs to yell. Everything we've gone through these months was for nothing. He killed her anyway. Anger explodes through me, obliterating the fear and doubt. Pain fueling the burn. That asshole killed Tabra and Oma. I have no more family left. No one. A stark laugh bubbles up and bursts from me. I may be doing this on my own, but the king doesn't hold all the cards. I hope that murdering bastard chokes on failure and dies. The renewed glow from Eidolon's hands is so soft at first I think it's coming from my sister, that she's woken up, she's fighting. But it's not her. He lifts his hands as the darkness slowly lifts Tabra back up, her head lolling forward. She's not dead. I can see her breathing.
The deal was my mother would be released.
Eidolon snarls.
You lied, or failed. I don't care which.
Is he going to kill the ghost inside my sister? It'll kill her too, and he's just going to.
What about our deal?
The ghost inside Tebra demands.
That was before you tried to kill the only person in 500 years born with enough power to do what we need.
Eidolon makes that fist again, to pull the spirit out of her the way he did with Revan. But this time his glow flickers, like he's having trouble making it work. For a second, I think he won't be able to, that he's too drained. But then, like before with Revan, he drags the ghostly soul out of her in a long streamer until the last of it slithers out of her mouth. Face a mask of fury, Eidolon does something with both hands that looks like he's breaking a stick, and the ghost of his past self shatters. Its howl cuts off as the pieces of him float away on the wind.
Can't have you dying before you've grown into your power,
Eidolon says to the rag doll that is my sister. More darkness pours into her, but this time it's coming from the night all around us. Before my very eyes, she transforms, her sallow skin taking on a pink hue, the bruises under her eyes disappearing, cheeks plumper. He's healing the damage the ghost did? I can't help the relief that wells up inside me, even if resentment burns that the reason I'm feeling it is because of Eidolon. Tebra is going to live. That's something. But a new realization dawns on the heels of that one. This is what a power looks like after you've had centuries to learn it and pass your knowledge on to the next in line. We'll never defeat this bastard. A white-blue glow illuminates the night in a brilliant flash, and Eidolon is blown through the air. My vision clears to find the king across the landing, on the stone stairs that lead into the palace, on his hands and knees, charred and smoking, the sense of burning air and flesh sharp in my nose. I snap my gaze to Hakken, lightning dancing over his body in a bubble, scorching the grass under his feet and keeping everyone else away, hands raised to do it again. I pick out Oculus' face from the crowd. She's running through the fighting, trying to get to Tebra. Over her shoulder, a Tropican soldier comes at her with a spear in hand, deadly intent in his eyes. Before I can open my mouth to yell at her, warn her, Tsaya tackles him from the side. In a vicious series of rapid strikes, she sinks a wickedly carved knife into every soft spot not covered by armor that she can find. Kneeling over him like a protector over a kill, she wipes the blade on her blood-splattered clothes and looks up. Not at Oculus, but at me. Which is when I see him. Cain is right behind her, a gash across his forehead pouring blood into one eye. Our gazes clash across the field of fighting, and I realize what he's doing. He's coming to help me. 5 soldiers come at Cain in unison. He spins to face them, but 5 are too many, even with his fighting skills. A memory hits with such force I can see the colors, feel the sand, smell the crisp night air. A boy offering his hand and a smile to me as I lay against the base of a lone palm tree, lost in the desert. My best friend, who has been my hero ever since. Just as I think he's going to go down, his father and Horus reach his side, standing shoulder to shoulder with him, with a deftness and speed that is an art they engage. They aren't giving up. Neither will I. A thundering blast of sound has the king jerking his gaze to the sky. Even in the dark, Bene's massive form casts a shadow as he dives for the king. But Eidolon raises a hand and a wall of darkness, more like a dome, comes over the 4 of us. Bene hits it with bone-staggering impact, but nothing happens. The dome doesn't budge, blocking out not only Bene, but everyone on the ground too. With a satisfied smile, Eidolon looks now to me. The shadows controlling Revan drag me to Eidolon's side, but I'm not focused on them. Instead, I'm focused on my own shadows and light, on my bond, on my mate. We are stronger together. I have to believe that. Hoping with everything I am that I'm doing this right, I send my shadows, the part of me that is Revan, searching, sneaking inside his being through our bond like threading a needle. I reach out a hand in the darkness, waiting for him to take it.
Not all is lost,
the shadow-controlling Revan says to his maker. voice a rumble in my ear. The king huffs a bitter laugh.
Not even death has been able to stop us.
He lifts his gaze and looks over my head, right at Revan, at Shadow.
We'll find another way.
After 500 years? I sneer, even as I'm trying to reach my mate. I tip my head and offer a sarcastically concerned look. Aren't you tired of that kind of failure? Eidolon's expression sours, lip curling. Shadow's grip clamps tighter around me, digging into my flesh, and Revan still hasn't answered me. Not even a hint that he's there.
She's right,
the king murmurs.
We need more time.
Now he's looking at Revan, speculation in his narrowed gaze. I don't have to guess what he's thinking. It's written plainly across his familiar features. He wants his shadows back. Find me. I will, Revan. I'm here.
I'll take her now,
he says to Shadow. Revan's arms leave me as he walks away, only to be replaced by a rope of shadow that won't let me move any more than being held by him did. My blood pumps hard through me because I already know what's coming. My search for my mate in the darkness tumbles into sheer panic. Again, Eidolon lifts his hands. In the light that comes from them, I can see the sweat dripping down his face, the clamminess to his skin. He can't have much left in him. It starts slowly at first. A layer of black mist pulls away from Revan's features, but remains in the shape of him at the same time. It lifts from his body like the king is drawing it out toward himself. Wait! I cry out. Eidolon raises his eyebrows, but the mist continues toward the king. Take your other shadows and leave Revan. He'll only fight you from within, you know it. The process seems to still, the stretched out misty forms hanging between them like parchment-thin dolls on a string.
Don't worry,
one of the shadows says.
We can control him.
No, no, no. I frantically cast around for Revan, desperation rising like dunes blown against our palace walls in a storm. But he's still not there. There's only one thing of value I have left to trade. The king can't free the goddesses. Not yet. I know that much. So that makes what I'm about to try safer. I'm trying to convince myself that's true because for my soul-bound mate, it turns out I would do anything. I found one of the amulets. The words tumble from my lips. Eidolon's face loses that sneer, his features and eyes sharpening with visible interest. He's listening. I will give it to you. He takes a single menacing step forward, and I know that I have him. But only if you leave me, Revan. We stare at each other, the king's shadows suspended between us. I'm still reaching for Revan, but he hasn't found me. This is our last chance. Swear, on your mother's soul. Eidolon doesn't hesitate.
I swear it.
The king flicks a hand, and suddenly I can feel him again, returned to me in an instant. Revan is staring at me, his turquoise eyes brilliant and true, the shadows no longer in control of his body.
Don't do this,
he says. I want to reach for him, but I'm still bound. I have to. I can't lose you. I look at Eidolon. I need my hand. The shadow holding me loosens enough to work one out. I slip the amulet over my head and offer it to the king. Darkness lifts the amulet from my fingertips. But the second Eidolon has it within his grasp, Revan falls to the ground with a groan convulsing. Wait, this isn't right. I struggle against my bindings. What are you doing? I yell. You swore. Eidolon gives me a look as cold as Tindra's icebergs.
I didn't say I'd leave him alive.
We've lost. I see the truth in Revan's eyes, the turquoise turning duller with each passing second. There's only one option left, and I gave up my amulet for nothing. The air feels like razor blades carving a path down my throat to my heart, where they slice until I'm bleeding inside. An agony of heartbreak, of defeat, threatens to crush me, pulverize me until there's nothing left.
I have to go with him.
Revan's voice is so weak, fading in my head. No, I plead through our bond. Through our connection, the swell of determination that comes from him as he stares at me is as strong as a storm. I feel the moment his decision is made. And yet I think he'd already decided this, because there's an acceptance in him that is just as strong. Like this was inevitable. "Did you know?" I ask. His expression changes to the same determined, immovable look he had the night he stole me from the palace thinking I was Tabra.
"Find me in the afterlife, princess."
Anguish flays my heart. He knew.
"Take me,"
Revan demands of the king.
"I know where the other amulets are. All of them. No one can reach them without me."
He's played the only card he has left too. Eidolon's greed twists his face until I don't even recognize Revan in his features anymore.
"Done."
Another flick of Eidolon's wrist, and a dark mist rises off Revan, being drawn toward the king again. With a low groan, Revan forces himself to his hands and knees, then to his feet. He walks toward me, one laborious step at a time, like he's struggling against the forces dragging at him, stretching out his shadow behind him. Pinned by the king's hold on me, all I can do is watch in horror as he fights. On a shout of twisted pain that I can feel echo throughout my own body, he finally reaches me. Shaking with the effort, his hands wind into my hair. Goddess, he still feels whole.
"I love you,"
he says, then places his lips over mine, mouth to mouth, heart to heart. But he starts to fade. He's still kissing me as he goes, and every second is torture. I can hardly feel him now, his touch a mere feather of sensation. But what he does through that wispy touch, my eyes go wide. He looks straight back at me, even as he kisses me. Vaguely, I'm aware of the purple glow brightening all around us. Through our kiss, he forces his darkness into me.
"You are strong enough to keep them."
His voice whispers through our connection.
"I know it. I've seen it."
No! I want to scream it. Behind Revan, Eidolon moans long and low, face pale and haggard with the effort, and I feel the tremble of his waning power as it hits Revan too. The dome of shadow falls. I know because the cacophony of battle erupts all around us again, and Bene gives another blast of challenge. And I think maybe, for one ridiculous, hopeful moment, that maybe we have a chance to stop him now. The king used too much of his power trying to release his goddess mother.
"Merrin,"
Revan whispers in my mind. The remnants of Revan I can feel disappear, like a snuffed-out candle. Gone, dead, or buried, I don't know which, sucked inside the king. Eidolon falls to his knees, visibly drained, even sickly with it, his entire body shaking and covered in sweat. He stares at me for half a heartbeat before he glances over my shoulder. I know my friends are coming for me. His face contorts with rage, and I know why. I have his shadows now.
"This isn't over,"
he says. Then darkness consumes him and he's gone, taking Revan with him. Chapter 87. It All Goes Dark. There is a moment after terrible loss when everything goes quiet inside and around you, as if the entire world is taking a breath for what comes next, bracing. And it's into that hollow numbness that you say something like, "What?" or "No?" or "That's impossible." Not because you didn't hear it or see it, and not because you think this new reality is not true. You know it's true. It's to cling on to that last moment of peace, because when the quiet fades, what comes after is pain. Except I don't get that moment. I don't get to brace. Revan gave me Eidolon's shadows. They are inside me now, clawing at my insides, rioting within the new prison that is my body. With Eidolon no longer here binding me with shadow, I drop to my knees beside Tabra's still form. I don't know why he didn't take her too, but the chaotic pain of what just happened to Revan and now the shadows within me flood my mind and body too much to do more than notice. I curl in on myself, trying to contain the shadows as they press outward, stretching my skin and twisting my insides. I clap my hands over my ears and my mouth like that could muffle the sound of them or keep me from vomiting the fury of them back up. I squeeze my eyes shut and try to hold on to the last moment with Revan. He said I'm strong enough. Only I don't think he was right. Because this is going to rip me to shreds. I don't hold power over Shadow, just a curse that links me to Eidolon that I haven't figured out how to use. That's it. That's all. They're going to consume me before I can stop them. I whimper and draw my knees tighter to my chest. I can't do this without him. Doesn't he know that he is the source of any strength I have? Maybe not. I never told him. There wasn't time. The one thing we never had was time. I can't do this. I can't. Heavens, help me. The pain is coming, not from the king's shadows, but from me. He's gone. Revan's gone. I rock, but it's not enough to hold back the anguish, and a keening wail rises from within until it bursts from my lips, drowning out the yells of the shadows and the fighting still happening all around me. And it keeps coming in one long shout. It pours out of me like sand out of a broken hourglass. I think maybe it will never stop. The pain is so much a part of me, even my skin hurts, my scalp, my eyes, my insides. He's gone. He said he always knew it would come to this. So all this time he was planning to sacrifice himself. So many moments pile up in my head. Little things he said. Was this part of why he tried to stay away from me? To save me the pain of this moment? Oh, goddess, our bonding. He was so happy. Was that because he was ensuring that after he did this, he'd still be able to find me again in another life? Because of how hard I pushed him to stay with me? Guilt spills over the wave of loss, slamming through me hard. I can't do this. I can't.
Marin.
A voice whispers in my head.
Marin, stop.
It's jarring mostly because it's a single voice in the midst of the chaos of the shadows inside me. I catch my breath at the sound going still. That was his voice, Revan's, velvet and iron, but not. Don't speak to me, I whisper. An order. I can't stand it. The cruelest trick of all is to hear him when it's not him. Eidolon's shadows quiet. Did they actually listen? I gather myself, putting the imperious command of my grandmother into every syllable I utter. Do not move. Do not speak. I don't want to know you're there. Ever. Not a sound. The loss is still there, hurting in every part of me so much I'm not sure I can move or breathe right, but at least I can grieve in silence. Only it's not silent. Eidolon may be gone, hopefully too weak to return until I can get us to safety, but the battle rages on. A downdraft of wind is the only warning I get. Bene lands right on top of me, wings spread wide, protecting me like a bird of prey covers a kill. In a small way, my mind acknowledges that earlier he must have flown to the ocean to get sand to grow with. But even that thought barely makes a dent in the hollowness that I am becoming. A fresh wave of guilt crashes over me. I betrayed Bene. He looks at me. If he's speaking, I can't hear you anymore. I gave Arid to Eidolon, like a naive little girl. He doesn't trample me to death immediately, and I kind of hoped he would. Instead, he leans down and noses at me gently. I think that might be way worse than if he tried to kill me while I lay here. Don't you hate me?
Marin!
Kane skids to a stop in front of me. The sight of my friend's familiar face covered in blood, sweat, and grime, his dark eyes a well of concern for me, destroys all that's left of me. Despair crashes through the numb and the pain. He's gone, I choke out. Revan, Eidolon, they've rejoined, and the king has my amulet. It's over. Kane's face falls, and he runs a hand over my hair once. That sympathy is there and gone in a heartbeat as he grabs me by the shoulders and hauls me up, jaw hard and stare dogged. He gives me a little shake and points at the fray.
We need you, Marin. We're still fighting.
This isn't over for us, but I can't seem to force myself to care.
You can't save him if you're dead.
Save him? Save Revan? Emotion rolls through me like thunder trampling through the sky. Save him how? I don't even know where to start. And Eidolon's shadows are inside me. Revan left me here with pieces of evil in me. I told him to go. More guilt pounds away at me. Kane's lips flatten, and I can tell he wants to shake me again, probably harder, but he doesn't.
You've never backed down from anything in your life. Not from Pella, not from my father, not in the Shadowwood with those barbarians, not from a devourer, not from a goddess-damned shadow wraith. Don't you dare do it now.
I shake my head.
Damn you. Help the rest of the people you care about who are still trying to get out of this alive. Get us the hells out of here so we can help you go after Revan.
Chapter 88. All is lost.
Fight.
Revan's voice whispers in my head. But it has to be the king's shadows because Revan is in Eidolon. Shut up, I mutter.
Be strong, Marin.
Goddess, it sounds so much like him. My heart gives a terrifying thump of resolve. I stare at Kane. Beyond him, Pella stands with her back to us, ready to tear into anything that comes close. Somewhere across the field is Voss, who has frozen himself twice now rather than hurt someone he loves. I think of Oculus fighting to get to Tabra, of Hawkins zapping Voss to keep Pella safe, Saya throwing herself into a horde of flesh reapers for Kane. I have people I care about here, people I love. And this isn't over. Kane must see the change in my face.
Good, he says. Now get us the fuck out of here.
The Tropican forces are on all sides of us now, encircling us, forcing us together, just like in the Shadowwood. But there's one huge difference. Revan isn't here to buy me time to build a portal. Seven hells, this isn't going to work.
Marin, drop!
At Horus's shout, I drop to my stomach, and a spear clanks against the stone steps not a foot from me. I shoot back to my feet just in time to see Horus take the hilt of a sword to his temple. He goes limp, dropping to the ground. I grit my teeth. Pella! She takes off, slicing his attacker's neck from behind, then standing over Horus's body like a mother lioness. Another shout. I whirl around in time to see the Zareth taking a sword to the leg. He shoves a dagger up under his assailant's jaw and twists, but he falls with him, pinned under the soldier's weight. Father! Pella cries out. The Zarifa goes down with a cry, a soldier tackling her from behind. Her hand claws at the dirt as she tries to wriggle free, reaching for the Zareth who's a body length away. He groans her name and reaches back. But there are more soldiers there to drag them apart. So many more. We're surrounded. We're going to lose. A terrible idea bubbles up. One that might kill us all. One Revan gave me. Ironically, the reason he kidnapped me in the first place. The reason he originally thought Eidolon wanted the princess he knew had a power over sand. Desperation leads to desperate acts. It's this, or we're all dead. The hell's with that? Kane must read the decision on my face.
What do you need?
There's a reason this man was my childhood hero. Get ready to direct water. A lot of it. I hope to every goddess in the heavens and every hell that we're both ready for what I'm about to try to do. His frown is immediate.
What water?
I raise my hands, already glowing golden. Watch the cliffs. Eyes closed, I picture the Dominion. The lands are below sea level, and the only thing keeping the oceans out are the massive walls of stone that rise up around the borders. How much sand do I have to move to collapse the portion of the wall directly behind the palace? I feel for it, picture it in my head. The ground underneath this part of the Dominion. My hands brighten, the glow visible even through my eyelids as I find what I'm looking for down 1,000 leagues. More sand than my home Dominion. I start moving it, pulling it in the surrounding ocean out from under the mass of the Dominion itself, and I pray Kane can do what I'm about to make him do.
Marin?
Kane's voice is full of doubt and questions because nothing is happening. Wait for it, I say through gritted teeth. Come on, I need to move more, faster. A telltale whistle of sound shoots right by my face. An arrow.
Keep them off her,
I hear Kane yell. The vague sounds of people gathering around us barely penetrate my concentration. I picture the terrivores of my homeland. Those massive shovels formed by the bony plate atop their heads, rearranging the entire landscape at their whim. I create a huge one in my mind that burrows under this side of Tropicus, shoving the sand out from under this part of it. I only need to sink one part of the wall a little bit. I know it's working because it gets harder. So hard. I'm shaking and sweating with the effort. Faster, faster. The ground trembles beneath me. Not enough. I imagine 100 giant terrivores shoveling together. The tremble becomes a quake that slows the fighting. The din around me drops to a quiet rumble. I push my 100 terrivores harder, and the quake becomes a violent shaking that knocks me to my knees. "Watch the cliffs!" I gasp to Kane. I'm not sure if I can keep this up. One more shove, and I drop to my hands and knees, panting hard, and look up.
Holy hells!
Kane's exclamation is awe. Water. So much water rises like a white-tipped mountain over the top of the cliff. For a moment, I think I see the 7 heads of the devourer called the Revenant in the ocean beyond. Then the massive wave crashes down into Tropicus. Too much water to be reabsorbed by the cliffs. I can see the way the mighty trees fall in its wake, and I regret all the animals in its path. "Aim it at the enemy!" I yell. "Try to keep it off the city." I won't kill innocent people if I don't have to. Even the flesh reapers. Luckily, the palace is closest to the cliffs directly behind it. That will help. Kane's hands are already brilliant, too bright to look at, but the water is coming in a massive wave, fast and hard. It barrels through the jungle that covers the sides of the cliffs with no control. Kane yells as he wills the water higher. The wave rises up over the trees, but it's coming right at us. A massive, moving wall of death that will decimate whatever it hits. "As soon as you take out the soldiers, force it back to the ocean." I lift my hands again, even though my arms feel like overcooked noodles, dead weight.
"The water will just keep coming,"
Kane says. "No," I grit out. "It won't." Time to build the cliffs back up. Now my imaginary terrivores are plowing that sand from the bottom of the ocean, driving it, wedging it back under the Dominion, packing it hard. I'm pushing them, hundreds of them. With no warning, I pitch forward and vomit from the effort. Oclis is suddenly at my side. "Get up, it's not finished." With her help, I force myself shakily to my feet and keep going. I can't stop. The water is still coming. Arms back up with her help, I keep shoveling sand, hoping it's working. The roar of the wave coming for us grows louder and louder, and I try not to let fear make me run away in terror, because that's what instinct is gnawing at me to do.
"Hold on!"
Kane shouts. The water blocks out the moons for a single, ominous moment before it crests the palace walls with a roar to wake the dead, louder even than the whirlpool. It hits the ground and fills up the palace courtyard, but Kane has it. The wave parts in the courtyard, circling around our people gathered at the center, like there's an invisible barrier protecting us, only to crash into itself on the other side, surrounding us in a torrent. Those of our enemies mixed in among my people are the only ones safe from the torrent that takes out their fellow soldiers. They stand, gaping and damned lucky. No way could any of King Ponqui's people struck by the waters have survived that. The violence of it is too much. But I'm not done. I take back up my own power that I lost hold of in the wake of Kane's wave. I keep pushing the Dominion up, filling in the gaps in that cliff face as fast as I can. At the same time, Kane pushes the water back. The thundering of the water grows fainter as we work in tandem. He pushes it back as I build up. Black spots dance in front of my eyes until I can hardly see. The last of the water finally goes over the cliff edge and disappears. But I keep working the land up, building and building so that the ocean isn't a threat. I don't stop until those black spots threaten to take my vision completely. Until Oclis lets go. Until Kane is in front of me, his face in mine.
"Stop,"
I think he says. I can't really hear him.
"Marin, you can stop."
I can? I pause, staring over his head at the cliffs illuminated in moonlight. By Nova, it worked. Chapter 89, Domina. My body goes wobbly and I drop to the ground, or more like collapse. I manage to drape my arms over my updrawn legs, panting hard, stomach still heaving. I lay my cheek on my knee. Beside me, Kane flops to his back with a grunt.
Let's never do that again,
he groans. Agreed. I manage between harsh breaths. With a trumpet of sound, Bene lands in the courtyard, wings spread wide, standing between where I am and where the Tropican soldiers who survived what Kane and I did are being gathered in a group, with the wall at their back. As if that call wakes her up, Oclis gives a small, helpless sound. Tabra? The way my head is angled, I can see how she drops to her knees and pulls my sister's head into her lap.
Is she...
Kane can't even finish the question. She's alive, Oclis says without lifting her gaze. I think she's... She doesn't say healed, but that's what she is, because Eidolon fixed her insides. Eidolon still needs her. I can't work up the will to tell them right now. Pella arrives next, crouching beside Kane, Hawken standing right behind her. Crossing his arms like a watchful bodyguard, he gives me a single silent nod. Pella puts a flattened hand over her brother's heart, a gesture among the wanderers of the truest caring. I expect something like, "What the hells were you thinking?" to come out of her mouth. Instead, she takes a shuddering breath. Is she crying? Are you okay? She asks him softly. Kane pats her hand.
I'll need to rest for a month after that, but yeah.
Not moving away from him, she looks at me. Deep brown eyes not hard but soft for once as she scans me from head to toe. Another breath punches from her like she's actually relieved I'm in one piece. Then she ruins the moment. You know, for a pampered princess, you have a certain gift for violence. I'm not the one dripping in blood, I point out. She glances down, eyebrows flying up like she's surprised that I'm right. Zareth Canis, held up between Lebanon and a now freed Magda, hobbles over to stare down at us.
I've never seen anything like that.
The way he's looking around us, the satisfaction and pride on his face, makes me lift my head only to blanch at the sight of hundreds of bodies piled at the main gates of the palace, where the water must have pushed them. I killed them. I don't realize I said it out loud until Kane's hand lands on my booted foot.
No.
Kane's voice is hard, full of conviction.
King Ponqui sent them into battle for an ally he should never have trusted. It was us or them. You did what you had to do.
The thing is, I know he's right. Knowing doesn't lift the awful weight of guilt. More guilt. I have so many forms of it, trying to crush me to dust. I'm also horribly aware that under the guilt and horror, the pain of losing Revan and everything else hovers at my edges, waiting for the right moment to take my legs out from under me, to shatter me. Else, the shadows I now carry could bury my soul inside my own body and take control at any second. Only they're still quiet. So why do I hear screaming? Not inside, but outside, as if the battle is still raging. I frown, then realize what those gruesome sounds are. The flesh reapers are still tearing the city apart, which means Voss. I spin around and search for where I saw him last. Sure enough, he's still frozen in a tomb of his own making, standing like a statue erected to Tindra at the other end of the courtyard. Saya is standing beside him, arms crossed. I don't have to be close to tell she's ready to fight anyone who even tries to come near him. Nova, help us. Tonight is like a nightmare that will never end. I'm tired. So tired. I drop my chin to my knees, my head too heavy to keep up. I don't want to do this anymore. Be this anymore. I close my eyes. Maybe someone else will make all the decisions and deal with this aftermath.
Domina?
Horace's voice is hushed, and I open my eyes to find him standing at my side. In a sweeping movement, he drops to one knee, a fist over his heart.
My queen.
I open my mouth on a protest. I am not the queen. Tabra is. Except... The Zareth suddenly shakily drops to one knee with the same gesture.
My queen.
What is happening? Magda and Lebanon drop next. Same gesture, same words, then Pella and Hawken. The surviving wanderers and vanished surrounding us follow suit in a wave that ripples outward from where I still sit in a heap. Cain pushes to his knees to do the same. I glance past to where Oma's body lies. Oma, of all people, who knew better than anyone in Nova what I am and what I'm not. What would she think of this? Oculus watches all this until every last soul in this courtyard, except the few Tropican soldiers who survived, is kneeling for me. For me. For the wrong girl. Oculus gives Tabra a long, sad look before her shoulders move up and down on a deep breath. Then she too gets to her knees, facing me, fist over her heart, and gaze steady and unwavering. My queen. No, absolutely not. I'm not staging a coup while my sister, the rightful queen, is unconscious. I'm not ruling, ever. I'm a stopgap. That's it. A temporary bandage, a royal nobody. Bene rears back on his massive hind legs, wings spread wide, and trumpets loudly for all to hear, then drops to all fours only to bend one foreleg under, going into a deep bow. I can't hear him because I don't have Arid's amulet around my neck, but I don't have to. A devourer is bowing to me. The consort of my goddess who should hate me for sacrificing her is bowing to me. Cain peeks up at me, eyes twinkling. We've known each other most of our lives. Of course he knows what I'm thinking, feeling. When he winks, my chest expands with a painful inhalation. I'm definitely not ready for this. I don't want to do this, especially not without Revan. But I'm not alone. Is that why he pushed me so hard to see it? Cain sobers, the boy who used to tease me becoming the warrior he is now.
We can't stay here, my queen.
A spark of purpose ignites inside me, fed by the presence of my friends, my family, and the absolute certainty that Revan would want me to keep going. For them, for him. I don't know how I will, but I'll spend every last breath in this life and every life after this trying to free him. But after. Right now, I don't get time to wallow or wait or even rest. That will have to come later. I need to get off my ass. We're not leaving without Voss. I guess I am doing this. Horus lifts his head, gaze steady. My guard, my advisor, and my friend.
We need to get far from here and hide. Fast, before the entire dominion of Tropicus comes down on our heads for what happened here tonight. Somewhere Eidolon would never think to look.
I hold out a hand to Horus, who helps me up, exhaustion dragging at me with every move. But I'm up. I look out over those still bowed, their heads now lifted, listening for my decision, for my order. I have people to protect. I have a bondmate to save. I have a king to destroy. Starting with getting us all to safety. But where? We can't go to any of the other monarchs for help or sanctuary, not after Eidolon found us in wilderness, not after King Ponqui's deception, and we can't go back to our desert lands because we've already been found there. So where do we go? A voice whispers inside me. A voice that is not mine and is not my bondmate's. A voice that is part of the evil now trapped within my body. Deep and velvety and insidious.
You can run, little girl. You can try to hide. But there's nowhere you can go that Eidolon won't find you.
The me before Revan would have quaked in my boots. But I'm done being frightened of shadows and ghosts. I have the upper hand, because I have Eidolon's shadows. I have Tabra. I have a devourer. I have more amulets than the king. I have a curse giving me control over his power. I just have to figure out how to use it. More than that, I am the bondmate of the shadow wraith trapped inside him, fighting him. And I am the fucking queen. I smile even as I mentally snarl at the things inside me. I hope he damn well comes for me. When he does, I'll be ready.
The end.